I swear! Every time you say that, I get a little less confident that you're telling the truth. Let's get to the questioning. Another long day. Street lamps are already on and I haven't been in my office yet. Is this the same cat? They don't bring the same energy to the party, but they look like they're the same. I should check my computer. I'm sure I have at least a few emails waiting by now. Although, if it's the commissioner volunteering me for more debriefs, I'll have to put my paw down. Look how cute. What a cutie patootie. Alright, let's see if this old litter box still works. I just need to log in. And, huh? It won't take my password! Something here has my whiskers twitching. This might turn into a regular investigation. I'll start tracking all my leads on this bulletin board in case I need to reference them again. On the bulletin board... It's a laser pen. 'Cause he's a cat. The unknown password. If I changed it, I certainly would have written it down on a note and put it in my desk. Okay. For some reason, my computer isn't accepting my password. Did I just forget what it was? So it should be in the desk somewhere? What should I take a look at? The desk. It's possible I just wrote the password down and threw it in my desk drawers. I adore this. It's so cute. Like, we're not even a minute into the game yet. Okay, not in the top drawer. Surely it'll be in the bottom drawer. Aha! This must be it. Wait, no, this is just a standard department business card. Following procedure requires I enter it into evidence, but unfortunately, this might be more serious than it seems. A business card. A business card I found in the drawers of my office desk. It's a business card printed on quality paper, although age has weathered the once white sheen to yellow. On the card, depicted in black ink, is the department logo and general information such as the office address and phone number. The office number is 555 meow. Fax 555 purr. Okay, so we can flip it around. And not... Oh, flip it. Like, no, that just means go back. I can't turn it? Doesn't it look like there's something on the back? There it is. Okay. I couldn't turn it for some reason. Emergencies only. 1029. Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. Why didn't I think to flip over that business card sooner? The extension written here belongs to the department manager. Luckily, I would classify this as an emergency. I should give them a call immediately and let them know what's going on. Let's see. Take a look at the phone. Now that I have the department manager's extension, I can give them a call about my computer. Good evening, Detective. I hope this is important because I'm in the middle of dinner with my family. Apologies, but we might have a security issue. My computer's password has inexplicably changed. I hate to break this news to you, Detective, but the inexplicable is in fact quite explicable. If I do recall, this is the second time this week you've interrupted my wife's delicious home-cooked meal. I'm sorry? From what I could gather, you were on another milk-fueled bender. Through slurred speech, you told me you changed your own password. And, this is the part where I'm so embarrassed you tell me the password, correct? I would consider, but you also informed me that you hid it somewhere. Somewhere that only a detective of your caliber would be able to find. So, get on with it and ensure that not a single report on this matter is out of place tomorrow. And let me reiterate while you're in your right mind, do not call me again unless it is a real emergency. Click. I think if I had just forgot my password, this wouldn't be as humiliating. Either way, not my proudest moment, but I can make up for that, even if I am technically this crime's primary suspect. Retracing my steps, following the proper timeline, and correcting any inconsistencies in the case notes will be paramount. Milk drunk kitty. We had a little too much milk that night. Changed our computer password. Alright, here's our suspect. The detective. Without the current password, he can't unlock the computer in his office or check his email. The detective left his office late last night, and at some point after, the department network was hacked. How can I dispute this? Testimonies from the department manager said that's not true. Ah, I see, that makes sense. The department manager did confirm that nothing was hacked. Embarrassingly, just a bit too much indulgence on my part. That being said, I've only got a rough outline from here, and they won't settle for anything less than perfection. It's time to thoroughly investigate the rest of my office and use my journal to fill in every blank necessary. You've learned almost everything you need to fill the detective's shoes, so let's put those sleuthing skills to the test. Did you know you can rotate the camera to look around? Or if you need to get around quicker, you can use the zoomies button. It's not a sprint button. He's got zoomies. Gosh, I love cats. Alright, so here is our thing. According to the department manager, I changed my own computer password and hid it somewhere in my office. Looks like I've got a mystery to solve. And these are all of our items. And then here is the blanks. Official Investigator's Journal as provided by the Feline Forensics Private Detective Agency. Correct solutions look like this. Don't need to do anything. It's the green line. Close sections have the yellow squiggle. You have 2 or fewer correct, and then wrong sections have red. More than 2 are incorrect. Puzzle-solving assistance can be enabled in the options and don't affect any achievements. I love that. Sometimes you need a little puzzle-solving help, and I appreciate it. Unbeknownst to the something, the somebody changed the something to his something, and it inside a... something. Furthermore, he something the something to the something inside a something that the something recently something. I want to say the detective... Oh, that was cute, the little stamp. The detective changed the password? Oh, okay, so we have persons, locations, objects. The password. That's cute, and they're all categorized. Phoebe, how are ya? Welcome to the stream. Can't stay long because spoilers, but if you're still in the part that was in the demo, I can say hi. I'm glad you're here. We literally just started. So we're still learning how to play the game. I want to say hid it inside a something. Password to his computer. Alright, let's Is there something over here to investigate? The bookshelf. This shelf is absolutely packed with different tomes, journals, studies, and the occasional novelization. If I hid some sort of clue in one of these books, it would take me far longer to find it than it's worth. I wouldn't put it past myself, but I don't have anything to go on yet. Is there something over here to investigate? The filing cabinets. I love this cat's inability to remember his password. It's what happens when you drink a little too much milk. Call up your boss. Milk drunk. These are usually just for keeping contracts, reference documents, and various policy paperwork. I can't imagine I would have slid a note with the password on it into this mess of a drawer. Even under a strong influence of dairy, I wouldn't have done something so reckless. Is there something over here to investigate? The trash can. When you need to dig up the truth, you've gotta act like an alley cat. Empty milk carton. Comically clean fish bones. Used yarn ball. Ugh, none of this looks very helpful. Wait a minute. There's a crumpled receipt, and it looks I've redacted most of it. Uh-oh. Nothing about the actual purchase remains, and only the store's address is left visible. Where could this lead me? Is there something over here to investigate? I don't know, but we have the, this receipt. Hold on, wrong thing. This one? Let's look at the receipt. Crumpled receipt. A disposed receipt I found in my office trash bin. Most of the information on this receipt has been redacted, which is not a normal practice for detectives such as myself, and especially not for consumers. The only elements left visible are an address, 13 North 2nd Street, presumably for the store, and a string of numbers, presumably to identify the item internally. Can I look at it? I guess not. Can I find the place? I want the password to be something like milk rules with a Z. I think that would be great. Let's see what we can find over here. Let's look in the cat tower. One might ask themselves, why would any self-respecting feline investigator keep one of these demeaning furniture pieces in their professional office? It was a gift from some old coworkers who thought they were being exceptionally humorous. Also, it keeps my claws properly managed, and sometimes it helps me think. Let's see what I can find over here. Let's look at that filing cabinet. I have a few of these cabinets to keep track of all my previous cases. Oh, of course it's not locked. Those records are pretty confidential. Wait, I don't lock these. Not since I kept misplacing the key. I am certain this is significant. I might have put my password in here, or at the very least, another clue. Let's see what we can find. Okay. What is over here? Is it it is possible I hid the password within the potting soil of this plant. However, until I have a compelling reason to believe that, I'm not willing to make a mess of the hardwood floor. That's very fair. He doesn't remember his password, misplaces his keys constantly. What a great detective. He's fabulous. I want to say unbeknownst to the detective. Is that weird to do it twice? The detective changed the password to his computer and hid it inside a something. Okay. We have more over here. After returning to the office, the detective changed his computer login information before it was lost to his memory of a lactose stupor. Having successfully laid his plot and proud of his mastermind scheme, the detective called the department manager before finally retiring for the evening. The next day, the detective attempted to log into his office computer and found that the password had been changed. Okay, so there are 3 clues missing. It's likely I locked my password in the filing cabinet, but where did I hide the key? Left visible on the receipt is an address. Is there somewhere I could cross-reference this? While I could dig through my office plant's pot, the lack of displaced dirt means I probably didn't hide any clues in there. I rummaged through the trash, but I didn't find more than some outdated paperwork and an old receipt. I looked over the bookshelf in my office, but it doesn't seem like there's anything out of place. I would need to find some more evidence to narrow my search. Okay, so where can I cross-reference a street address? His password and keys are so secret, even he can't find them. Oh, he's so cool. Wait. Oh my gosh, wait! There's a whole other wall! There's the map. It's my old map of historic Philadelphia, but I don't remember all these thumbtacks in it. They're each holding a thin shred of paper to various addresses in the city, but no one seems more important than another. That crumpled receipt did have an address on it, though. What was it again? 13 North 2nd Street. I don't recall what's around here, but the slip of paper does have a phone number written on it. Looks like it's time to make another call. Well, I didn't even turn the camera to see there's a whole wall over here. He's got a board with string on it, like a true detective. What's that? Oh, I wanted to see his diploma. The certificates. Let's go to the phone. Carol, how are you? Checking in from work, letting you all know I have a patient named Jason, and I have to resist the urge to say Jason every time I go into his room. Oh, you're a strong one. I have to go back to cosplaying a professional. Love y'all. Thanks for popping in, Phoebe. Always lovely to see you. Detective messing up everyone's dinner time. Let's give everybody a call right around dinner time. Let's give the number I found on the map a call. Hopefully they're still open and they can make sense of this receipt. Good evening, Bookgator on 2nd. What can I do for you? Of course, the local bookstore. How could I forget? Sir, do you need help with something? Hello, yes, sorry, I do actually. This might be an odd question, but I have a receipt, and I'm not sure what it was that I purchased. Huh, I've been expecting your call, detective. How milk drunk was he? Sigh. Of course you were. Care to explain why? You stumbled in disgruntled after an argument with this devious plan. I didn't ask questions, but you warned me this call was likely. Oh dear. Now, about that book, please tell me it's not something terribly inappropriate. Ha! Not quite, no. The book's title is On the Historical Development of Cat Burglary. Okay, thank you. That'll be all. Sure you don't need anything else, detective? No, really, it's okay. Thank you. Ugh, as if I wasn't embarrassed enough as it is. Hangover vibes. We've all been there, detective. Don't worry. Is there something over here to investigate? So maybe we can find that book. The shelf is absolutely packed with different tomes, journals, studies, and the occasional novelization. The clerk said the book in question had something to do with cat burglary, so where is it? Dignity and Domestication by the Great Dane Austen, Les Mouserab by Vermin Hugo, Call of the Wild by Jack London. That one didn't change. Okay, more novels than I thought, but hey, these are the classics. Oh, here's the one I'm looking for. The question now is, why would I have purchased this book specifically? Is there something over here to investigate? Can we not look at the book? Do I have it? The detective got into an intellectual argument with another patron. I don't know if they said intellectual on the phone, but sure. And vowed to prove he was confusingly a detective so spectacular he could out-sleuth himself. Purple Clouds, how are ya? I so nearly missed surprise stream. Hello. We just started the game. You haven't missed much. I don't think there was any... Oh, I found the book. I apparently purchased. Even the store clerk seemed to be hiding something about it. Okay. Then we have the book on the historical development of cat burglary. Turn. I don't know why this is having such a hard time turning. A study on the impact of declawing as an early cultural normality and the societal repercussions thereof and henceforth. Oh, don't open. It says don't open. Great job, detective. Place valuables here. Cute. Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. I bought a hollow trick book. No wonder the bookstore clerk was holding back a laugh. With my cabinet key hidden inside, no less. I think we're nearing the end of this case. Good thing the trains will still be running for a little longer. Cute. The burglary book. Its title is On the Historical Development of Cat Burglary. It's a fake dissertation I apparently purchased from the local bookstore and then stashed within the various other tomes on my office bookshelf. The subject matter seems fairly heavy, but that was actually just a diversion. The pursuit to out-detective myself has failed, or succeeded, I suppose. Opening the book not only revealed it to be a hollowed-out trick, but also the vessel to secretly store my filing cabinet key. And then we have the cabinet key, the only key to the office filing cabinets. Although I've hardly ever used it, it's become the centerpiece of this ridiculous scavenger hunt of a case. The real mystery is how I accomplished setting all this up under the influence of the milk bar's finest, including hiding it inside a hollow book. I mean, if he did that drunk, it is pretty impressive. Okay, so now we got a few more words also. And what's new here? Okay, we have all of our clues. Having developed a devious plan to overcome his own expertise, the detective went to a local bookstore and purchased a hollow book. Alright, so let's go open our cabinet here. Let's see what we can find over here. I've got the key now, so let's get this locked cabinet opened up and see what we find. There's a note right on top. A great change of pace, or maybe I was just getting lazy. There doesn't seem to be any cipher or code either. This just looks like a normal password. I should try it, and then make sure all my notes are in order. I wouldn't want to attract any more ire from the department manager than I already have. Let's see what we can find over here. Well, let's go back this way, actually. Hold on, that's got a red circle by it. After returning to the office, the detective changed the computer's login password before it was lost to the memory of a What does this mean if it's red? Oh, it means I gotta do something with it. We have, I guess, the password reminder. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Of course, the reason for this entire mystery locked up tight in a lone filing cabinet. Luckily, I haven't forgotten about it twice, at least, not yet. And then we go to this and fill in these. Or can I put my password in? I've got the password, supposedly. Now for the moment of truth. Is it possible this has been a red herring all along? Oh, it works. I'm logged in and I have exactly 0 emails that require my attention. It's a relief, of course, but the department manager will have my fur if I don't get the rest of these case notes in order before I go home. Let's see. What should I take a look at? I guess we just finish up the case. We did it! I even hid away the key to the cabinet in a hollow book I didn't even know I purchased. As it turns out, I changed my own computer password and locked the reminder note inside one of my office's filing cabinets. All's well that ends well, but even with my password in hand, my night wasn't over yet. I still need to fill out my case record before the department manager calls. Here's our password. What is can I see what it says? Yeah. A once well-hidden reminder of my new password. In the pursuit of proving I could out-detective myself, I changed my office computer's password and hid this reminder behind a series of puzzles and hidden clues. Whether a locked cabinet, a hollow book, a cryptic map of addresses, or embarrassing phone calls, it didn't stay secret for long. The password is written in newspaper and magazine scraps and reads 7HEC4TSM30W. I mean, at least it was a good password, you know? Very secure. Alright, let's fill this out. Unbeknownst to the detective, I don't know if it's to the detective. Unbeknownst to the... something. The detective changed the password to his computer and hid it inside a cabinet. Close. Unbeknownst to the... manager? Commissioner. I don't know what's missing here. A secure password sounds unlike the detective, I know. I was thinking it was gonna be something super guessable. Furthermore, he blanked the blank to the... inside oh, I guess hid it inside a and hid. Furthermore, he hid the key to the cabinet inside a get the key to the cabinet inside a hollow book. Is that a book? that he purchased... Oh, that the something... I thought it was that he purchased. That the detective recently purchased. Okay, so that's right. This is wrong. Unbeknownst to the... somebody... the blank changed the password to his computer. I don't understand the unbeknownst to... Who are we talking about? Changed the password to his computer and hid it inside a cabinet. Unbeknownst to the detective changed the password to his computer and hid it inside a cabinet. The detective didn't remember. Yeah, but when I put detective in, it said wrong. So what would be wrong about the sentence? I was thinking it had to be a different person, because there's 2 or fewer things wrong with this. Hid it? Maybe hid it's wrong. Locked it inside a cabinet? There we go. Aha! I knew I was onto something. While a fantastic treat, a night out at the milk bar might cause me more trouble than it's worth. Oh, why's the phone ringing? Could it be the manager already? Let's see. Let's see. What should I take a look at? The phone. Hello, Feline Forensics Private Detective. I'm glad to hear you're burning the midnight oil. Commissioner? To what do I owe the pleasure? Business, not pleasure. There's been an incident. Private property. They asked for you. I'm sending a cruiser. The officer will fill you in on the way. The case seems pretty involved, but it's still within my jurisdiction. You will go by the book, Detective. I'm sure you're aware that if you don't, your license will be on the line. Again. What a ray of sunshine the Commissioner is these days. It's gonna be an even later night than I thought. Ooh, we get to leave. Where to? That was a fun little tutorial. I enjoyed that. So there's us, the detective. We got the officer in the car. Evening, officer. What are we looking at this time? Oh, detective, no need to be so formal. Although, we are headed to a pretty fancy museum, so maybe I spoke too soon. Honk. The one on the east side of town? What happened? Sounds like an attempted heist gone sideways. Nobody was able to flee the scene, but an important exhibit has gone missing. Not sure if it was one of the thieves, another visitor, or a staff member, but they said somebody might have been shot in the process. Oh dear, let's hope things have been kept under control since. They made it seem like the scenario was contained, but you'll have to make that call yourself. I don't know much more than that, but we'll be there soon. Someone was shot? Cute cats, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Duck Detective became a cop. I wonder if he knows Duck Detective. And here we are. Told you it wouldn't take long. Always a pleasure. Wish me luck. I have a feeling this is going to be a long night. Good luck, Detective. I'm sure everything will go just fine. And I know you like to work alone, but if you need some help from the department, just give us a call on the payphone over there. We'll see if that's necessary. For now, it's time to get to work. Okay. The Kreinberg Museum. Look at these square trees. So cute. The plaque reads, Honk the Herald Angel. Honk the Herald Angel, by an unknown artist. A wonderful and timeless depiction of Mother Goose's agents of peace. That said, the biblically accurate sculptures are more compelling. Is Duck Detective becoming a cop a good or a bad thing? I don't know. We need a Feline Forensics Duck Detective crossover. Detective, thank goodness you finally arrived. I'm the curator of this museum and the one that called the police. Thank you for coming on such short notice. For crime, there's no such thing as short notice, and a detective must always be prepared to put a stop to it. Yes, well, please work with the utmost efficiency. A catastrophe of this scale could be a disaster. If word got out that our most precious gemstone was stolen, who knows what would happen? Not only would the museum's reputation be forever marred, but we could be the target of even more horrid criminals. You're understandably concerned, but I assure you I'll sort this out. This is far from my first case. Although, if my debrief was accurate, there was also an unfortunate murder in the process. Is that right? Ah, yes, that punk. I just hate to even think about it. I suppose you should take care of that as well. But in my opinion, the sooner we get the innocent people home, the better. A rushed investigation leads to sloppy work, so I can't promise this will be quick or easy. Regardless, I trust you will do your best, and if you could keep me posted on your progress, it would be greatly appreciated. Of course, I have several things to discuss if we could. Let's see. Remember in the last Duck Detective he got arrested? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! I hope the next one is him solving his own case. I would love that. Personal questions. Ask away, detective. Who are you? As I said before, I'm the purveyor of this prestigious museum. Past that, there isn't much more to disclose. Do you have any associations outside your work here? Family, perhaps? Is this vital to solving our case, detective? Otherwise, I'd request that you inquire no further. It certainly could be, depending on how it continues to unfold. Fine, I do have a family, and I'm currently separated from them over personal matters. And I can assure you they have nothing to do with the stolen gemstone or the murder unless you'd like to interrogate them unnecessarily as well. As always, I appreciate the cooperation. Let's move on. I would expect nothing less. Let's keep talking about your personal questions. What do you do? I manage the museum's staff, exhibitions, publicity, funding, and, well, just about everything. Wouldn't it be easier to delegate some of that work? Well, you see, we simply don't have the extra revenue to accommodate that. While incredibly valuable to the human condition, a museum of this caliber is hardly ever profitable. Oh, my apologies if this is a sore subject. I simply don't enjoy the idea that one would look at what we do here and assume it's all that easy. It requires hard work and sacrifice, detective. It's not a sore subject, it's a harsh reality. Of course. Again, my sincerest apologies. Let's get to another question. I would expect nothing less. About the museum. Right, let me provide a brief overview of the layout so you know what you're dealing with. Currently, we're standing in the museum's foyer, which has the only exterior doorway. In the east wing, we have the sculpture gallery featuring contemporary works. On the west side is where we display works of natural history with geological and pre-civilization origins. The central connecting exhibit is the courtyard just to the north of us now. Further north, we have antiquities, host to several artifacts and art pieces spanning global cultures and eras. On the second floor, there is only one unique gallery, fine art, typically canvas. Of course, you can investigate. As you investigate, you'll notice there are balconies that look down into a few of the first floor exhibits as well. I hope that's helpful, detective, but you can always refer to the brochure map if you get lost somehow. Very helpful, thank you. Do you mind if I ask a couple more questions before I go? I think there was another. Yeah, actually, just kidding. Let's talk about today's events. Go on then. Before. Yes. What were you doing? During operating hours, I don't do much except greet visitors, and today was no exception. On days when we're particularly busy, I may mingle and let the guard stand station, but that wasn't the case today. Up until the argument began upstairs, nothing seemed out of place. The guard and I were here having an idle chat. Unfortunate that I couldn't stay that way. Could I ask you a few more questions then? Oops. I meant to do today's events. During the crimes. Certainly. Let's see. The guard and I heard an argument beginning upstairs, but it wasn't an immediate concern to me. I didn't want him to make a scene, but it continued to heat up on its own. Then we heard the gunshot moments later. Even with the accompanied sound of broken glass, my instinct was to make sure the guide was safe. I thought she was in the sculpture gallery, but the guard found her in antiquities stunned. He called for me and I ran right over. And it was true. She was frozen solid, startled by the cacophonous noise. The guard was concerned, of course, but took off toward the blaring alarm. Despite the chaos of it all, I maintained my focus on her. Eventually, I got through, and do you know the first thing she said to me, Detective? Call the police, immediately looking out for the museum. So selfless, to a fault. I went back to the foyer to do just that, but the tourist and the artist were there begging that I release the lockdown. I didn't know who was responsible for this mess, so I brushed them off without much opposition and made the call. I see. Let's move on to another topic then. I guess that's all I can ask. Let's go explore. There's the guard. He's so cute. Hey, hold it right there. Did you pay admission when you came in? Oh, gotcha good, didn't I? Little security joke is all. Always good to meet another agent of Lady Justice, Detective. What can I do for ya? I'm hoping you can assist my Oh, absolutely. Anything you need at the drop of a hat. Just by answering a few questions for now, I need to be clear that even as the museum guard, you aren't exonerated here. Of course. I wouldn't have it any other way. Not only am I loyal to the law, I'm loyal to this museum, and the wrongs against it must be righted. Let's start with a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. 10-4, good buddy. Who are you? Not to brag about not much to brag about in that department, Detective. Well, what do you do in your free time? I like to keep up with various TV shows and movies, but don't we all? That's not very interesting. I read a whole bunch too. Talk about boring. Why does that kind of seem sus? I'm so boring, I could never commit a crime. You forgot to ask about her dead mom. You know what? That would be very Nancy Drew of us. How's the cat sleuthing? We are sleuthing. We just got to the museum where a crime happened and there was a murder. And now we're just questioning everybody. So far so good. I don't think that's boring. Honestly, I wish I had the time for more of that kind of thing. I used to say the same thing, believe it or not, but if you don't make time to enjoy things, there won't be much of you left. Just a couple whiskers and a suit. I mean, let's stay on topic. Do you have any family, friends? A couple buddies from back in the day, but started to feel like we were worlds apart, you know? A wife at home, but no kids. She has some great friends, longtime friends, and they call me friend. I'm alright with that. He's so cute. I understand. Let's continue on, yes? Absolutely. I'm an open book and full of pictures. He is a lovely little picture book. Oh no, he's just like me for real. The guard is the most relatable character so far. I love him. Alright, let's see. What do you do? I keep the peace within these marble walls, a much more manageable scale than I'm sure you deal with, Detective. On the regular, sure, but for tonight we have that in common. Ha! You got that right! As far as my day-to-day is concerned, we don't really get much commotion around here. Was there a time when disturbances were more typical? No, I guess not, but we had more people around overall, you see. Hey, if all else fails, maybe this whole debacle will get the museum some attention again. That'd be really something, huh? This sounds so suspicious. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. I'm boring. I wouldn't commit a crime, but if a crime were committed, maybe more people will come up to this museum that I love so much. I suppose anything's possible. Why don't we discuss something else? Do we have any more? Yeah, what did you do before? I worked as a policeman for a while, but not as long as was expected at the time. You certainly don't look like you've reached retirement age. Young for retirement, sure, but not that young. Most folks stay in the field for a long time. Wasn't for me, though. I grew up with police dramas and was big enough to deal with bullies, but the concept of bullies is a bit more difficult when you're an adult. Nail on the head, Detective. Don't get me wrong, there were lines when it was very clear, just not always. Even instances that were clear in the beginning became murky down the road, or in retrospect. Eventually, parting ways with the Force seemed like the best decision. I came to that conclusion sometime later. By that you mean it wasn't entirely your choice? Highly encouraged choice, perhaps? A tale that isn't too uncommon, I think. Could we discuss something else? Absolutely. Today's events. You've got the green to go ahead, Detective. Alright, what were you doing? As per usual, I was hanging around the foyer, having a... He would say foyer, though. As per usual, I was hanging around the foyer, having a little chat with the curator. When things are especially slow, I might take a walk around the exhibits or get some fresh air, but I was feeling a little more lazy today. Oh boy, that doesn't sound too good, does it? I don't want you thinking I neglected my duties. Thing is, nothing seemed weird. It was a totally normal morning, afternoon, and evening. I understand. So none of the guests acted strangely. We get all walks of life, and I do my best not to judge one way or another, eh? Music. So, nah, not so much, and all things considered. This feels like poor circumstance to me, Detective. I see. Interesting. Why don't we discuss some more, then? What about, what happened? Oh dear, where do I begin? The curator and I heard an argument upstairs, was ready to go defuse the situation, but the curator was hoping it would solve itself. I don't quite understand it, but in my experience, artists tend to hold strong opinions, so I trusted the curator's judgment call for a moment. But I made my way into the courtyard when it heated up. The fight was upstairs, though, so I just had to keep moving through. A few moments later, a gunshot shattered glass soon after, and I didn't skip a beat. Some habits die hard, I guess. Well, I got to Antiquities and found the guide, stopped in her tracks. Maybe I should have kept moving, but I had to make sure she was okay. It's admirable, at the very least. I'm sure she appreciated it. You're probably right, but wasn't actually much help. Nothing I could say had her come to. I called for the curator since there was still the matter of whatever went down in natural history. I got there at about the same time as the podcaster, but she knew just as much as I did, and that wasn't much. The display case was already destroyed, so to save the diamond or the victim, I was too slow. Again. If there was anything left to do, it was call the police. Thankfully, the curator was already on the line, and things had mostly calmed down by then. I appreciate the thorough recollection. Let's move on to something else. Additional details. Standing by for the inquiry, Detective. The alarm? Oh, yeah! Well, you see, the amazing thing is that it's real smart. It can tell who's who and do what it's gotta do. Real accurate, too. I can't do his nice hearty bear laugh. Just insert a really nice full laugh there. Certainly, there's some downside to it, no? Ah, nail on the head, Detective. When it was installed, they told us it was a little slow. It doesn't make mistakes because for a computer, it takes its time. Although for a person like you or me, that's still pretty dang fast. It just has to, I don't know, double check, I guess. It has a way of being selective, only locking down what's necessary and trying to minimize panic in a chaotic situation. Come to think of it, the actual sound of the alarm was supposed to be one of the more severe stages of lockdown. The old guy who used to work on it could tell you more, but we've never seen it in action before today. Maybe try asking the curator. I think I will, but until then I have a few other things to discuss. Absolutely. Actually, I don't think that I have more things to discuss. I think that was it. Can I ask you about the alarm? I guess not. Okay. Well, there are a lot of rooms we can go explore. Look at all this artwork. That one's cute. Alright, this one's got a dinosaur on it, so obviously this is our first stop. Alright, this definitely seems to be the epicenter of our case. Looks like the victim there lying on their back, just south of a destroyed display case that stands in the middle exact middle of the room. Several dotted blood splatters across the floor, along with a few pieces of what appears to be stone debris. Other artwork looks to be unaffected and a witness at the scene. No shortage of places to start, so let's get to it. Uh-oh. Here's our victim, everyone. A shame. Ugh, this has always been my least favorite part of the job. Victim presents male, likely mid-20s in age. 4 facial piercings and wearing a leather jacket. Initial signs showed 2 impact wounds on the back of the head. All things considered, minimal blood loss. And... nothing on his person. No wallet, keys, not even an ID. Poor guy. I'll figure out what happened here, don't worry. Oh no, I know. I knew there was going to be a murder, but I didn't realize it was going to be such a graphic view of the body. Ugh, they didn't even get the outline right. The little chalk outline. The plaque reads, Ineti Plateau Cavern Painting circa 6000 BC. Questions like, how could they possibly have transported this cave rock aren't even worth asking. The plaque reads, mosquito preserved in amber discovered in Southeast Asia. Who knows what sorts of horrible things this bug could be carrying? Ancient plagues, mind control curses, dinosaur theme parks. I suppose we should all consider ourselves lucky this wasn't the exhibit to break. I mean, I would be very happy about that. Couldn't pay me to go to Jurassic Park. The plaque reads, collection of ancestor tools discovered across multiple regions. I wonder what the predecessors would think if they saw what we could carve from stone nowadays. They'd probably think all those sculptures in the other exhibit were wildly impractical. It's true, they're not weapons. What about this dinosaur? The plaque reads, Tyrannosaurus skeleton of the Cretaceous period. Iconic dinosaur, but I much prefer the Stegosaurus. Even a Triceratops would rank higher, personally. This is the pedestal where the stolen gemstone was once displayed. What should I investigate here? Let's look at the placard. The plaque reads, Optimus Diamond, circa 1700. Where could you be hiding, precious little stone? The broken case. Seems like a classic smash and grab. There are stones strewn across the floor, so it's possible the thief used them to break the glass case. I'll put this statue chunk into evidence, just in case I can learn anything from looking it over. It doesn't seem like there's any other incriminating details here, though. Never that easy anymore, is it? Okay, I see a suspect over there, which I'm going to talk to after I read all the fun art. The plaque reads, collection of pinned beetles originally researched in Eastern Asia. I'd rather not look at this too long. The plaque reads, collection of pinned butterflies originally researched in North America. I much prefer my butterflies unpinned and flying. And alive. Me too. The plaque reads, spiritual stones circa 1998. Legends say you can time travel the whole dog year with one whole dog year with these. The plaque reads, mammoth tusk circa 3000 BC. Imagine the size of the elephant folk attached to this. That was a pretty big tusk. The plaque reads, collection of ancestor skulls discovered across multiple regions. There's so much about the ancient civilizations that we still don't know, and I guess we never will. It really makes you think, huh? The plaque reads, amethyst geode sustainably sourced from Central Europe. Mother Goose's creations have such an unparalleled beauty. Alright, who are you? The podcaster. Hiya, detective. I just want to say it's like so awesome to meet a real, almost somewhat famous Philadelphian investigator in person. Oh, and I absolutely cannot wait to tell you all about my show. Will you be willing to do an interview? I'm sorry, your show? I'm a true crime podcaster. It's called Tales of the Dark and Desperate, and this episode is about to go hella viral. Wait. Are you recording right now? No, I didn't bring my equipment. Ugh, what an absolute rookie mistake. Like 5 listeners an episode level amateur. By the way, you should seriously subscribe. You have your phone on you, right? Just let me look myself up and hit the button real quick. No big deal. I actually don't keep a mobile phone on me. Personal technology would be a distraction at the crime scene. Oof, that is actually so sad. Okay, we have things to discuss. Let's stay on topic, please. Like, whatever you need, detective. Oh, like, totally. Who are you? Oh, come on, detective. I told you about my podcast. Are you saying you didn't go and read my bio? If you're not a big reader, watch my daily vlog. That'll give you the general vibe. Well, it was gonna be daily, then it was weekly, and now I just kind of post whatever. The last one is pretty old, so it'll be out of date, but apologies, but I am not going to watch your vlog. So please, if you could provide a brief answer to the question, that would be appreciated. Ugh, rude. The least you could do is submit your questions to my Word vlog. You can do it anonymously if you want. I'm sorry, but isn't a vlog just a video blog, so a Word vlog is a normal blog? Actually, never mind. I've learned plenty. Let's change topics. Like, whatever you need, detective. Let's see what else you got to say. What do you do besides podcasting, I guess? I have a true crime podcast called Tales of the Dark and Desperate, so make sure you totally obliterate that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode. Wait, haven't I told you about this already, detective? You have. I was asking more about what you do in a professional sense. Are you trying to say that what I do isn't professional enough? Ha! Gotcha! Ooh, too easy, detective. I work at a coffee shop, but that's, like, so boring. Punch in, punch out, you know how it is. But after this episode absolutely pops off, I'm gonna quit so fast, or at least, like, quiet quit. I still need health insurance or whatever. Of course. Why don't we talk about something else now? Let's talk about true crime. You have quite a passionate interest. Why is that? Oh, I know a trick question when I hear one, detective. Of course I love crime. Crime solving. This is me every time we play like a murder mystery. I'm like, I promise I don't condone murder. I just like solving puzzles. Please, I didn't do it. Crime solving? Do you have a background in criminology? That sounds like a question I can only answer behind a paywall. Did you know you can unlock great perks like this on my page? That won't be necessary. By the long paw of the law. The long paw of the law. Let's stay on topic. Sorry, this game is cracking me up. Writing is spectacular. Well, you know, true crime is trendy, so that was a good start, but then, I don't know, it was genuinely fascinating. In all honesty, I'm pretty normal and my life has been, like, pretty easy. There's people out there that have definitely not have it, that have definitely not had it easy. Trying to step into the shoes of a criminal is one thing, but thinking about everyone around them, that's different. It's just easy to think this wouldn't happen to me until it does. True crime lets you really reflect on unrealistic situations that are very real. That's actually quite insightful. If you want to know more, make sure to wickedly whack that follow. Wickedly whack it, guys. Yes, that. There's another question I have for you. What about... Actually, no, wait, I wasn't dead. Today's events. Murder meets mystery, which means puzzles. Yeah. Like, I'm not here to murder anyone. I'm here to solve the murders. The fictional murders. What were you doing? I was mostly just wandering around, but when I got to the courtyard, I saw the tourist had this dope retro camera. We were just kind of going back and forth on old school photography techniques. Stuff like that was huge on Finstagram a couple years ago. Then we got interrupted by that argument. He handed me the camera while he tried to break it up from down here. But they weren't interested in listening. I see. I assume you gave the camera back to him at some point, yes? Oh, yeah, for sure, but not right away, because things really started getting out of control. Oh, in that case, I've got a couple more questions for you. Like, whatever you need. Let's ask what happened. The character personalities are all so unique. I love them. And they could all be guilty. I really hope it's not the guard, because that bear is too cute. Maybe he just sounded suspicious because he's so innocent. Oh my gosh, I remember it so vividly. If only I was recording. My audience really likes authentic audio. Ugh, that gunshot would have gotten me so many upvotes. Blammo! That's when things really popped off, you know? I couldn't really see much up there, though, and when the guard ran through, he and the tourists were so frantically scattered, I, like, pretty much tuned them out. Besides, we all heard glass break in the next room over, and I needed to get a first-hand account of things. Fame isn't for the fawn-hearted, detective. I ran from the courtyard and saw the punk lying there. It seemed like he fell from the balcony. I rushed over to check on him, but he was so dead. So dead. And what of the diamond? It was already gone. I explained that to the guard when he came in, then I guess he went off to go search for it someplace else. I figured with the alarm going off, I wouldn't be able to leave anyway, so I just sat tight and waited in there. Waited in here. Okay, I think I have some follow-up questions. Let's see, today's events about the guard. He said you both entered the exhibit simultaneously, but this contradicts your testimony. Why the inconsistency? I don't know what you want me to say, detective. I, told you everything I know already. I came in, saw the diamond was gone, took a quick look over the body, and the guard came running in after. If I was gonna lie, wouldn't it make more sense for me to agree with the guard? I'm admitting to having no witnesses. Huh. I suppose you're right. She's right, actually. Why would she be like, nobody saw me? She brings up a fair point. So the diamond really was missing when you arrived? Yeah. Okay, fine. I'll ask some different questions instead. What about additional details? Only if you subscribe! Just kidding. Alright, let's talk about the victim. You mentioned he had already fallen from the balcony above. Did you do any closer examination than that? Why do you ask? Thing is, he didn't have anything on him. Not even a wallet, no ID. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Oh, detective. That's because I, gathered them for you ahead of time, so you wouldn't miss anything. Is that so? Tampering with a crime scene can be a serious offense, you know. But it wasn't tampering, it was assisting. I know about standard procedure, so I just, went ahead and did it for you. That's all it was, huh? Lying to an authority of the law is also quite an offense. Okay. I took his stuff because it would have been amazing promo material. You can't blame me for trying to fabricate a viral sensation, detective. And besides, what if he had been stabbed and I needed to stop the bleeding? That logic doesn't even... You know what? I've got other things to discuss with you, and then I'll be on my way. Whatever you need, detective. Podcaster suspicious. My god, I love the demo for this game. How is the game going? Welcome. It's going really well so far. We're right at the beginning and it's already fantastic. I've only interrogated 3 suspects. But it's going good. Here's our murder victim. She's saying he fell from the balcony. It's quite interesting. Podcaster's already criminal. Tampering with the evidence. To fabricate things for your podcast. Things you do for likes and views. Alright, this one's the fountain. I'm assuming that's the door I came through. So I don't want to get lost. Let's go this way. Okay. No sense in leaving any stone unturned, or shrub in this case. Just gotta reach a paw in and rustle some leaves. Oh? What's this? Something perched between these branches. It's cold and it feels like... metal? There's only one open end, like a piece of tubing or something. No, it's An empty bullet casing! I need to submit this to evidence. I'm sure it'll turn out to be quite important. A bullet casing? Oh, look at all the lights. Oh my gosh, there's a pig. I can't wait. I love pigs. The plaque reads, On the Essence of Color by Sir Ribert Krokstein von Lilypad de Wort IV. In the nasty world of noir gray, be a crystal of color. The colors are very pretty. I wish I could turn the camera upward. I want to see the ceiling. Okay, nothing in this shrub. But we have a little piggy. Look at him, the tourist. Howdy doody, Detective Rooney. Duty. Already my favorite character. First of all, you're a pig, and I love pigs. My favorite animal. You started with howdy doody, and then you laughed at the fact that you said duty. Beautiful. Please, call me detective. I'm the investigator on this case. How are you holding up with all the commotion? Just tippy-topper, Investicopper. A little worried I'm getting behind on my itinerary, but I'll survive. An itinerary? Are you on vacation? You ding-dang bet I am. A nice long trip like I always wanted to. Just wasn't in the dealer's deck until recent. Call me a regular tourist because I know you gotta plan every stop. You know what they be saying, detective. Failing to plan is like planning to have a good time getting lost. I think we should get to the topic at hand, don't you? Righty-o, don't hold back. Hit me with your best shot. Who are you? I've gone by a lot of names, detective, but what you see is what you get. Just an old free spirit flying through the back half of life. That sounds quite nice, actually. Are you flying with any family? Oh, you really are good at this, huh? You always know what to ask. Of course I got family, a little brother and his sty of piglets. Dear me, does their mother have her hooves full with them? She's practically a sister to me, too. You said you're traveling. Is it difficult to be away from them? It stings the soul, that's for sure, but I try to send a postcard every couple days, and I've collected far too many souvenirs for 'em. When our pop would go out on business trips, he'd always bring the little baubles back with him, so you know I gotta keep the tradition alive. I'm sure the kids love that too. Let's move on with something else for now. Righty-o! Righty-o. Let's see. What do you do? Nowadays, not much. I'll do some odd jobs when I get back from this big old vacation, but past that, no more grind for me. That's a fortunate position to find yourself in. How did you manage that? That's a tough one, Catective. Long story short, my pops was into some particular business, at least until he died. I was a teenager then, and my brother was even younger, so fending for ourselves wasn't much an option. Luckily, Pop's work buddies took us in. When I got a bit older, I took over the operation he left behind. Decade later, we landed a pretty profitable contract, and the rest is history. I see. Did your brother follow along as well? Muddy heavens, no. In fact, that's what kept my eye on the truffle. On the truffle? I didn't want him to get involved. That's admirable. Why don't we talk about something else now? About this business. Now that's a story, and I bet you don't want me to spare even the tiniest detail. Don't be afraid to abridge slightly if necessary. Please. Imagine if it's just like a whole string of metaphors. I'm just yanking your tail. Thing is, there's not much to say. I was a poor piglet told to pick himself up from his bootstraps, and I don't even wear boots. All told, I worked hard, but it was a couple lucky decisions and better company. Right places and left times, you know? I'm nothing if not a storyteller, and a good one at that, but I wouldn't want to put you into a catnap with the details, detective. No manner of details will be enough to distract from the fact that you refuse to answer the question. Or did you truly think I wouldn't realize? Look, Whiskers. Simply put, some of these crowds weren't the most savory, but folks with deep pockets. Pops put us into some circumstances, then went off and oinked. It forced me into decisions I don't like having made. All that's important to know now is, well, I got more curl in my tail these days. Wouldn't make these choices again if I had to. I won't press the issue now, but I hope you understand that if I have a reason to suspect its relevance, I won't have much choice. Oh, I get it. Don't sound so stern, Detective. If you think I'm running from something or into another, rest assured the worst of it already comes with me everywhere. I understand. Let's change topics then. Righty-o. About today's events. You want it, you got it. What were you doing? Let me tell ya, much of the same I'm doing right now, standing on my own two hooves, gazing at all these colors. At least until the podcaster came through and started asking about my camera. They called it such an old school vibe. What about it was she interested in? I don't know, but she was mighty excited. I let her look it over because I didn't see much harm in that. I took my eyes off it when the argument upstairs started becoming an issue, but she didn't seem shady or nothing. That's when things really started to kick off. Is that so? Let's discuss further then. What happened? A whole lot if you ask me. Well, I guess you are asking me, aren't you? But much of it I wasn't privy to. Those two upstairs were in a bit of a brawl, and one of them shot a gun. Instinctually, I stepped in front of the podcaster, but luckily I didn't think anyone actually got hit. That was when we heard some glass smash in the other room, and the art museum's alarm started blaring. Didn't think this sort of thing would still rile me up, but in that moment, I must have been sweating something fierce, like something splashed my back with a pail of water. I tried to tell the gal to save her own fur, but I don't know, maybe she was more invested than she let on, and I wasn't gonna carry her out. When I got to the foyer, the artist was already arguing with the curator about letting us out. I guess the alarm put everything in total lockdown. And I don't blame a single feather on them. They didn't know what was what. They just told us to stand by and wait for the police. Not my favorite gang to deal with, but I sat tight, and that's about all she wrote. Understood. But I think I have more questions. Radio. Sorry, I clicked too fast. Additional details. Let's dance. About your camera. Oh, this old thing, it's been my trusty companion for ages. Been through some bumps and bruises, but nothing a good buff can't fix. Had a hearty crash today, didn't we, buddy? You didn't mention that in your testimony. What happened? Didn't I? I thought I told you I let the podcaster look it over, right? When everything started to go sideways, the gunshot probably spooked her and she dropped it. A real clatter, too. Second biggest of the day, maybe. I don't want to ignore the obvious issue here, so why do you have a camera in here anyway? Surely the museum's policies would forbid it. Oh, don't worry, Detective. I had it all cleared with the curator. They said it was fine as long as I didn't take any photos. There isn't even any film in here. I guess that makes sense. I think I have a few more talking points if you wouldn't mind. I guess that's all I can ask. Okay. Let's leave. He seems fine. I don't think there's anything weird or suspicious about him. But it does look like I have... This thing was circled. Why? Oh, the guard. Okay, well, everyone's testimony's in here. I get it. Okay. So I haven't met the artist, the critic. This is the curator. Sell off... The motive would be to sell off the rare gemstone in an insurance fraud or embezzlement scheme. That is a good motive. I hope the pig is innocent. I hope so. Can you not take photos in a museum? Some museums, they don't let you because flash photography isn't allowed. Because it'll hurt the art. I feel like... I mean, I guess with that camera, because it'll have a flash. I don't know, there's some museums that don't let you take any photos at all. The curator seems chill to me. Prior to the incident, they were welcoming guests into the museum alongside the guard. When an argument began upstairs, they told the guard not to make a scene and let it handle itself. Although when it escalated far enough that a gun was fired, they ran from the foyer. I don't know. Doing the pig voice really brought out my Texas. The foyer. The curator went to check on the guide in the sculpture exhibit. The guide wasn't there, but the guard had found her in antiquities, stunned and unmoving, and called for the curator to come quick. Their efforts to get the guide to come come to weren't working, and when the alarm sounded, the guide snapped to and told them to call the authorities immediately. The curator rushed back into the foyer, where the tourist and the artist insisted they release the museum's lockdown. Without knowing who was the real culprit, the curator refused to let anyone leave and called the authorities to come sort it out. Didn't know that. I haven't been to a museum in forever. They usually, like, let you know. Like, they'll have a sign up if you can or can't take pictures. Texted Nina's back. Yeehaw. The guard, who I also hope is innocent. Possible motive, create an unsolvable mystery, a perfect crime to promote the museum. It did seem suspicious. Prior to the incident, they were welcoming guests into the museum and charging admission alongside the curator. When an argument began upstairs, he was told by the curator to let it handle itself and not make a scene. However, when a gunshot was heard, he stormed off into and through the courtyard towards the shocking sound. Now, in the antiquities exhibit, he discovered the guide was locked in place, stunned. He called the curator to come check on her. Just as he began to continue his pursuit, the sound of glass shattering and the museum's alarm diverted him into the natural history exhibit. He arrived at the exhibit at the same time as the podcaster, who, upon questioning, didn't seem to know much about what had happened. Now, she said he came in after her. Ah, I see. That makes sense. I could give him the benefit of the doubt, but by the podcaster's account, that just doesn't line up. I can't think of an obvious reason he would lie, but it would be best if I asked him directly. Alright, let's see what he has to say about that. Where were you actually? Aye, aye, detective, what can I do for you? Let's start with a few questions, if you don't mind. Alright, let's ask about the podcaster. You saw her in the natural history exhibit. Did you suspect that she could have stolen it then? Initially I did, yes, but she was quick to explain to herself that, and it all made sense to me. She told me she had come from the courtyard just a moment prior in response to the sound of breaking glass and a loud thud. That would have been the gemstone being stolen and the victim falling from above. Considering the timeline, there wasn't much she could have gotten up to. I hate to break it to you, but she did have a few moments before you arrived. Not enough to steal the jewel, of course, but she did steal the victim's belongings. Oh no, you don't say! Oh man, I knew I should have been more strict with her. I was just so concerned with calling the police and getting things under control. While your motives were understandable, this could have been avoided with a bit more diligence. Yeah, sounds familiar, detective. I'm sorry about that. And thankful you're setting things right. I'm working on it, at least. Let's run through a few more questions, shall we? I think that's all we got there. I think that, cleared up all these questions. We haven't found the guide, the old-timer. Oh, there's something I'm missing from the podcaster. Two things I'm missing from the podcaster. And the punk. The victim. And also the tourist. The tourist. Something missing there. Okay. Let's see what else we have. The plaque reads, Semi-Colored Vase by Ai Weiwei. You think he dipped the vase in paint or just drizzled it on top? You know, I should have eaten before arriving to the scene. The plaque reads, The Sheaf by Henri Maflis. I'm going to assume a sheaf is some sort of shrubbery, at the very least, a leafy plant of some kind. A sheaf. The plaque reads Grey on Blue by Mark Ratko. The deeper meaning of this one is beyond me, but in a good way. Makes me feel something. The plaque reads Vase with 15 Sunflowers by Vincent van Girafo. Girafo. To think that he would go so far as to cut off one of his own ossicones. Is that what you call the giraffe horn things? If only he knew how prolific his art would become. The plaque reads, Mademoiselle Orangutani. Orangutani by Constantine Crancusi. The expression of this piece is so complex. Notes of anger, hints of boredom, a dash of really need to itch my nose, and so many more. It's a vent over here. I feel like that's like the criminal gateway. The plaque reads The Best Friend of Man by Renee Maparakit. Maparakit. A bowler hat, huh? Not many can make that work. Believe me, I've tried. Oh. The plaque reads Water Off the Back of a Duck's Neck by Jean-Michel Basquiat. An excellent and harrowing representation of the web-footed condition. Basquiat. The plaque reads Nighthawks by Edward Hopper. What I would give to sit alone at the dustiest bar in town, just staring at a half-empty glass of the finest aged milk. Well, you know what the milk did to you last time, though. The plaque reads Calf with a Pearl Earring by Johann Vermeerkat. Detective's dialogue sprite is how I think I look in-game. In-game sprite is how I actually look, right? I'm like, are they the same person? Because look at that cutie patootie. And then this is serious business over here. Absolutely. You'd think the large ears would be distracting, but the earring still really draws the eye. Okay, let's head this way. What an unforgettable painting. Alright, we have... I think, because this is those 3 doors that lead in here. Oh no, it's not. Where do the other doors lead? They all had fountains over them. I assumed it led to the same room. Oh, this goes upstairs. Upstairs fountain room. The balcony. Courtyard exhibit. Ah, see? Now I can see the gems. I was like, I want to look at the ceiling. I didn't realize I could just come up here and look at it. The plaque reads The Creation of Fido by Michael... I want to say... Michael Flamingo. It's Flamingo. But Michael Flamingo. Gello. I love when games try to do something cute like that, but it's so hard to read out loud. Like, I understand what the pun was, but there's no way I can pronounce that word that you just made up. Vermeerkat is so good. Considering the artist could fly, the chapel paintings he did are a bit less impressive. Because he's a flamingo. Some of the puns are better than others, I agree. The plaque reads Portrait of Adele Bloch-Behr by Gustav Klimt. Oh gosh, this one kind of hurts my eyes. Okay. I feel like some of the pet puns are for written, not for speaking. I know. They didn't anticipate that I was going to read every single word out loud. The plaque reads American Diary by Grant Woodpecker. That says dairy, by the way. American Dairy. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. American Dairy, because they're cows. As a city-dwelling feline, I never fancied the life of a barn cat, and considering the expression on their faces, I'm not missing much. Oh my gosh, there's blood on the ground. Uh-oh. Blood or paint? Blood or paint? I'm listening to Strim and fishing in Animal Crossing. Double the puns! I love that. Good combo. The plaque reads Le Lapin by Edward Degas. Wow, they can really dance. They sure can. The plaque reads Composition 7 by Vasily Kangurinsky. He's the only artist that can perfectly capture the mystique of a grand piano falling from the window and onto the sidewalk. Blood or Paint seems like a fun game too. Which one is it? Blood or Cake? It's the new, Is It Cake? Is it Cake? That's so yesteryear. This is it Blood or Paint? The plaque reads The Tower of Bleatle by Peter Brugoat. Mother Goose may have struck the tower as it reached the sky, and yet upon our earthly wings we fly. Alright, can I look at the blood? Another shocking aspect to the case unfolding in front of us. This is where the blood trail begins, considering the impact on the wall. If this is where the two guests fought, that impact is a likely result. And with enough force, that would explain the crooked painting. Whatever happened, it's clear the conflict continued onward, but I'll have to keep investigating to learn more. The plaque reads The Hatching of Venus by Sandro Bonobocelli. The legend says that she was born from a giant scallop shell, but for avian folk, I suppose that's not terribly far off from the typical egg. I guess that's true. The plaque reads Two Deers Within Me by Frida Kahlo. Get it? Doe. I never knew deer folk could do something like this anatomically. Oh, no, wait, it's symbolic. That's on me. Like, interesting. It's not real. The plaque reads The Mare Lisa by Leonardo da Viper. I don't want a promise. I want Arsene Lupus here as a prisoner with handcuffs on him in a week. I love that old movie. One of the few our feline family had, and I loved every minute of it. The plaque reads Wolf Above the Sea of Fog by Caspar Darwin Frogrich. Such a mysterious figure. What is he contemplating? What tortures his melodramatic soul? I long to know. I'm glad he's getting his art fill today. The plaque reads Marilinks Diptych by Andy Warthog. My mom was always such a fan of Marilinks. On special occasions, she would even get spots painted into her fur. Aw, that's so cute. Alright, I've looked at all the paintings up here. That should just take me back downstairs. What's on the top part of where the victim fell? This is where, see? This is clearly important to our case, so what should I investigate? The placard. The plaque reads Miniature Maui Statue, circa 1300. Another victim in this odd culmination of crimes, unfortunately. Let's see, the crime scene. The blood trail leads here and over the edge of the balcony. It's dashed across the exhibit podium as well. The podium looks like it's been pushed askew as well, and the art piece is missing. Stanchions are unlatched, presumably by force considering the perilous angle. The victim is visible, lying on the floor below. They were likely disoriented and stumbled backwards to their demise. That's all there is to find, for now at least. The plaque reads Pteranodon skeleton of the Cretaceous period. You're trying to tell me this isn't a pterodactyl? What's next? That they had feathers? Ridiculous. The plaque reads, Ammonoid fossil discovered in Northern Europe. Ah, yes, the golden ratio. The Fibonacci sequence, logarithmic spiral, Lord Helix, a universal constant immortalized in stone. This air duct has been witness to some pivotal moments of the evening, huh? Are you the culprit, air duct? The plaque reads our solar system for illustrative purposes only, not to scale. If this really was built to scale, Jupiter would probably be on the other side of town. Way past my office, I bet. Look at the solar system. The plaque reads, Taurus figurine discovered in Northern Europe and Asia. Am I blushing? I feel like I'm blushing. Your udders are out. The plaque reads, Tylosaurus skeleton of the Cretaceous period. It's because of terrifying creatures like this that I'll never get into the ocean. No, it's not all about all the water, so don't even ask. I know I'm a cat, but water's fine. Free the udder. That was so funny. Okay, so that's the balcony part. Obviously a lot of clues as to what happened. Clearly he was pushed. Or maybe I'm assuming. Let's see this way. Oh, we got 2 suspects in here, but obviously I gotta look at all the artwork first. I'm really enjoying the art. The plaque reads Stone Swirl by an unknown artist. I could see why they wanted to be left anonymous. The plaque reads Gold Blindfold on Marble Bust by an unknown artist. A man with golden eyes. Is this a reference to that spy thriller? I'm babooned. James Babooned. What a classic. Babooned? The plaque reads, In Pursuit of Wings by an unknown artist. How much of ourselves we relinquish in pursuit of our desires. Oh, I know this plight well, don't I? The plaque reads, Vertical Constellation with Blob by Alexander Calabander. Oh, I see it! It's a whale! Or is it a lion? Maybe, actually, I don't see anything. The plaque reads, Mammony Longlegs by Louise Bourgeois. Even small and behind glass, I can feel my fur standing straight up. The plaque reads Nostalgia on Cathode Ray Tube by Hayao Miyazebra. Hey, I get that reference. Oh, I know that one too. Wait, and that one. Look how cute. Adorbs. The plaque reads Petals of Metal, circa 1900. An old friend from New Pork City has something like this hanging in his flat. It looked a bit tacky there, too. Didn't realize the detective was such an art critic. The plaque reads Metal Angles by an unknown artist. This looks like they dropped a bunch of cutlery in the garbage disposal, and that is a compliment. The plaque reads Balloon Dog by Jeff Raccoons. I shouldn't get too close. I was never declawed. Alright, who are you? The guide. Greetings, detective. Boy, am I glad you're here. Glad to be here, although not necessarily under these circumstances. Happy to help nonetheless. Unfortunately, I don't think I am going to be much help. I'm a bit of an anxious rabbit, you see. Oh, that's okay. We can work through it slowly with whatever information we have. Oh, that's quite a relief. I know a lot about being a guide, but I'm afraid I just don't hold up under pressure. It is what it is, right? Of course, I'll need to ask a lot of questions. I can't leave any stone unturned, but let me know if it becomes too much. That sounds like a great plan, detective. Great, let's get to it if you're ready. Sure thing, detective. Who are you? Gosh, I don't tend to talk about myself much. After a few years, I'm still the museum's newest employee, and I've been into art history for a long time. Interesting. And how do you spend your free time? Oh, nothing super exciting. I have a sweet tooth, so I bake a bunch. Enjoy a good period drama. I read when I can. What else? Considering your line of work, you never pursued the arts? Gosh, no. I mean, did I try watercolor once or twice? Yeah, but it was bad. Bad. Don't get me started on the charcoals and oil pastels I have sitting in my closet, a bit of an impulse. Obviously, I still study art a lot, but no, never really felt like making much. It's definitely not for everyone, including myself. Should we change the topic then? Sure thing, detective. What do you do? I'm the current leader of education and guest relations here at the museum. If visitors have questions or they want a tour, I'm their bunny. Aside from that, I am also the youngest member of the team, so I try to manage our marketing and outreach. The curator and the guard don't really understand social media, you know? Nowadays, though, that's my least favorite part of the job. The internet can be a cruel place. I don't envy you in the least. Folks make fair points, like about our exhibits, but they don't really understand how any of it works. They don't like that we keep art from cultures that aren't ours, and I don't disagree with them. But lots of people might never be exposed to those other cultures if we didn't. I don't know. It's complicated. Most of the world is these days. Why don't we discuss another point? Sure thing, detective. What did you do before? Just the most soul-draining corporate office work. I went to school for business, whatever that means. In retrospect, it felt like a bit of a scam. It's not like I was passionate about any of it, but it was safe, or so they said. Are you passionate about what you do now? Absolutely, I wouldn't change a thing, at least no major thing, right? But sure, there are bigger museums and better pay, but I used to think about that kind of thing way too much. I like the people here. I trust them and they appreciate me. I get to inspire people's passions. Can't ask for more than that, I suppose. I do want to ask some more questions, though, if that's okay. About today's events. I'll try my best. What were you doing? Before everything started to unravel, I was going about a normal day's business. More specifically, I was answering questions and offering tours to the various guests, but with varying success. That's not totally weird or anything, but the critic was the first to really engage at all. He had some questions about a sculpture, but then he started questioning my qualifications. Any particular reason for the change in topic? Maybe it was a distraction. We could overhear the old-timer shouting upstairs, and eventually he went upstairs to go check on him anyways. I figured it would diffuse itself and they'd come back down, so I went to Antiquities hoping it could escort them out for causing trouble. That didn't go as planned, unfortunately. I can see that. How about we discuss what happened next? Sure thing. Whoopsie doodles. I meant to... Today's events. What happened? Honestly, it all felt very sudden. I don't even really remember what happened. After everything had sort of resolved or calmed down, the curator said someone had shot a gun in the museum. That seems like a pretty difficult detail to miss with how loud it would be against all these marble walls. Huh, yeah, the noise. I think that's what sent me into shock. The next thing I remember was the curator's voice breaking through this haze. They were trying to get me to do my breathing exercises, and when I was responsive enough, they left to call the police. But I keep thinking that if the curator hadn't prioritized me, maybe the diamond wouldn't have been stolen. You shouldn't feel guilty. It's natural the curator would be concerned for you, especially over some priceless rock. A rock that, as far as we know, is still around here somewhere, and I'll find it. I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, detective. Don't worry about it. Let's talk about something else. I think that was actually all I had to ask. Now there is somebody else in here. Did I look at... No, I didn't look at this. I've never been a big gourd fan. Are they supposed to look this diseased? Gourd. Oh, the student. Hello? Greetings, I'm the detective from Feline Forensics. Well, don't let me get in your way. Oh, I'm actually here for you. What? I'm innocent, I swear. I meant I'm here to talk to you. Some simple questions, really. There's no need to be so nervous, unless You have a reason to be nervous? I'm innocent! I swear! Oh, no, I was just making a joke, trying to break the tension. I've been told I'm very dry, so please accept my apologies. It's okay, I accept. Thank you for questioning me, and please go about your duties. I will stay out of your way. I appreciate that, thank you. If I have any... Wait, I haven't asked you any questions yet. Aw, rats, I didn't think you'd realize. Fine, go ahead. It appears we're playing a game of... No, I shan't say it. Maybe. I hate talking about myself. We really shouldn't. Who are you? Oh, you don't care about that, detective. I'm just a little mouse, nothing special, and like I said, also super innocent. I'm sure you are, so you wouldn't mind if I searched your backpack, for instance? Oh, why would you need to do that? I haven't stolen anything and put it in my backpack, if that's what you think. Huh, I was just kidding again. Why did you come to the museum today? I came here for a date, okay? And they stood me up. Is that what you want me to say? Don't you know how hard it is these days with the apps and the mixers and the socializing and the being attractive? Not to mention the texting and the flirting and the leaving the house. Oh, don't get me started on having to go outside. It's dreadful, detective. It's terrible. The only silver lining is that you can find places like this that are free to get stood up. Imagine having to pay for that type of embarrassment. Wait. Actually, never mind. My apologies. I'm sure there's another topic we can discuss instead. Poor mouse. It's like, you have to go outside, and then you get stood up. 10 out of 10 voice acting. Why, thank you. I relate to this mouse. He's just so nervous. He's innocent. I know he's innocent. But he's so nervous. Okay, detective, you say so. I hate talking about myself. Alright, what do you do? As in, what do you do for work? How do you make a living? I don't really make a living. I'm kind of unmaking a living, getting further and further in debt. Couldn't you tell from my distinct lack of sleep? I'm a student. Oh, I see. What are you studying? Game design. For the creativity of it, you know? And obviously, the money. There's no denying that the tech industry is booming. It's just gonna keep growing and growing. Line go up. Couldn't ask for more fantastic working conditions, too. It's incredibly accessible, historically inclusive, diversity off the charts. I don't... Stability? Look no further. Problematic behavior and business practice? Not here. Literally nothing to complain about. Not a thing at all. Actually, why don't we talk about something else? Okay. About today's events. Is that important? I don't think it is. Let's not do that. What were you doing? How far back should I go? I came in a few hours ago and started going through a few exhibits. You can skip ahead slightly. Right, of course, totally. Well, I got to the natural history exhibit after a bit and started admiring all the artwork there. I could overhear what sounded kind of like an argument. I didn't give it much thought, minding my own business, and it started to get more intense. It didn't take long to realize it had escalated further than it should have. Everything spun out of control from there. I see. We should go over those details as well. Okay, if you say so. What happened? I couldn't tell what it was about, but I heard the argument upstairs was beginning to get physical. Bad things just kinda happen randomly nowadays, and better not take any chances, you know? I got to the foyer, and that's when my suspicions were solidified. The sound of a gunshot. I pounced toward the door, and as I reached for the handle, the place went into total lockdown. I was scared, detective. I felt cornered, trapped. I did the only thing I could think of. I retreated into the sculpture gallery to hide until things calmed down. I almost knocked over one of the sculptures in my haste. Thankfully, it wasn't too long until everything seemed under control again. As in control as it could be, I suppose. Let's change the topic, alright? Alright, I think that's all we can ask. He's innocent. Well, now I don't want any of them to be guilty. The curator was the least funny. Let's blame her. The curator's, yeah, she's just doing her job. She's like, I don't know. Solve it. Find the gem. Okay, let's go to this exhibit. This is the fine art exhibit upstairs. Oh, we got some fancy pantses up here. True, the punk did it to themselves. Everyone not guilty. That's the final verdict. Don't arrest anybody. The plaque reads, a Sunday afternoon on the island of La Velue, Jat by Georges Chibat. Georges Chibat? You just don't see this level of decorum these days. Not since. If we don't find an off-kilter sculpture, we have our mouse cornered. It's true. The plaque reads composition with dark gray, lighter gray, white, and yellow by Piet Mandrial. Some might argue that this, in its simplicity, isn't real art, and I am not some people. Amen. The plaque reads, Love is in the Litter by Banksby. Banksby. Art isn't in the paper or the paint. It's in the little shredder inside the frame, I think. The plaque reads, Mostly Gray Kana by Georgia O'Beef. Something about this seems mildly inappropriate. Georgia O'Beef, how could you? The plaque reads, Man's Best Buddies by Keith Haring. Look at these two normal friends with no implications at all. Yeah, right. I need to have catnip for brains to think something that outrageous. The plaque reads, Lake Contours Hakone by Hero Sheep. I hope to see the other 52 works by this artist someday. A bit strange they would be split up the collection at all, honestly. The plaque reads The Temptation of Saint Bernard by Salvador Collie. It's like Labrador, but Salvador Collie. What was it about very tall elephants potentially stomping on him that was so tempting for Saint Bernard? Actually, I think I get it. The plaque reads Head of a Sheep by Pablo Picassowary. The dichotomy of Ram and you inside us all. It's exquisite. The plaque reads The Water Lily Pond by Claude Monet. Get it? Like nay. Reminds me of my days as a kitten when love was in the air. Oh, how I miss you. We got some good artwork in here. I kind of want to go talk to this fancy guy. That guy's also fancy, but this one has a mustache. Well, I need a sip of water before I have to keep reading. Whew. I say, what matter of drab fashion is approaching me? It would be me. The mustache. It's like so thin in the like in-game photo versus the little talking head. He's got like a fuller mustache there. I say, what matter of drab fashion? I'm the detective sent to investigate the series of unfortunate incidents. Heavens, you should speak to your department about acquiring better uniforms. This is not a uniform, it's just one of my suits. Are you to imply that these are your actual clothes that you purchased With money? Willingly? I would appreciate if we could get to the questioning now, please. Ha! Oh, relax, I'm a bit of a critic, and I'll do my best not to get in your way. I'll likely take a few jabs at you, though. How could I not with those shoulder pads? What? But no, seriously, I'm on your side here. Don't worry about it, you know. Let's just get started, shall we? If you must, don't let me stop you. Personal questions. Usually I charge for this sort of service. Who are you? I'm a collector, I'm a connoisseur, some would call me a cultural innovator, but that title is just far too garish, even if it is entirely true. And this is what brought you to the museum today? There are wonderful pieces here that I would love to call my own, but no, I'm not making any purchases. My accountant would like that very much. Correct me if I'm wrong, but exhibits at a museum aren't usually for sale. Ha! Spoken like a true member of the middle class. Everything is for sale when you have enough money. Am I to assume this applies to you? I've written for the most prestigious organizations. These scales have rubbed against the best of them. You should consider yourself blessed I'm not more offended that you would even ask who I am. Then why don't I ask a different question instead? If you must, don't let me stop you. Do you have a family? A traditional family, no, but I have someone close to me, if that's what you mean. Would you not consider them family? I would, but that partnership was founded in a different time, and unfortunately there are still many similarities between now and then. Besides, when you've become larger than yourself and people believe you are only how they sculpted you, there's lot to lose if you betray their perception. If I am to interpret your meaning, isn't the artistic industry quite progressive? For an artist at his easel, yes. For a writer at her typewriter, yes. For a musician with their instrument, yes. But for any of them to need to live, to eat, to succeed, they must be ruled by money. And the people with money far above even my station, they do not understand the meaning of progress. So no, I suppose I don't have much family. Most of us can't afford to. Sorry to hear that. Would you mind if I asked you another question? About the museum. Why did you decide to visit it today? Oh, the curator practically begged me to come and write about it in one of my columns. I visited before many years ago, and the article I wrote back then was an unbelievable success. Although considering the terrible fate before us, I don't know that anything I write will speak highly enough. You mean the murder-turned-museum heist? Is that it? Ha! No, detective. I'm talking about irrelevancy. And worse yet, the curator has resorted to committing the cardinal sin, the display of counterfeit art. It's just painful. What do you mean? That would be quite the accusation. They're duplicates. Simple as that. How else could one acquire such a diverse catalog? In fact, I've already noticed two, and well, when there's two, there must be a third. That's just proper writing, detective. Right, well, let's carry on, yes? About today's events. I'll give you this one for free, detective. What were you doing? As you do in a museum, I was taking my jolly good time looking over the many exhibits alongside the old-timer. When we made our way into the sculpture, I decided to strike up a conversation with the guide. Of course, I can't resist an experiment discussion. The old-timer has far less patience for that sort of gallivanting, so he took off upstairs. Perhaps I shouldn't have let him off on his own. I don't know what it was that they argued about, but it must have struck a nerve. I think that's when our evening started to go south. Is that so? I've got more questions then. What happened? There isn't much for me to say on the topic, but I suppose it began with the old-timer's argument upstairs. It sounded like he was in the fine art gallery. I started moving that way, but when I was just about there, I heard a blunt slam. I had hoped that the argument didn't turn violent, but I was quickly losing faith in that theory. Before I knew it, there was that wretched bang. A gunshot, with glass shattering not long after. I was concerned for the well-being of the old-timer, so I continued outward toward the balcony after him, but then the brawl had concluded. The old-timer was clearly worn out, he was breathing heavily, and had a couple scrapes, but he seemed okay. I shuffled him back into the fine art gallery and tried to ignore the rest of the cacophony below. It calmed down soon after, but now you're here. Yes, here I am. Why don't we continue that investigation, shall we? If you must. Alright, that's all I got. Gators or crocodiles have no fur. What is your mustache made of, sir? I know. It's fake. It has to be, right? I guess I can talk to this guy. Oh, the old timer. The old timer. Hello? Yes, hello, I'm the... Yeah, I know who you are. Fantastic, then let's get started. Well, I'm waiting on you. Get started. Then I'll finally get home. Standing on these floors is killer for an old-timer like me. There's a bench just over there if you... I don't need a seat. You think I need some handout from you? Do you know who I am? I didn't mean to offend. I just... Look, detective, get to the interrogation or whatever you have to do so I can get out of here. Fine, yes, a wonderful idea. Let's do just that. How much longer is this gonna take? Personal questions. This some kind of interview? Who are you? You really have to ask, huh? Tells me everything I need to know about you, detective. Well, in this case, I'm the one who needs to know, so why don't you answer the question anyway? I'm a retiree of the art world, from back when folks respected the craft. I saw success beyond my wildest dreams. I was in galleries, exhibitions, auctions for rates higher than you or your kittens would see in an entire lifetime. Point is, I was at the top and I wasn't making way for nobody. You had to be cutthroat back then. Don't even get me started on all this crowdfunding. Sir, I don't think... Ugh. For what reason did you step down from such a high pedestal? Couldn't keep up. Is that what you want to hear? My hands started going first, and then, well, I quit while I was ahead. I see. Well, then let's change the topic. How much longer is this gonna take? What do you do? What kind of question is that? Are you one of them half-rate gumshoes, detective? That's an offensive... In my advanced age, I don't have much of anything, and with my advanced wealth, I don't have to. That's what it means to be retired, not that you would know. I might do some consulting from time to time or attend an event, but all that chasing tail, that's for the young pups. After everything I've given to the art world, I keep on giving. What do you think about that, huh? Good for... You wouldn't get it, so maybe start asking some questions with answers you can actually use. What a fantastic idea. Let's do that. Let's talk about the museum. What about it? Despite a few amateur missteps, it's a respectable institution. And what would you consider a misstep? Don't get me started on how much modern garbage they have on display these days. I understand art can't be entirely without business, but there's lines you just don't cross. And betraying the greats by hanging their most prestigious pieces next to these finger painters, that's across the line. Did you ever have any of your pieces on display here in the museum? That's a leading question, detective. Don't believe for a second I don't see what you're trying to do. If you must know, even at my peak, no, the curator refused to exhibit any of my works. I had plenty of other exhibitions, and we've always been on good terms. I don't hold it against them. So don't leave this conversation thinking I've got some sort of vendetta. That would be a ridiculous notion, wouldn't it? Maybe I should ask a different question instead. About today's events. Yeah, get on with it. What were you doing? Am I outspoken, detective? Are you answering my question with a question? The answer is no. I am resolute, firm in my opinions, because I know they're correct. I still have yet to see how this ends. There I was with the critic. We were looking over the various pieces of the sculpture gallery. The critic wanted to discuss with the guide, so I let them be, made my way upstairs into fine art. That's when I saw him. All these disgraceful misuses of canvas, and the punk that followed soon after looking for a fight. He must have seen me wrinkle my nose at some painting, and well, he didn't know what tree he was barking up. Huh. And what tree was that? An old wizened willow detective, one that weeps for the way things used to be. Back in my day. Intriguing, to say the least. I believe I have some more questions then. About today's events, what happened? Of course I remember it like it was yesterday. Because it was today! I gotcha, didn't I, detective? In fact, it was about an hour ago. How could I forget? I'm old, but I ain't that old. That punk wanted to yank my tail, but when I barked back, he must have got scared, pulled a gun on me. Always knew I had some bite left, and we got into a real scuffle. Took us out onto the courtyard balcony. He threw me into a wall. I swung back at him. He tried to take me out, but his aim was bad. Missed by a mile. Must have been new to it, too. The kickback gave me a chance to disarm him, and then he ran off. The critic came to check on me soon after. I told him I was fine, unscathed in fact. Then the alarm went off, but I didn't have anything to do with that. Well, I'm glad you're alright. Let's discuss something else. I think that's it. Alright, where have we not gone? He was a little grouchy. I don't know. Bad vibes. That goes back down that way. Ooh, antiquities. I already like whoever that is. Strange Candy, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. What are you doing? What are you doing? How are you doing? What's going on? Sorry, I was just checking something. Okay, we're good. Good Atama, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. What's going on? How is it hanging? It's hanging. We're playing Feline Forensics and the Meowseum Mystery. We have some really, really cool suspects we're interrogating. I haven't looked at like any of these things. Let's maybe do like a little recap-y. We're missing the artist, who I think is that frog in this room, but everybody else we've talked to, these are all of our people. The critic's motive could be add the priceless gemstone to his precious personal collection. I'm avoiding thinking about mergers, really. I miss that you started stream earlier. We did start a little bit earlier today. Stardy looks so adorable, and I've never heard about it before. I'm here for it. It's so, so cute. The writing is very funny. It's fantastic so far. So the critic could be wanting that gemstone, and that maybe would be why he would steal it. Arrived at the museum intending to write and publish a critique by request of the curator with the old-timer as a guest perspective on the article. Began discussing the various pieces in the sculpture exhibit with the guide. Overhearing the old-timer in a heated disagreement upstairs, he left the guide to go investigate and likely defuse the situation. When he arrived at the top of the stairs into the fine art gallery, he heard the sound of someone being slammed against the wall. He hurriedly continued toward the courtyard balcony when a gun was fired with a cacophonous bang. Finally on the scene, it seemed the struggle had just concluded. He rushed to the side of the old-timer to make sure they were okay. He took the old-timer back into the fine art gallery to sit them down and recover before getting their stories straight. Alright, we read about the curator, the guard, the guide we also just met. The guide's motive could be to donate the precious jewel to a greater humanitarian cause. I mean, if the guide's guilty, I think we just let him go, right? That's such a nice motive. Throughout the day, she attempted to offer tours to the various guests, but to no avail, although she said this wasn't unusual. That being said, when the critic arrived, he investigated an intellectual conversation with the guide that felt more like a challenge than a well-spirited debate. However, overhearing the old-timer in a heated argument upstairs, the critic decided to go investigate. She didn't refuse. When he left, the guide followed towards antiquities with the intent to ask the belligerent pair to leave when they came back down. Moments later, the horrifying sound of a gunshot rang throughout the museum, leaving the guide paralyzed in anxious fear. The curator discovered the guide in this stunned state and attempted to rouse her. Unsuccessful in doing so, the curator left the guide prioritizing the museum and went to call the authorities from the foyer. And then we met the old-timer, too. Is the guide the next Robin Hood or Indiana Jones with that motive? I know, like, if they're guilty, let them be. Ain't no place for nice in the cutthroat art business. Hope the guide enjoys prison lettuce. Wait, I think it's a good motive. The old-timer's motive would be to undermine the museum's reputation in revenge for betraying the golden age of art, because it's not like how it was back in his day, you know? Fair enough motive. He's just angry. The old-timer began their trip to the museum by leisurely looking over the various exhibits with the critic until they decided to start challenging the guide. With no interest in the conversation, he went upstairs into the fine art gallery where the punk began to antagonize him with petty comments. He assumed that the punk would back down when met with a bit of opposition, but when he barked at him, the punk pulled out a gun. The two broke into a scuffle that took them from the fine art gallery out to the courtyard balcony where other guests looked on from below. The fight continued to escalate, leading the punk to slam the old-timer into the wall, but he didn't let up. Amidst the struggle, the punk fired the gun, but missed his target. The old-timer then disarmed him with ease. With the punk presumably subdued, the old-timer retreated back to the fine art gallery where he assured the critic that he was perfectly unharmed. Alright, I'm still missing stuff about the podcaster. And then we got more info on the punk now. The poor student. What's the student's motive would be to sell off the precious gemstone to pay off his overwhelming debts. And honestly, if he's guilty, let him pay off his debts. He entered the museum, paid admission, and eventually found his way into the natural history exhibit. He overheard an argument begin upstairs, but didn't think much of it and continued looking at the various exhibits. When it sounded like an argument had escalated to a physical level, he decided to move quickly towards the foyer and leave. It was then that he heard the gunshot, causing him to hesitate at the sound. It was then that the alarm was triggered, locking the door just moments before he could escape. Cornered, fearful, and sensing a greater possible threat, the student retreated into the sculpture exhibit. Now in the sculpture exhibit, the student attempted to hide as he heard the terrible sound of shattering glass. And we are still missing something from the tourist here. The student not guilty. Leave the poor thing alone. They've suffered enough. I know. Poor thing. We also have some items that I haven't looked at. Statue piece. A chunk of stone that was once part of a museum exhibit before being destroyed. A fragment of an art piece carved from stone and depicting the facial structure of an ancient species. It's believed that the largest versions were used as symbolic and ritualistic monuments, Despite their durability, there are not many still in existence, especially at this size, and now, unfortunately, there's one less. We'll examine it closer, provide any deeper insights into what happened. Don't know. I don't know why this is so hard to move. Like, it doesn't... There. Wait. This way. You gotta, like, tap it. It doesn't, like, roll very easily. Can I want to look at that thing right there. Like, doesn't that seem important? There. It's like finding the right angle. Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. While it may have broken further in the fall, it was certainly destroyed prior. This flattened bullet tip certainly makes it seem that way, at least. Now that I've gotten the tip and the casing, where could the actual weapon be hiding? Man, hold on. Let's look at the It seems a bullet struck the piece, breaking it into several segments. This knocked it from the balcony, where it became fractured further. Such a shame. Victim's belongings, a small collection of items that once belonged to the victim prior to his demise. Requisition from the podcaster, it's a fairly normal set of possessions, including a receipt for admission to the museum, a business card, and a bottle of medication. If I want to learn more, I should start by closely examining what I have, then ask around for other insights from various guests. The business card advertises a true crime podcast, presumably given to the victim by the podcaster. What do we have here? Can I look at the piece of paper? Gosh, I wish I knew how it wants you to turn it, because it's so counterintuitive. For some reason, it doesn't turn the way I want it to. Like, does that not look like the thing I'm supposed to look at? Able to listen on Pair Podcast. I feel like the pulsing means that I'm close to finding the thing I'm supposed to be looking at. Maybe I'm supposed to look at this other piece of paper. The receipt? There. Oh, of course, I knew there was something else here. This receipt. Why would he have paid twice? As far as I'm aware, he didn't come in with anyone, right? Since I can't question him directly, I'll have to ask around some more. Okay. The business card advertises a true crime podcast, presumably given to the victim by the podcaster. Oddly, the receipt shows he paid the museum's admission fee twice. Alright, then we have bullet casing and tip, the empty shell and flattened tip of a fired bullet. The casing was found nestled within several branches of the museum courtyard's topiary, while the tip was dislodged from a broken stone pieces of a museum exhibit. Neither has any signifying features other than the caliber, which we can assume from its size means it was fired from a pistol in the courtyard balcony. On the courtyard balcony. However, several factors are still left unknown, like where the weapon ended up. Based on everything I know so far, could I triangulate its most likely hiding spot? Okay, then this has something. So we're saying that the punk entered the museum alone and began touring the various exhibits, but we know that the punk paid twice for admission. So let's get the admission receipt. Ah, I see. That makes sense. As far as I can tell, he did enter alone, but with one extra detail. He paid enough admission for two. Anyone would assume this is just an act of kindness, but can we claim that for certain? Alright, this is our last suspect we haven't spoken to. The artist. Greetings. Hello, I'm the detective tending to this case. I am aware of this. You're from Feline Forensics. Yes, I am. Good, you're familiar. You may ask me a few questions, that is. First of all, how did you know about me? Was it the tie? I tried to go with something more neutral, professional, insightful even. Maybe it's my suit. The shoulders are very padded. Is it the suit? Too private eye? It was not the tie, detective. So, it was the suit. It was also not the suit. I'm just aware of you, generally speaking. Good marketing, perhaps. And besides, I simply prefer to be aware. An artist must observe the world. I hope that proves useful. Let's begin. Whatever it takes, detective. Personal questions. I will provide answers, detective. Who are you? I regret to inform you, detective. Who I am is not important. I am unimportant. In the grand schemes of things, as it pertains to the situation around us, those details will not bring you closer to case closed. Then why don't you humor me? And as if I were asking as a stranger, not the detective. I'm a washed-up failure of a creative amphibian. As soon as I had hands, my parents couldn't keep enough paper in the house. I hoarded every marker and paint I could find. Clay was my best friend. My imagination was insatiable, so I didn't have time for anyone or anything else. That doesn't sound like a failure to me. Insatiable may beget experience, but it does not equate to talent. Is that a sufficient answer, Detective? Indeed. I hope you don't mind answering some other questions for me. What do you do? Since my art career became an artifact of the past, I found myself in several professions. Nowadays, I work under a contract agency. They have me doing temporary work placements. Many placements are undesirable, unfortunately, but it pays the bills and I can keep a fair bit of time to myself. Do you still create art in that time? Yes. I don't believe I could ever truly give it up, but inspiration strikes less frequently. That's why I've decided to come to the museum today. And did you find something inspiring? I believe I have, but time will tell. The paint must dry, as they say. They do say that, don't they? On the next question, then. Whatever it takes. About all that paint. I'm sure you're aware, but why are you so covered in it? This is my favorite coat. Are you suggesting that just because I got some paint on it, that suddenly means it can no longer be a coat? It was a bit cold today. I needed to wear a coat. I am not warm-blooded, Detective. Do you want me to be cold? I didn't say that, no. Besides, it makes the coat more unique. No one in the whole world has this coat but me. I could see the allure in something like that. Would you say you strive to stand out? I think most people do, myself included, and yet I frequently feel invisible. It's as if people just don't see me, even if I'm standing right here. It makes one feel quite lonely, to say the least. Forgotten. My apologies, I believe I've strayed from your inquiry. Don't worry about it, not at all. Shall we discuss another topic? About today's events. I remember them well. What were you doing? I hate to break it to you, but my prior behavior has little impact to the case. I was just wandering around the various exhibits observing. Specifically, I was counting the bones of those hanging skeletons from the Natural History exhibit's balcony. Then again, I did spend some time on the courtyard balcony as well, mesmerized by the pendulum's colorful sway. Considering my proximity to the fine art gallery, I overheard the argument as it began and I departed the upper floor. I've got that all written down now, so thank you. Allow me to ask another question. What happened? Certainly. I'll begin with the argument. I was nearby and didn't want to get involved. By the time I made it to the lower courtyard, I heard the gunshot. Naturally, I attempted to make my way out of the museum entirely, but the guard came hastily through the room and bumped into me. I eventually got through, made my way to the foyer. Unfortunately, the door was already locked down. I imagine it was a result of the alarm being tripped. The museum has a sophisticated security system, it seems. And there wasn't anyone else around? Initially, no. When the tourist arrived from behind me, I told him we were stuck. Even when the curator came back, they refused to open the door. The tourist passionately opposed their decision, but eventually stood down. We waited in our respective exhibits until you arrived. Thank you for your detailed recount. Let's discuss something else. About the guard. When I collected his witness testimony, he neglected to mention anything about bumping into you in the courtyard. That does not surprise me, Detective. Don't you remember what I said before? Even with all this paint, people just don't see me. You did say that, huh? I suppose I didn't quite grasp the severity of it. That's not uncommon either, I assure you. If you have any doubts about my honesty in the situation, I can present my perspective in greater detail. I don't think that'll be necessary. Your testimony is entirely plausible, especially considering the frantic nature of tonight's events. I think I'll move on to some other inquiries for now. Whatever it takes, Detective. Alright. I like the artist. What a cutie. The plaque reads Ceremonial Mass circa 1880. While it's nice to see the representation, it does beg the question of why all these cultural monuments are stuck in a Philadelphian museum. The plaque reads Sarcophagus of Tutankhamun, circa 1325 BC. Despite being the youngest puppy pharaoh, he was still a big cat fan. Who could blame him? The plaque reads Nataraja circa 900. I remember visiting some distant family when I was a kitten. My father took me to a temple with a statue like this. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. The plaque reads Rabbits of the Court in the Garden, circa 1700. Asking the real questions, detectives. He's like, why are these in this museum? It's like I can hear the cicadas buzzing all around me and the clunking of that little bamboo fountain thing, too. The plaque reads Terracotta Tiger, circa 210 BC. This is just one warrior immortalized in clay, but historians believe over 8,000 exist. I watched a documentary that was very educational until they said they'd wake up and take over the planet for their alien overlords. The plaque reads Corinthian black spotted pottery, circa 600 BC. The Greeks truly had a way of life. Very smelly, I'm sure, but also very sophisticated. The plaque reads Statue of a Small Horus, circa 3000 BC. A classic depiction of my favorite avian god, just very tiny. The plaque reads Rug of Crystal Trading Post, circa 1900. Entirely handmade and still so intricate. A real artistic marvel. The plaque reads Apollo Belvedere, circa 130. The statue depicts him as a horse, a classic example of trying to erase his true oxen heritage. Okay. So, let's look at my... Sorry, not that. Where do I want? I want to look at the people. We have, oh, this thing. When a gunshot was heard, he stormed off into and through the courtyard towards the shocking sound. Well, we had the artist saying differently. The guard didn't move straight through the courtyard. He bumped into the artist on the way. While that might seem minor, the most minor details can turn an entire case upside down. I was trying to see also if I've missed anything. The artist's most motive would be to revolutionize art by turning a famous museum exhibit into a commentary of capitalism. It's a good motive. Prior to the incident, he was counting the bones of the various skeletons from the balcony of the Natural History exhibit. Afterwards, he went to the courtyard balcony and became mesmerized watching the colorful swinging pendulum. When an argument started in the fine art gallery, he decided to head downstairs away from the noise. Now in the courtyard's lower level, a gunshot was heard, sending the guard barreling through the room towards the fight upstairs, and He then continued into the empty foyer in an attempt to leave the now dangerous premises, but found the front door was already on lockdown. Moments later, the tourist rushed in, but he informed him that the door was already on lockdown, leaving him stuck inside. With the alarm blaring, the museum on lockdown, the curator returned to the foyer to call the authorities and told him to stand by until they arrived. Okay, and we read everything about the critic, curator. We cleared up that thing about the guard. Guide, old-timer, podcaster, still some stuff up in the air. The punk, we found out about the 2 admissions. In the fine art gallery, the punk provoked the old-timer with an incendiary comment about classical art, inciting their argument. When the old-timer pressed the punk further in an attempt to get him to back off, the punk brandished a gun. And a physical altercation then broke out between them, leading them onto the courtyard balcony, where the punk slammed the old-timer into the wall. In the continued scuffle, the punk fired his gun but missed his intended target before dropping the weapon as a result of the unexpected recoil. Disoriented, the punk backpedaled toward the balcony of the Natural History exhibit and then over the edge. The fall was fatal. Read about the student and the tourist, also still missing something, but the motive would be to finish one last job for a criminal organization. I don't believe it. Prior to the incident, he was in the courtyard with the podcaster discussing retro photography equipment and techniques. When an altercation broke out on the balcony above, the tourist handed off his camera to the podcaster in order to call out and quell the brawlers. Just as he noticed they were fighting over a gun, it was fired. The tourist made an effort to block the podcaster, who then dropped his camera. A brief moment later, the guard came running into the courtyard, but didn't stop to listen to the tourist explain what was happening. Then something happened here. When it became clear that he had made his way to and over the natural history exhibit balcony, the podcaster returned to the camera and took off towards the punk. He decided to escape, but when he arrived in the foyer, the artist informed him that the alarm had already placed the museum on lockdown. Right. All the fun little tidbits. So here are our leads. Pause for alarm. Guests of the museum did recall hearing an alarm, but I should continue to learn more. While discussing the stolen jewel with the guard, he mentioned a state-of-the-art security system. While circumstantially poor, he was glad to know that it actually worked. How do I... Oh, it's like a... Can I pick this one? My gosh, that laser moves so fast. It's fun to move around, but it feels like I'm... Okay, there we go. The movement while like doing like a very still up and down was very confusing. I got it. Caught on film, when presented with the obvious concerns of camera use in a museum, the tourist denied doing so. While collecting some initial statements, the tourist mentioned an accident with the camera and the podcaster, who was also in the courtyard at the time. I don't want to jump to any conclusions, so I should get the podcaster's side of the story too. Ideally, they'll align perfectly, but I have my doubts. That'll be our next stop, I think, because that's the one that's missing the information. I need to talk to her again. The missing gemstone. It seems the thief took destructive measures to steal the jewel, or did they? Is there a way I could access the security system's data? Maybe not, but it's worth looking into. The curator's primary and only concern was identifying the culprit behind the attempted heist of the incredibly valuable diamond from the museum's Natural History Museum exhibit. Apparently, the museum is equipped with a state-of-the-art security system, which would likely provide more concrete information about what happened here. The murdered guest. Initial investigations have presented quite the complex crime scene, including the victim, a broken display case, several large stone pieces, and one first-hand witness. Embedded within one of the broken statue pieces was the tip of a fired bullet. I've taken the old-timer's initial statements, which included arguments and altercations he had with the victim. Knocked over stanchions and crooked exhibits made a little flourish, made it seem like the victim likely fell from above the scene. As it turns out, the victim did have several things on him, including a receipt when he paid for admission, but why did he pay for two if he came alone? Discarded or perhaps hidden within the courtyard shrubbery was the casing of a bullet. They weren't the most forthcoming, so I should assume there's plenty of details conveniently omitted. I'll need to collect more evidence before I press them further. Then meeting the suspects. The laser moves at light speed. Like, it is like just moving up and down, but it looked like it was moving like, I don't know how to explain it. I got there eventually. My brain just farted out. Meeting our suspects. I should inquire with them for more specific detail, but I also need to speak with everyone else who was present. An interesting pair of eccentric guests, the podcaster and the tourist, may not be entirely what they seem. Not a pair of socialites, the artist and the student each gave off quite odd yet different first impressions. Upon entering the museum, I was greeted by the curator, who gave me an overview of the incident that occurred just hours earlier. The museum doesn't employ more than two people, the guard and the guide, not including the curator, of course. Then snooty and self-indulgent, the critic and the old-timer are quite the duo. It seems they're in attendance together. So they're all, like, kind of paired off. They could have accomplices. Alright, I've looked at all of our items. And then this is the thingy. The thing we have to fill out. Earlier tonight, the something in the something with the something, who surprisingly had a they in the and eventually the from the amidst the chaos someone the from the led by the staff also included the loyal and the knowledgeable. Okay, so I'm thinking staff. The staff included the loyal guard. The guard is very loyal. And the knowledgeable guide, right? Inatama, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Struggle Bus, officially. We struggle through games, we struggle through life. Welcome aboard. The knowledgeable guide. Suspects and witnesses include the eccentric, the bitter, I think the bitter old-timer, because he's like, back in my day, as well as the distinguished critic. Is the critic distinguished? I wonder if the artist is the eccentric one. They also included the anxious student, and the jolly, and the reserved. Oh, see, the reserved could be artist too. Antiquities balcony. So many words. Alarm, artwork, gemstone painting. Stabbed. The podcaster could be Jolly. Speaking of, we should go talk to her. We need to ask her some more questions. It's the fine art exhibit. I gotta get back downstairs. Hey there, detective. I have some questions for you, and please keep all of this between us. Additional details. Only if you subscribe. Just kidding. About the camera. You mean the tourist camera? That thing was like so nice. I wish I could afford one, but they're so vogue right now. Yes, that one. You mentioned looking over it. Did you notice if it had any film? Oh, it must have. Didn't I tell you what happened when I dropped it before? Neither of you mentioned dropping the camera, no. Whoops, silly me. Well, you remember the gunshot, right? Blammo and all that. That didn't bother me at all, I guess. But then with the glass shattering, the alarm went off, and that's what got me. The noise made me jump, and whoop, that was when the camera just dropped right out of my little hands. When it hit the floor, there was a big flash, so it probably took some sort of photo. Of course, I got it back to him all in one piece, and before he even noticed, everything afterwards was pretty much the same as I told you before. Certainly an interesting wrinkle. I may have a few other inquiries to make before I continue investigating this. Like, whatever you need, detective. Hey, sassy detective. Oh, sassy detective. Alright, where is that, the tourist? He's in here. My piggy boy. Yeah. Because I think maybe he threw out the photo, because he's like, there's no film in my camera. Maybe it captured something he didn't want us to see. Private eye, he's watching you. Yes, right, let's get to the topic at hand. Additional details. Let's dance. About your camera. We've been over that already, haven't we, detective? There ain't much more to say. Well, there's one particular detail I think we should go over again. You weren't using the camera at all tonight, correct? Of course, the curator would have had my head if I was. There ain't even any film in there. Then how come, according to the podcaster, the camera's flash went off when she dropped it? You should take a beginner's photography course. Just because the flash goes off doesn't mean it actually took a photo, detective. But if you're so confident in your theory, then how about you check it out yourself? You can take my camera as evidence as long as I get it back. It's empty, you'll see, but full of sentimental value. I'll make a note to return it once the case is closed, unless, of course, I discover something incriminating. And that should tell you just how much I trust you to do the right thing, detective. Here you go. I appreciate your cooperation. Now, could I get your input on some other topics? Rightio, don't hold back. Alright, I think I'm good there. We're all handy-dandy. Let me see your camera. Actually, wait, I wanted to read about your camera first. A traditional film-based photography camera confiscated from the tourist, an old-school camera with manual controls, lenses, and film. The museum has strict rules against taking photographs of any of the exhibits, but the tourist didn't seem to follow them. This presents an advantage for me, however, because it's possible this camera was used to capture critical evidence. I just have to extract it properly. Right, let's turn you around. Maybe. I don't know why it's so hard to turn these things. I mean, what do you want me to do? Can I not open the back? Oh, there it is. Man, I swear I'm not as young as I may seem. I'm like, pop open this back bit. Oh, of course, I knew there was something else here, or rather, there isn't something here. Sometimes that can be just as important. If I had to bet, this is probably another case of someone's sticky paws. Sticky paws. Alright, the podcaster. Oh, I have all the stuff now. The podcaster is trying to create a viral-worthy episode of her true crime podcast by committing an actual crime. Before the events unfolded, she was in the courtyard with the tourist discussing retro photography equipment and techniques. The tourist handed his camera to her when he began calling out to the two arguing patrons. Fighting ensued, and then, after it clattered to the ground, she recovered the camera and returned it to the tourist. Thankfully, it was completely intact. However... I see. That makes sense. She returned the camera, but not without a case of sticky paws. In an attempt to get more promotional material for her podcast, she swiped the film while the tourist was distracted. Okay. So the film bit should be done now. I really should take this information back to the podcaster with some clever questioning. I mean, do I need to speak to her again now? Or was that a note from earlier? No, you're not who I want to speak to. Hold on. Wrong way. And this museum's big. Additional details. About the camera. How familiar are you really with the process of film photography? Not too much, but you can learn anything on YouTube nowadays. Oh, you think it uber boosts my follower count if I did? Is that why you were so interested in the tourist camera? Well, I've got it right here, but with some bad news. It's empty after all, no film to be found. But he told you it was empty, right? You said that, right? So no surprises there. Of course. After all, photography isn't usually allowed in a place like this. Duh! You're super right. What a shame. Cold trail. Anyways, totally moving on. No, humor me for a moment. Let's say he did have film in it and was taking photos he shouldn't have been. Someone taking it off his guilty conscience would be quite fortuitous, wouldn't you say? Fine! I have it. You can take the film. You're killing me, detective. Just know I only took it to make some promotional material for my podcast. You gotta always be on the grind, and it would have been perfect. I would say I understand, but the bottom line is I have a case that needs solving. So we should move on to some more other inquiries, and then I'll continue that investigation. We got some film. The podcasts are creating all the felonies for their podcast. I know. Like, you've stolen so much evidence at this point. Here's the undeveloped film, a photography film canister that once belonged to the tourist. During the chaotic events that unfolded earlier, this film was used to take an accidental photo when its camera was dropped by the podcaster. Seeing an opportunity to acquire big clickbait potential, she swiped the film, but I convinced her that submitting the film to evidence is more important. Now to find a way to actually develop it and see what secrets are still to be revealed. How would we develop it? Perhaps someone at the department can have it developed. Someone at the department? I also feel like I should be able to fill out most of this at this point, you know? Earlier tonight, something something. Well, I can definitely fix this page up. Led by the curator, the museum staff? Museum staff also included the loyal guard and the knowledgeable guide. Suspects and witnesses included the eccentric... It was said this payphone can call the cops. Oh! I don't know why when they said that I assumed it was a hint system. I thought it was like, oh, if you need a hint, use the phone. I'm like, I'm never touching that. Okay, I can go out to the phone and call them. Yeah. Let's say the eccentric podcaster, the bitter old-timer, the distinguished critic, the anxious student, the jolly, I guess, tourist, and the reserved artist. Let's say that as my people. Okay, so that's all correct. Amidst the chaos, someone stole or something. Someone maybe hid? Maybe I gotta keep working on this side. This side's a little rough. These pages are all locked. Okay. Earlier tonight, the something in the something blanked with the blank, who surprisingly had a... Okay. Let's go outside. That's not how I get outside. It's this way. Let me go use that payphone. Boop, boop. I guess I could give the police department a call. There's probably someone on their last shift about now. Can't forget to expense the charge, though. Payphones aren't getting any cheaper these days. Detective, hope the case is coming along smoothly. What can I do for you? About the film. I found a reel of camera film that might be important to the case. There's equipment at the station to develop it. Could you send someone to come pick this up for me? Oh, absolutely, Detective. In fact, I'll just come do it myself. Okay. Oh. Sorry about that, Detective. Came as fast as I could. I think you arrived in record time, so no need to apologize at all. Here's the film. Do you know how long it will take to develop? Not sure. Somebody in a lab will take care of it, and you know how they are. Don't worry, after a while, we should have a photograph. I won't really have any way to let you know when it's done, but you can always call. Ain't no issue there. Well, I've got no shortage of threads to pull on, so I'll put this to the bottom of the list for now. Thanks again. No thanks necessary, just part of the job. Good luck. Oh, I won't need luck. Let's get back to it. I don't need luck. There's so much to do. Alright. So, at this point, I'll just have to wait for the results, is what it says. Okay, and then... I guess we work on this. I think this has got to be... The second one's got to be a verb. The somebody blanked in the blank. Fought in the... Yeah, there was a fight. Earlier tonight, somebody was fighting with somebody. In the something with somebody. Who surprisingly had a gun. That is pretty surprising. I would say so. Because who brings a gun to a museum? It was, who was the old timer and the... Oh, see, now I don't remember. The old timer and the punk. Yeah, I don't know what the punk's motive would have been. Old timer, press the punk. The punk had a gun. Yeah. Okay. Okay. With the punk who surprisingly had a gun. Old timer. Earlier tonight, the old timer fought in the... Where were they? What room were they in? Started in the natural... Oh, in the fine art gallery. The punk provoked the old timer. In the fine art gallery. Oh, there it is. I was like, I need 2 words, though. They are 2 words. Fine art. Exhibit. I say exhibit. I don't see gallery as an option. Unless there's a... It's on another page. Fine art. The old timer fought in the... Maybe it's not fought. Maybe it's argued. Argued in the fine art exhibit with the punk who surprisingly had a gun. They blanked in the blank. And eventually... The physical altercation then broke out between them, leading them into the courtyard balcony. Courtyard balcony. They... I was gonna say moved to... They blanked in the... Maybe fought in the... In the courtyard. And eventually... I want to say he fell from the courtyard balcony. Right? The balcony. And eventually the punk... fell. Was it the courtyard? This feels like leading them out to the courtyard balcony. Slammed the old timer into a wall. Punk fired his gun, but missed his intended target before dropping the weapon as a result of an unexpected recoil. Punk backpedaled toward the balcony of the natural history exhibit and then fell over the edge, and the fall was fatal. They... I mean, unless it's argued again. I just feel like fought works better there. Retreated? That's not right. They fought in the... Eventually, the punk fell from the courtyard balcony. Amid the chaos, somebody did something with a gemstone. Gemstone from the natural history exhibit. Right? I hope this is making sense, my friends. Someone hid. I'm gonna try hid. But although hid doesn't quite seem right, you know? I wish I told you you had all your words. I'm like, I feel like it needs stole or something. They fought. Oh, that says forgot. Hello? That says forgot. Fought. They fought in the... They forgot in the courtyard. They forgot. They fought. Maybe destroyed? I don't think this is destroyed. I think I'm missing a vital word there, because I feel like stole makes more sense than like hid or something like that. They fought in the courtyard. Maybe they didn't fight in the courtyard. Fought in the... I mean, balcony doesn't make sense, because it'd be like on the balcony. In the... Courtyard makes the most sense to me. In the courtyard balcony. Okay. Feel like I'm missing some words there. Or maybe I'm fundamentally not understanding what actually happened. Alright, let's give the police department a call. It's pretty quiet over here at the precinct, so don't worry about it. Talk to you later. Okay. No word from the lab. Okay. I need the photo for more words. See, that's what I was thinking, but like, what do I do in the meantime? I feel like I have everybody's information. Minus the punk's extra stuff, which I do feel like has to do with the photo. But everybody's info is filled out. I wonder if I could talk to anybody else. About today's events. Go on then. Before. Ah, about the suspects. I've met them all and started to establish profiles on each. There's someone at the heart of this, and I'll find out who. Yes, congratulations, Detective. I have the utmost faith in your sleuthing skills, so please continue to work diligently. It's getting late, don't you think? Injustice doesn't sleep, I'm afraid. It takes time to shine the light on truth. Fine, do what you must. Take as much time as you need, but remember... The very fate of this museum hinges on your ability to resolve this efficiently. I think you mean effectively, Curator. Either way, we should move on to another topic. Alright, today's events before... About the camera. What camera? I was discussing tonight's events with the tourist and the topic of this camera arose. Did you not notice he had it on him when he arrived? I absolutely did not. I'm sure you understand, Detective, that recording of any kind within the museum is strictly against policy. Why would guests come visit if they can observe a rudimentary facsimile someplace else? I had a hunch, that's what you would say, but it might reveal some important evidence, so I'm going to entertain the prospect for now. Fine, I suppose that is a minor concern at the moment. I agree. Let's discuss more important concerns then. About admission. Specifically, that paid by the victim earlier tonight. He was charged for 2 entrants. Was he accompanied by anyone? No, he wasn't. That was when I started to suspect he was up to no good, and I was correct, of course. Then why would he have paid for 2? I hope this wasn't malicious on your part. It was no mistake. When I told him there was a charge for admittance, he said he would pay for himself and whoever comes next, that's all. Just to clarify, he didn't know there was a cost to enter, but he was willing to pay for 2? I didn't think much of it, Detective. It seemed to surprise him, so perhaps he didn't want that to happen to someone else. Did it betray my initial impressions of his character? Sure, but he confirmed that soon after, with all this mess he caused... It does seem that way, but we can never be so sure. By chance, do you remember who came in next? That nervous one with the backpack. I tried to explain the situation to him, but with all that stammering, I don't think he heard any of it. Intriguing. Why don't we move on for now? I would expect nothing less. About the critic, you said he had requested an article to be written. Could you tell me more about that? Detective, I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about. Is that so? He said this wasn't the first time. In fact, he said the first one did quite well. I'm sure he did. Why don't you ask the old-timer about that, see if his memory has held up enough to recall that catastrophe. My apologies if this struck a nerve, but for now I have other topics we should get to. I would expect nothing less. Let's try during. About the guide. You described her as stunned until eventually your efforts to rouse her were successful and she told you to call the authorities. But she described the situation differently, that you failed to calm her and left her there unmoving in order to call the police. She said that, did she? If you recall, I also described her as selfless and to a fault. I'll have you know she's like a daughter to me. We got a daughter. I don't think that's gonna be helpful for us filling things out, but daughter's a new word. I regret to say that she lied to you, Detective, to save my feathers. For a curator to not prioritize the safety of their guests or even their exhibits, I believe she intended to maintain my proper image. A noble act and certainly loyal, but it was still a lie. I'll have to reconvene on that, but for now, we have other matters to discuss. I would expect nothing less. Okay, additional details about the alarm. It's state-of-the-art, awarded on a grant several years ago. It runs through every wall, door, and exhibit. A bit Orwellian, but I do what I must. It took a long time to amass such a wondrous collection, so I'd like to keep it. I don't see any cameras, though. How does it work? That's the beauty of it. It's entirely invisible, reading paw prints on the surface of display stands, glass cases, and frames. And it recognizes registered users, so if I were to rearrange the exhibits, I wouldn't have to worry about disabling the entire system. Of course, the rest of my staff is also registered. Conservators, appraisers, or technicians get temporarily registered as needed, too. The guard mentioned a discretionary response system. Do you know anything about that? Vaguely. For instance, putting the doors on lockdown is an early stage response, whereas that atrocious sound is much later. I know that much. I see. If someone stole, hey, it's that word I wanted, an exhibit, a noisy alarm would alert everyone, warning the thief that their cover was blown. Of course, if the thief broke into an exhibit to steal it, well, they've already relinquished the advantage of discretion. In that case, the alarm siren acts more like a warning system to other guests. I'm starting to see the intelligence you mentioned. Yes, well, I hope it makes closing this case easier for you. Easier and quicker. Easier, perhaps. Quicker? I'm not so sure. I think it's time to retrace my steps toward that broken display again. Before I do, though, I have some more questions. I actually don't think that we do, but that was the word I was looking for. Okay, hold on, and it also unlocked a bunch of stuff here, because this is now an issue. Unsuccessful in doing so, the curator left the guide prioritizing the museum and went to call the authorities from the foyer, but curator was talking about this. While the curator did leave to call the authorities, it wasn't before successfully rousing the guide from her stun. Was she intentionally trying to throw me, or was she trying to maintain the curator's reputation? The notebook is giving me Duck Detective vibes. I love it. It's very cute. Okay, and then we have, with the student, he entered the museum, paid admission, and eventually found his way into the Natural History Museum. But why would he have paid admission if the punk had paid for 2 admissions? Unless he paid for his date that didn't show up, you know? Don't think that's right. Don't want to embarrass him, but I think I have some evidence that can partially disprove this. Oh, maybe I have to show the admission receipt. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Could it be that the student just stumbled into a bit of luck? But why lie about that? Maybe through all the excitement he misremembered. It could be that easy, right? Couldn't be that easy. No. Alright, so now I have the word stole. Ha. Stole the gemstone. So now that's correct. Okay. Still don't have this one. Maybe I'm missing a word here, but although this sounds right to me, they fought in the courtyard and eventually the punk fell from the courtyard balcony. But maybe it's not right. And yeah, now I also have daughter as a word. Not that I think that we need that. Okay. Let's chat with you. Aye, detective, what can I do for you? Let's start with a few questions about today's events. About the artist. Do you recall having encountered him earlier, perhaps in the courtyard? That's a tough one, eh? The tourist was there and the podcaster. Oh, you know what? The artist was in the courtyard. Come to think of it, when I was barreling through to get to the brawl upstairs, I nearly tripped over my own 2 paws. Or so I thought. But now that you mention it, yeah, it must have been him I was stumbling over. Such a silly thing for me to forget, ain't it? So sorry, detective. I guess my memory was a bit hazy after the whole debacle got out of control. Apology accepted and understandable. As you know, that's not terribly uncommon. Why don't we discuss something else for now? What about the guide? You mentioned in your testimony that you discovered her in the antiquities exhibit, stunned from the sound of the gunshot. As much as you know about her condition, do you think it's possible she could have been unaware of your presence in that moment? Oh, I hadn't really considered that, but I bet you're right. I can't reiterate enough how much I really did try to help, but the curators always had a lighter touch, so calling for them was the best call I could make. I agree. I don't think you did anything wrong. I just need to corroborate with the 2 stories. So thank you for that, but I've got some more questions. I actually don't, but... So now, the curator discovered the guide in this stunned state and attempted to rouse her. So we have the guard's testimony. Considering her condition at the time, there's no way she would have known the guard tried to help her. As far as I can tell, this was just an honest mistake, but worth keeping the record straight nonetheless. Alright, and I now have a new word, which is tripped. I mean, is tripped the word that I want? Tripped from the... I mean... Fell, tripped... What do we think? All I know is that there were so many more words that I hadn't found yet. Podcaster, looks like I'm done with you. Don't need to really chat more. Let's go up this way. You old geezer. Skip the pleasantries, detective. I don't have all day. I'm sure you don't. Let's get started. Additional details. This ain't making me any younger, detective. About the article. Do you know if the curator requested the critic come write it today? Huh? No, absolutely not. I'm sure they wouldn't ever ask the critic to do that again. The curator alluded to a previous article. What happened with that? I'll keep the story short since it isn't mine to tell, but between you and I, it wasn't pretty. It was harsh, but perfectly fair. I've heard murmurs it put the museum in a rough spot, but that wasn't our concern. Despite tonight's commotion, the museum seems fine to me. Let's move on for now. Ugh, how much longer is this gonna take? How much longer? Alright, the critic arrived at the museum intending to write and publish a critique by request of the curator, with the old-timer as a guest perspective on the article. That makes sense. He might have been hoping to write an article about the museum, but that's 2 testimonies against his claim. But why lie about all that? Perhaps I should pay him another visit and ask. Also, what new word did I just get? Did I get a word? Why is it telling me that I have a word? Or is it telling me I can solve something? Because it's circled. I feel like I'm supposed to be doing something. You have yet to acquire new attire. I do not approve. Apologies, but that's not what I'm here to discuss. About today's events, I'll give you this one for free. About the article. Yes, did you want to read it? I have an early draft if you'd like. That's interesting considering the curator was entirely unaware of that request you mentioned. They must have been playing coy with you, or maybe they're just embarrassed that they need my help to keep their museum afloat. But I guess you wouldn't understand standing on the outside, desperately trying to look in. You're trying to change the topic. Did the curator ask you to write that article or not? No, they didn't. They didn't have to. I received an anonymous tip and I decided to be generous. Fine. It's my turn to change the topic then. About the old-timer, I've taken down both of your testimonies, but there's a specific detail here that doesn't line up. The old-timer claimed he came away from the brawl entirely unscathed, but that's not accurate to your remarks. Why? This might be the easiest explanation you received today, Detective. Are you familiar with fragile masculinity? We've known each other for a long, long time, and when I say he's improved, I mean it. But there are things that still get under his fur. There are things. Whether this helps or hinders your perception of his motives, I doubt he even second-guessed a lie like that. You speak as if you know him quite well. Intimately, some would say. Understood. I think I have some other inquiries. Intimately? Alright, with the punk perfectly unharmed, well, the critic says otherwise. It's no surprise that the old-timer would want to keep up his manly image, but as we can tell from what the critic told us, even the old-timer was a little shaken following his bout with the punk. I want to say... fought on the outside. I was gonna say outside. Maybe they fought outside, but they didn't fight outside. In the outside. I feel like this is fell. They fell from... I have it! They outside! Cash me outside! They fought in the courtyard and eventually the punk fell from the courtyard balcony. Like, the sentence doesn't sound right coming out of my mouth, so I'm obviously wrong, but... They... I don't know. It's just, there's a red circle, like I'm supposed to know it. It's like, hey, solve it. Fell from the balcony. I mean, it's clearly, like, if I put something wrong in here, like, okay, so now it's definitely wrong. So now I can kind of, like, does this help? So there's one more word that's wrong. There's 2 words that's wrong. What could be wrong? They fought in the exhibit. They fought in the courtyard. They fought in the balcony. They fought in my dreams. School flashbacks with the red underlines. Right? Gosh, getting your paper marked up with red pen. Always a time. What is that? Hold on, can I look at something down there? That looks like something by the tourist I should be looking at. Sorry, turning the camera is a whole ordeal. User error, but, you know. Clearly important to the case, because this is where he failed. And we knew that. Alright. let's get back downstairs. They fought in the museum? Okay, we were trying museum. Like, what other word could it be? They fought in the museum. Courtyard balcony. Wild. Like, what is it? They fought in the exhibit? I think I tried exhibit? They fought in the exhibit, and eventually the punk fell from the courtyard. Maybe they didn't fight. Did they argue? It just feels... Okay, no, it is fight. That made it too wrong. Maybe it's the natural history balcony because it's the natural history exhibit. Oh my gosh. The little blurb in the notebook says courtyard balcony, but it makes sense that he would fall into the natural history or the natural science exhibit, right? That makes sense. I knew I was onto something. I've got the basic details of this case all sorted out and met every suspect. Now it's time to really get to work. Ah ha ha ha. Did it not say? Leading them into the courtyard balcony where the punk slammed the old-timer to the wall and then... And then the natural history exhibit. It literally says it right there, too. I was so, like, caught up on courtyard balcony. Ooh. Okay, so that's approved. Now we're on to page 2. As they blanked, the blank into A, causing the to B. When it hit the below. Soon after. Okay, so this is about the bullet. The bullet that fired, and then we have the tip in the casing. By this time, the blank had... There's so many blanks here. We messed up area names. Of course, the map screwed us over. There's so many places. Oh, all right. Let's see. Let's get to the topic at hand. Additional details. Let's dance. About this film. Where'd you find that, detective? Funny coincidence, right? Considering I've got your camera in evidence and all. You know, the one that you assured me didn't have any film in it. And surely this film wouldn't fit in it. Oh, wow. Would you look at that? It fits. Just right. like you said, just a silly coincidence. If I have to spell it out any further, I might have grounds to charge for contempt. Is that what you're going for? All right, you got me. Not only did I have film in my camera, I may have taken a few photos. I didn't think it would have been that important. I was just trying to save my hide if word got back to the curator. You understand that, right? Obscuring the truth for personal gain? I can't say I do. Although, it's not the first time I've witnessed it. I mean, all's well that ends well, at least. If it helps solve the case, I'm relieved you found out. It could turn out to be incredibly important. Yes, let's move on to more questioning, shall we? Why did you lie? They should know we can't read maps, I know. It makes sense now, like, I don't know why I would call that the courtyard balcony. Because it is in a whole other exhibit. As you'd expect, I've never really been a fan of water, but if my suspicions are correct, I need to do what must be done. Paw into the fountain, detective. Here goes nothing. Oh dear, it's cold and very wet. Ugh, my fur is going to be uncomfortable for the rest of the evening. Aha! There it is. The murder weapon. A smoking dripping gun. It was likely fired during the brawl upstairs and dropped soon after. I'll have a look at it over to have to look it over to gather more information and then start questioning the various suspects about it too. Ha ha ha. Right. I wanted to see if I had any more people to talk to, because look how many words I'm finding. Oh, look at that, the natural history exhibit. Oh, I should have known. Let's look at the broken case again. I have more information about the museum's security system now, so I probably should take a second pass at this. I've been assuming the thief used the statue to break open the case because witnesses believe that's what triggered the alarm. There's no denying they heard glass shatter and the alarm blaring, but that doesn't mean it was intentional. When the statue was shot and fell, if it landed into the display, the gemstone would have been ripe for the taking, unless it was already gone. According to the curator's knowledge on the security system, that leaves us with two possibilities. 1. The thief opened the case, which locked the museum doors and the alarm went off later. Or 2. The thief was a registered user with the system and the doors wouldn't have been locked until the case was accidentally broken later. Unfortunately, there's no way to know which is true right now. Maybe the guard will have further insight on my theory. The guard? The guard knows everything, so maybe. I love this guard. Aye, detective. Additional details about the alarm. I looked back over the crime scene with special attention to the pedestal of the stolen gemstone, and I have a theory I'd like to run by you. Oh? Lay it on me. I believe that when the display case was broken, the gemstone was already missing. From everything you know about the security system, would that be possible? I suppose it could be, detective. That'd be quite the twist. The issue I'm having with my theory is how to actually prove it. Without more clearly defined timing, it's impossible to know for sure. Well, the security system has an interface you could access in the maintenance room, but I can't provide that kind of clearance. That's something you'd have to get the curator's approval for, since that's private business and all. Ugh, I was hoping it wouldn't come to that, but if that's what it takes, I'll give it a shot. Until then, I think I might have a few more things to discuss. Okay. Gotta go. Early work tomorrow. See you later, Tommy. Thanks for hanging out. Oh. Detective, I trust the investigation is going well? Of course, I have several things to discuss. Let's talk about the back room. The guard mentioned it while we were discussing the security system. I believe access would help crack this case if you'd allow it. Preposterous. Everything that happened tonight took place within the public space. No one had access to the maintenance room tonight. Tonight, sure, but what if all this was set in motion prior? What would you say then? As far as I know, and you can prove, that punk came in to drum up trouble and some other opportunists saw fit to seize their chance. So what would I say to that, you ask? I would still say no. I hope you understand that if I find another means of access, I will have to defy your wishes. And if I find something important there, you could be held liable for obstruction. Then so be it. Now move along. I will, of course, but right now, there are other things to discuss. Man, like, why don't you... I need to solve your case. You hired me. Like, let me go take a peek in the back room. What's your problem? I'm innocent, I swear! Every time you say that, I get a little less confident that you're telling the truth. Let's get to the questioning. Is this a test? I've never been good at tests. Detective? About admission. What about it? There's no fee or anything, right? No, in this case, someone had come in before you and paid in advance, actually. Oh, call it luck, right? That kind of thing never happens to me. So you weren't aware of who paid it? Nope, didn't think anything of it. Just went on my way, waiting for that date, like I said before. Well, it turns out the generous patron was caught in this chaos situation, and unfortunately it cost them their life. What? Detective, I lied, okay? I lied to you. I didn't come here for a date. And I do know who paid my admission. The punk. He was my friend. My best friend. So please, could you tell me what happened? He and another visitor got into an argument. Ultimately, he fell from the balcony in the natural history exhibit. It seems to have been fatal. Oh, okay. He can't catch a break, guys. Detective, you can ask a couple more questions if you really need to, but after that, I'd like a few minutes to myself. Of course, in the meantime, I'll continue to investigate the details of the brawl. It goes without saying, perhaps, but I'm sorry for your loss. Okay, Detective, if you say so. Oh, baby! Have you put it all together yet, Detective? I'm working on it and hoping you might be able to answer a few more questions about today's events. I'll try my best. About the critic? You said they were asking you some personal questions, but he described it as only a debate between experts. Well, I did say questions, but they were more challenges. Did it feel like perhaps he had an ulterior motive? He mentioned the possibility it could have been a distraction. Or you mentioned it. I don't think he really had a goal. He was just being a curmudgeonly old man. That sounds rude, but true. And that isn't anything new, so I guess I didn't think much of it. Not until, well, you know the rest by now. I do, yes. Thanks for clarifying that. Maybe we should clear a few things up. About the guard. I don't believe you were aware in the moment, but I figured I should tell you. He did try to help you while you were in the stunned state. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to help, but he called for the curator to come take care of you. He wished he could have done more, he said. Oh, the guard has always been the nicest. If you get a chance, tell him I appreciate it. I'll bring him an extra croissant tomorrow. I'm sure he'll enjoy that. I've got some other things to go over. The curator. According to your testimony, they helped you up to a point and then prioritized calling the police. Unfortunately, they didn't corroborate that. Are you giving me a chance to revise my statement, Detective? Okay, yeah, the curator would never have prioritized the museum over us, at least not as far as I've ever known. They did help me recover more than I let on before, and it was my idea to call the authorities. The curator theorized that you were attempting to protect their reputation. Is that the case? I suppose it was. I know they come across a bit prickly, but Detective, they mean well. And they do whatever it takes to support us. I just wish there was a way we could do the same for them. That does seem to be a bit of a trend, but there are other topics we should also get to. Sure thing, Detective. About the back room. I've discussed it with the guard, and believe it could be incredibly important to solving this case. Would you be able to take me there? It's staff only, though. Do you already have the curator's permission? For the purposes of our conversation now, let's assume yes, I do. Well, come to think of it, it wouldn't matter either way. And why's that? I embarrassingly misplaced my keys a week ago, so I can't actually get into the maintenance room. The curator said they were going to have a replacement made for me soon, but in the meantime, the guard lends me his as needed. Sorry, Detective, not much help on this front. Maybe you could borrow the guard's keys, too. That may not be as easy as you think. Why don't we discuss something else instead? Okay, need some keys. Alright, so the critic began discussing the various pieces of the sculpture exhibit with the guide. I see. This may not have necessarily been a lie, but it certainly speaks to the critic's sensibilities. At least his testimony seems to line up otherwise. Okay. And then our items. Okay, so it looks like I haven't inspected this. So this is the gun, a small... Okay, last time we found a gun. I totally forgot about that, so we can look at this. A small basic pistol that was fired once, a small caliber firearm that I found submerged within one of the museum courtyard's fountains. While it's likely that the gun was used and then either lost or tossed into the water below, there isn't much I can derive from the weapon alone. Who's the owner? Did they pull the trigger or someone else? Why was it brought here in the first place? Because who brings a gun to a museum? I should begin this line of questioning with a closer examination and find what that effort may yield. Okay, so now I can look at this. It's all coming back to me now. You know, it's been a week. I don't remember. Ooh! I don't see anything crazy on it. Looks like a normal 1911 to me. Okay, so this looks normal? There's nothing suspicious about it? I don't know anything about weaponry. It's doing that, like, vibration thing like I'm close. Aha! What is that? Oh, of course. I knew there was something here. Thankfully, it's not still loaded. It won't be doing any more harm anytime soon. Although, I can't gather much more from this. I am not a weapons expert. That's what I just said! Oh my gosh, the detective and I are one and the same. What are the chances someone here would be able to tell me more? Alright, which one of you looks like you know guns? Okay, well, probably not you. You're way too nervous, I feel. Let's go see who would know. Oops, sorry. Who would know about this? Love balloon dog art. Isn't it cute? Hold on, I'll go back down. I read all the plaques last time, but they're so fun. The plaque reads Balloon Dog by Jeff Raccoons. Shouldn't get too close. I was never declawed. Alright, you've got a little speech bubble or a thought bubble. You have yet to acquire new attire. I do not approve. Apologies, but that's not what I'm here to discuss. Let's talk about today's events. I'll give you this one for free, Detective. About the guide. Were you aware that the discussion you shared earlier was taken quite differently by her? Whatever could you mean, Detective? It was simply a forum of two intellectuals. Perhaps one person's forum is another's arena, especially when such a debate is uninvited. Have you considered that? I can assure you that it was not my intention to debate her. Surely she's been through more treacherous challenges than I could provide. I'm not in a position to make claims that's me. I'm not in a position to make claims one way or another, but I found the disparity in your testimonies important enough to clarify. And worth noting, if your honest response to criticism is defensive, then I suggest you reflect on why that is. How astute and utterly absurd a sentiment. That's my job. Now I have more inquiries to make before I continue my investigation. If you must, don't let me stop you. Okay, so I guess that's all I can ask you. It'd be hilarious if the stressed out mouse is also a gun expert. Yeah, I totally just glossed over him, like, he's too stressed out to hold a weapon. Old timer, looks like I'm done talking to him for now. I can go down here. Podcasters chill. Yeah, for anyone who's just joining today, this is our victim. He's dead. He fell from the balcony. Or so we think. Oh, speaking of, I should probably look at my little thingy. Yeah, hold on. Sorry to catch you guys up. I feel like I'm doing a really bad recap today, but last time we solved this. Earlier tonight, the old-timer argued in the fine art exhibit with the punk, who surprisingly had a gun. They fought in the courtyard, and eventually the punk fell from the natural history balcony. Amidst the chaos, someone stole the gemstone from the natural history exhibit. Led by the curator, the museum staff also included the loyal guard and the knowledgeable guide. Suspects and witnesses included the eccentric podcaster, the bitter old-timer, as well as the distinguished critic. They also included the anxious student, the jolly tourist, and the reserved artist. Okay, so now we're on page 2. As they blanked the blank, the blank into a blank, causing the blank to be blank. When it blanked the blank below, and then blank the blank. Soon after, the blank blanked the blank from the blank and into a blank. You keeping up? You know what I mean? The something looked on as the accidentally his, which took a when it something then. By the time the something had blinked into the... Alright, something. I'm wondering also... Because, yeah, the pictures do kind of help you out, so I'm thinking the statue. Gun hitting the statue. I feel like I remember that from last time. Right, right. Turns to chat. What does she mean? Sorry. Blank, blank, to blankety blank. Okay. So... I'm thinking it's gotta be with a statue, right? Or sculpt. Is it called a sculpture? Maybe sculpture goes here. Something the sculpture? I don't know. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll see. As they fought, the first line? Oh, sorry, hold on. As they fought. The old timer and the punk. I see what you're saying. As they fought, the old timer and the punk. Oh, wait. Wasn't there something about a wall? Somebody pushed somebody into a wall. What was that about? You know... A physical altercation then broke out between them, leading them into the courtyard balcony where the punk slammed the old-timer into a wall. I think that goes there. As they fought, the... Oop, I meant to put that there. The punk... slammed the old-timer into a wall. That makes sense. To me. Into a wall, causing the... stab, tripped, stole... I don't have pushed or slammed. Okay, so I think I'm missing a word here. I don't have this word yet. As they fought, the punk somethinged or pushed or something the old timer into a wall, causing the blank to be blank. Let me go back upstairs. Here, I am here. Causing the... Where is that ledge? Nope. Jules, how are ya? Paying the bus fare. I love it. This is the balcony. Aha, aha. Alright. Is this where I'm thinking of? This is a different room, but it's close. It's nearby. I forgot how big this museum is. Okay. There is a... Have I looked at that? The plaque reads, "Would you like to take control of your past or change the channel of your future?" Change the future. Oh, it just shuffles the screens on the television exhibits around. They almost had me there. Oh, it changes the TVs. I don't think I saw that before. The plaque reads, "The Legume" by Anish Kapoodle. The shape is so intriguing and its surface so Wait, is that something in my teeth? Why didn't anyone tell me? You get a notification when all of the words needed for the current pages. Oh yeah, it circles it in red, I think, when I have all the things. You're right. It does give me a little heads up. The plaque reads Fairy of the Wall by Anthony Goatley. I could have sworn I've seen photos of this one before, but it seemed much larger. Man, did I just completely skip this room? The plaque reads Society by Anonymous. Anonymous. Let me say it again. True is art dead seems like an overly cryptic message and simultaneously too on the nose. Alright, they fought on one of these balconies, and gosh darn it, I will figure out which one. It's the natural history balcony, if I can find it. We are anonymous today. Ah, okay, so fell into the wall. I'm assuming this is where this happened. And then they struggled and he fell that way. after shooting the gun. Causing the something to be... Causing the gun to be fired. I don't think I have the word fired. Or shot. Causing the gun to be shot. Maybe that's... I don't know if that's right. Any bullet holes in the wall? I don't think we see them. We have the little blood splats. I didn't see a bullet hole. I don't think. It's just this whole trail of blood. Blood trail begins here. Oh, maybe it's about knocking the painting. Okay, so this is the wall they got pushed into. Maybe causing the painting to be... Unless the gun did get shot, and then that's why there's blood. I don't see any gun holes. You're right, no bullet holes. Causing the, let's say the artwork to be moved. I don't know. The painting isn't level. Yeah. So I saw this earlier and I completely didn't even connect it with the wall push, but they got pushed into the wall here and then the painting moved because of the fight. So I'm thinking maybe causing the artwork to... But then it says when it... Something happened below. Because maybe it is still the gun, and the gun did something down on that lower level? Let me go down here. Oh, that's not right. Avant-garde art is hard to tell when messes. Yeah, it's... Is it part of the painting, or is it actual blood? Alright, also I can talk to a bunch of people. I just saw that the tourist also can talk to us, so let's try the guard. Aye, detective, what can I do for you? Let's start with a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. Standing by for inquiry, detective. About the weapon. Oh yeah, you would know about the gun. I've recovered it from one of the courtyard fountains, as well as the 2 pieces of a fired bullet. I'm not sure what more to make of them, though. Well, for starters, this bullet most certainly belongs to that gun, in case that was ever a question. And while I didn't have a clear view from the first floor, I'm fairly certain it was the punk that had their hands on the grip. Wait, did you say you found the gun in one of the fountains? I did, yes. It's my current operating theory that the old-timer got some sort of advantage against the punk and forced it from his grasp. Makes sense to me, but isn't it a bit far-fetched the old-timer would have the wherewithal to drop it so precisely? What if they were both disoriented enough that neither of them could really keep hold of it? That'd explain the precarious stanchion in the courtyard, too. Actually, you're right. That does sound more likely. Now I have some things I'd like to question you about, if you don't mind. That's actually all I had to ask you. It was just about the gun. Then we have... I swear... Pedestal where the gemstone was once displayed. I feel like I don't have to look at anything else there. Like, did the gun go off and shoot this, maybe? Of you guys. Also, there's a circle here. Hold up. See a little circle. Actually, about the old-timer. Amidst the struggle, the punk fired the gun but missed his target. The old-timer then disarmed him with ease. Let's talk about what the guard just said. Ah, I see. That makes sense. I can confirm now that the gun was fired only as an accidental result of the brawl. When it went off, both men were so disoriented that neither kept a hold of the weapon or pursued the fight much further. Uh-huh. Oh, the artist is down here too. Salutations, detective. Have you solved the case? Not quite, but I have some questions that may help. Affirmative. About the back room. I understand this is a stretch, but you wouldn't have any idea where it is, would you? You mean the maintenance room for the museum? I can't say I do. However, I may have something that could help you find it. Really? I was mostly just preparing to vent about this investigative roadblock. What do you have? I told you earlier about how the guard bumped into me. It appears he dropped his keys in the process. You can have them if you think they would assist you. Oh, wow! Unfortunately, I can't use a key on a door I can't find, but I'm sure these will come in handy when I do. You're welcome, detective. Feel free to return them once this is wrapped up. Of course, I have no need for them. Yes, thank you, will do. Allow me to ask a few more questions before I go. Just kidding. The keys to the maintenance room? We have the keys to the maintenance room. If only I knew where it was. We don't know. It's hidden somewhere. The artist has sticky fingers. Those sticky frog fingers. Oh, how do I keep looping around? I swear the map is so big. This takes us towards the exit. I need to go to the tourist, I feel. There you are. Private eye, he's watching you. Yes, right. Let's get to the topic at hand. About today's events. You want it? You got it. About the fight. You mentioned that you had a pretty clear view as much as you could from the lower level. Could you tell me more about how that went? You betcha, but I'll tell you now, I don't know why they were fighting. Whatever it was must have been mighty serious, though. They came out onto the balcony swinging, and I didn't think he would have had him, but that old timer would not let up. I tell you what, I get where he was coming from, of course, because the punk had that gun and all, so he probably was thinking there wasn't any room to let up. He must have got a step ahead, struck him once and got a good shove in, landed the punk with his back flat against the wall. Considering they both got hands on the gun and it went off shortly after, it wasn't a sight I would soon forget. An interesting contradiction, it seems. I hope that's not me. That's detective. An interesting contradiction, it seems. I hope you don't mind, but I have a couple more questions. Radio. I love when I didn't realize it switched characters and I feel like I gotta do an accent for the detective, but he don't have an accent. Is there a game map? There is a game map. It's here. Like I'm gonna use the game map. The fight continued to escalate, leading the punk to slam the old-timer into the wall, but he didn't let up. But now we also have the tourist talking to us. That makes sense. The old-timer didn't get shoved into the wall. He was the one doing the shoving. For having such pride, it's hard to believe he would willingly make himself seem weak. I wonder what he has to say about that. He was the shover. Oh my gosh. Is there a staircase? I don't think so. I think I have to go out and up. Narrator struggles. You know, I do be struggling just to read. Where are you guys? You guys are across the way, I believe. Unless you're in here. Hold on. Nope. One day I'll know my way around this museum, and I bet it'll come around the time that we're about to wrap up the case. Skip the pleasantries, detective. I don't have all day. I'm sure you don't. Let's get started. Yeah, get on with it. About the fight. There were witnesses that saw it go down a bit differently than you described. Would you like to revise your statement? I don't know what you're talking about. I've got nothing to hide and no reason to lie to the most pathetic authority here. Pathetic, eh? At least I would admit to having taken a hit, especially in a fight where I was the only person to walk away. If you're trying to say something, out with it. You falsified your testimony. The punk didn't slam you into the wall. You shoved him in an attempt to disarm and disorient him. And in that moment, the only thing you did was widen the gap, and he was able to get a stronger grip on his gun. Fine. Yes, I got too aggressive, but I didn't back down. I kept up the pursuit because if I didn't, he would have shot me. You know that's the truth, detective. So don't fault a washed-up pup for defending himself, even if he does have a tendency to embellish. That was more than an embellishment. You straight up lied. Justice has no need for embellishment. I've made note of this, and there's other details I'd like to go over with you. Ugh, how much longer is this going to take? About the weapon. You described in your testimony that you disarmed him after he fired, so why did I find it in one of the courtyard fountains? Perhaps you had a reason to dispose of the evidence. You want me to come clean, detective? I'll come clean. Please. Thank you. I told you he didn't know what he was doing, and neither did I. We were fighting over it, and it was fired accidentally. The sound, the kickback, the surprise of it all. It disoriented us both. He hobbled off backwards like I told you, but I was a bit winded as well. That's when the critic found me. I was in a rougher shape than I let on before, detective, but everything else is true. For what it's worth, I'm glad you could walk away, that you're safe. However, if you ever provide a witness testimony again, please consider presenting only the truth. Luckily for you, it's time for me to focus on my notes. Although I should check there's nothing else to address before I go. I think I'm good. Okay, let's put these together. So as they fought, what actually happened was the old-timer, the old man, shoved the punk. I get it now. 'Cause he lied. Shoved. I have shoved now, right? Yeah, shoved the punk into a wall, causing the gun to be shot. Feel like that's gotta be it. Dang. There's something wrong with it. I'm thinking fired sounds better. The gun to be fired? As they fought, the old-timer shoved the punk into a wall, causing the gun to be shot. Like, shoved sounds right. Maybe they didn't fight, maybe as they argued? Yeah, I don't know if it's fought or argued. Shove the punk into a wall. Okay, let me go check my notes again, because sometimes they just tell me the answer. Maybe dropped? Causing the gun to be... Oh, to be dropped. To be dropped. Feels like it was right. Detective needs a dictionary on him if he's talking to people. If talking to people increases his vocabulary. Causing the gun to be... I do like dropped. Maybe we do argued and dropped. Maybe we change both words. Oh, now it's definitely wrong. Okay, so this is definitely fought. Because now there's more than two things that are wrong. Okay, now there's two or fewer. So that means two things are wrong. So maybe this is shot. And something else is wrong. Shoved? Maybe I'm missing... Well, it's got a red circle, which means we have all the words. Assume the punk will be back down. Two broke into a scuffle that took them from the fine art gallery out into the courtyard balcony where other guests looked on from below. The fight continued to escalate, leading the old-timer to slam the punk into the wall in an attempt to disarm him. Amidst the struggle, the punk accidentally fired the gun, disorienting himself and the old-timer before dropping it into the fountain below. With the punk presumably subdued, the critic shuffled the old-timer back into the fine art gallery where he tended to his minor injuries. Okay, so old-timer slammed a punk into the wall, accidentally fired the gun. Is fired a word that I can use? Dropped, fell, forgot, fought, hacked, hid, locked, treat, shot, shoved. Appreciate the correct use of fewer. Two or fewer. What could be wrong? As they fought, the old-timer shoved the punk into a wall, causing the gun to be shot. Was it a wall? I mean, I feel like it was a wall. When it... Maybe when it dropped, it somethinged the... It did something when it fell. Soon after. Gun to be... Huh. Fewer if it's countable, less if it's uncountable. One of like 3 useless English things I remember. Like 2 or fewer. Makes sense. Oh, the little paw prints are checks. I'm like, why has it got a backwards L? That means we're done with these. I get it. Okay. So we're still thinking about the missing gemstone. Our friend at the police station's still trying to work on our film. And then... Let's see here. Calls for alarm. I discussed it with the curator as well, but they weren't well versed, but knew it had complex decision-making skills and could recognize registered users. According to the guard, the security system does log every interaction it witnesses, but without direct access to it, I can't learn more. He was reluctant to give me his keys. Now that I have the security guard's keys, I need to figure out where the maintenance room is actually located. Maybe I can ask people about that next. While discussing the stolen jewel with the guard, he mentioned the state-of-the-art security system. Upon further investigation, though, all was not as it seemed. Guests at the museum did recall hearing an alarm go off, but only after the sound of broken glass. As it turns out, he couldn't lend me his keys because he didn't even have them. He dropped them when he bumped into the artist during the chaos hours earlier. Okay. Well, it's saying that we can solve our problem here, but I don't know what other word I could possibly put in there to make it sound better. So let me just keep looking to see if maybe I can find where that back room is. Is there any other progress I can make? Where else can I go? Let's go towards the exit. Actually, maybe I could go check on that photo. I haven't checked in a while. Also, it looks like I can do something here. The keys. Hold on, what does it say about the keys? Ring of keys, an unorganized and chaotic set of keys, each of varying size, shape, and style. In my pursuit to gain access to the museum's maintenance room, I acquired these keys from the artist, but it's impossible to tell which of them is actually going to be necessary. The artist said that the guard had dropped them during the chaos of the incident earlier, but it does make me wonder why he would have needed this many strange keys. The best I can do with these right now is try to get a closer look and see what I can find. Okay, we can do that. Hear them say anything crazy?
I don't see anything that would be like maintenance key. Oh, what's that?
Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. This symbol. It looks like a figure with outstretched arms. Have I seen that somewhere around here before? If I can find it again, that's probably where this key is meant to be used. You know, this is already an absolute mess, but the lack of labeling makes it even worse. Wait, the thing with outstretched arms. I don't know what you mean, detective. It's like got a little... Okay. It's a lot of keys. A lot of keys. Okay. Something with outstretched arms. See if we can ask about the film. Okay, so they're still working on it. Kitty saw things we didn't. I know. He's very good at his job. Couldn't be me. Alright, let's just start going back around everything. You guys don't want to talk. That's fine. Man, I guess it's me just trying to squeeze together a sentence. I can do it. I believe in us. It says we can solve it. I don't see anything with outstretched arms. That's what we're looking for. Okay, let's go back to this. As they fought, the old-timer shoved the punk into a wall, causing the gun to be shot. To be shot? To be... struck. It's the only word I haven't used. Okay. Soon after. Okay, I'm thinking it had to have shot. When it dropped, it shot the, and I'm thinking it's this picture here. The sculpture below, and then struck the something along those lines. You know what I'm trying to say? Because where was that one thing where we found it initially? We found it in a bush. I found the bullet here. The bullet casing. The bullet casing was in there, and then they threw the gun into the thingamabob. The guy might know where the back rooms are at. I can't talk to her. She doesn't have anything new to say, but she was, like, the last time I asked her, I think she was just saying that we weren't allowed to go back there, and so she couldn't help us. Or she didn't know where her keys were, or something of the sort. I can go talk to her again, but I'm looking for, like, the little thought bubbles above people to see if I can talk to them. Soon after the blank from the... Maybe... Oh my gosh, I'm so lost now. And then there was somebody... Or they've had some photos she was in the courtyard with the tourists discussing, because I think this is this part. The podcaster or the tourist looked on as the accidentally his... Oh, no. Yeah, this is tourist. Because they were there, I think, looked on as the blank accidentally his... do I have camera? His camera... Nope. Camera... Oh. As the tourist looked on as the podcaster. I was like, I don't know who it is that looked on, but the podcaster accidentally dropped his camera, which took a photograph when it blanked the blank. When it, I don't know, struck the floor, fell, when it, yeah, I don't know if that's right, struck the floor. The blank then blanked its, oh, hid the film. Uh-oh, I'm cooking. The film? Do we have film? The podcaster hit it. She was holding on to it. Close. I hate being this close. I might as well just tell me I'm wrong. Then... Tourist looked on as the podcaster accidentally dropped his camera, which took a photograph when it struck the floor. The podcaster then hid its film. Maybe stole its film? Stole its film. By this time, I'm assuming it's the mouse, because of the picture. The student had blanked into the... was already... So he somethinged in the something? Oh, I remember. He was, like, running out the door, right? He entered the museum, overheard the argument. He decided to move quickly towards the foyer and leave. It was then that he heard the gunshot, causing him to hesitate at the sound. It was then that the alarm was triggered, locking the door. Okay, so he was trying to go... He was at the natural history exhibit. He kept looking at other exhibits. He decided to leave. By this time, the student had blanked into... Let's say he went into the foyer, but the blank... Maybe it was already locked. The door was already locked. I think that makes sense. Perhaps the paragraph reads, causing the gun to be dropped. We tried dropped and it didn't work. I can try it again. Causing the gun to be oopsie doodles dropped. Where's that wall? It's still wrong. There's still 2 words that are wrong, which I have no idea what it could be. And then struck the what? Maybe it struck the sculpture. Maybe it shot the something else and then something... Well, that's just straight up wrong. By this time, the student had door. A door? What was I trying to say? Oh, I was trying to put door somewhere else. Door. Can I put that here? Guess not. Let me, door. Door was already locked, so he hid in the something. Where did he go after that? Add Dropped, destroyed, fell, forgot, bought, hacked, retreated into the foyer. That makes sense. Now in the sculpture exhibit. In the exhibit. Sculpture exhibit? God damn it. No! Come back! Was already logged. There we go. Okay, so that side of the page looks perfect. The punk was his friend. Yeah, the poor mouse. Okay, so now we really have to figure out this old-timer punk situation. Dang those stamps. I know, sometimes I'm stamping them in the wrong place. Soon after... I feel like this has to be about the gem. The something something. Somebody somethinged an object. From the... Oh. I think the old-timer put the gun in the fountain. The old-timer somethinged the gun from the... Like, moved the gun. I'll say hid the gun, but that doesn't sound right. From the... and into a fountain. I wish I had moved the gun instead of... Good. It's me getting too quick with my clicks. Like, when you pull the game up, it says use a controller. Controllers recommended, which I think is great for navigating the space, but to do this part, I want to just click. Soon after, the old-timer hid the gun from the... I feel like it's gotta be like, took the gun. Stole the gun? Stole the gem. What are we talking about here? As they fought, the old-timer shoved the punk into a wall, causing the gun to be dropped. I feel like dropped makes sense, shot makes sense. The struck makes sense? No. What in the world could that word be? Unless it wants me to swap the people, which I just... Why would that be the case if he just told me the truth of the story? You know? Like, it wouldn't be swapped. So that's definitely right. As they fought... Shoved the... Is it into a wall? Is it into a painting? Well, that's definitely wrong. Okay. So it's definitely a wall. That means there are two words that are wrong here. What could it possibly be? Causing the gun to be dropped. And it's not argued? Okay, it's fought. Okay, maybe I just change every word until I figure out which ones are right and which ones are wrong. So that one's definitely old-timer. Let's just trial and error this, because which of these words could possibly be the wrong word? Okay, so that's definitely shoved. There are two words that are wrong, but I could not tell you which ones. Punk is correct. Punk into a wall. Causing the... Okay, so causing the something to something. This is what's wrong. Okay. Both gun and dropped were wrong. So what is that? As they fought, the old-timer shoved the punk into the wall, causing what? Causing the... Huh. Also, I think this is struck the glass case, maybe? No. Which makes me think this is completely wrong. Maybe we're not talking about the gun, because maybe it is something else. Causing the... to be... Causing the punk to be upset. Absolutely, because I would be. Causing the... Maybe it is causing the punk to something. Causing the punk to... To be fallen. To be fell. He fell. He fell off the balcony. He dropped the gun shot. He fell. What more could you possibly want from me? Amidst the struggle, the punk accidentally fired the gun, disorienting himself and the old-timer before dropping it into the fountain below. Where's the punk? He entered the museum alone, got into the argument. When the old-timer pressed the punk further in an attempt to get him to back off, the punk brandished a gun. The physical altercation then broke out between them, leading them onto the courtyard balcony, where the old-timer slammed the punk into a wall. In the continued scuffle, the old-timer caused the punk to accidentally shoot the statue and then drop his gun. Shoot the statue? Causing the statue to be shot? Is that it? It really helps to read, you know? When it blanked, it... Yippee! We did it. Alright, so now we just gotta figure out these last little two bits here. Okay, that was thrilling. Shoot the statue and then drop his gun. Luckily, no one was hit. Disoriented, the punk backpedaled toward the balcony of the natural history exhibit and then fell over the edge. The fall was fatal. For dropping it into the fountain below. When the punk presumably subdued, the critic shuffled the old-timer back into the fine art gallery where he tended to his minor injuries. Causing the statue to be shot. When it being the statue, it blanked the blank below. And then... It blanked the what below? When the statue... When it fell, maybe? When the statue fell, it... It struck, it destroyed the something below. I don't remember where I found that statue thing, and I wish I did. I wish I remembered. I wonder if anyone else has talked about the statue. that I can remember. Fine art gallery from the noise. Gunshot was heard. Continued. Students said they knocked a statue, right? Knocked a statue? Hold on. Entered the museum, found the admission, overheard an argument. Sounded like an argument. That escalated to a physical level. He decided to leave. Alarm was triggered. Cornered, fearful, and sensing a greater possible threat, the student retreated into the sculpture exhibit. Now in the sculpture exhibit, the student attempted to hide as he heard the terrible sound of shattering glass. In the sculpture exhibit. If the glass, maybe the sculpture hit the glass case. When it fell, it blanked the glass case below, and then something. It destroyed the glass case below, because that would explain why there's a hole in the glass case, and then blanked the blank. I want to say something about the gemstone. Like it exposed the gemstone. Struck the gemstone. Close. Okay, we're close. See how close. Am I one word away close? Okay, I'm one word away close. Maybe. Maybe I'm 2 words away close. Who knows? Yeah, maybe I'm 2 words. Glass case. And then something. And then Oh, tripped. Tripped the alarm. Wait, I think this is it. Tripped the alarm, because that's why they would have heard the alarm after the glass. Soon after, the old-timer hid the gun from the punk. No, that doesn't sound right. And into a fountain. Mm-mm. Soon after. And into a... I wanted to say that the gun was put into the fountain, but I think... I don't know. The gun dropped. No, the somebody... something to something from the... That's gotta be like a person verb. A person verbed the object from the... Stabbed the object. And into a... Hit the object... From the... I want to say, like, moved the object. Because I was thinking the gem. Tripped the alarm soon after. After the alarm was tripped, who was coming around? I'm thinking the guard. Shocking sound tripping over the artist along the way. Now in the antiquities exhibit, he discovered the guide was locked in place, stunned, called for the curator. Museum's alarm diverted him into the natural history exhibit. He arrived at the exhibit just after the podcaster, who had already looked over the victim and declared him deceased. The fountain gun still doesn't make sense to me. I think the gun fell from the balcony into the fountain, I think is what they were saying. I mean, who knows if we can believe what they were saying, but it's like the punk shot it, dropped it, it fell into the fountain below. And that's how it ended up there where we found it. And then I was just going off my own thing of like, what if the old timer hid it? But then I remember we did talk to the old timer and he was too disoriented to hide it. It just fell. Soon after, the guard, maybe? The guard came in. The guard blanked the blank. No, because the guard came in after the tourist. I mean, after the podcaster. What was the podcaster doing? Why were they there? Clatter to the ground. Fighting, however, when an alarm sounded, the startling noise caused the podcaster to drop the camera. So it's the alarm that triggered the podcaster. Beetle. I already have the mouse's story. Just as he noticed the fighting, the tourist made an effort to block the podcaster, who then dropped his camera. And into a... I don't think I understand what it's wanting from me. Like, the something to the something. From the blank and into a blank. From something into something? Is this talking about hiding the bullet casing into the shrub? By the way, we can't see the sentence. Sorry. I am covering parts of it. You can see most of it. That TER is after. Soon after. The blank blank. The blank. From the blank. And into a blank. The only things you can't see are the two... These... Where do I point? These two blanks right here. That's all you're missing. I can't see the sentence because they're blanks. Soon after. Oh, I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? The shrub. The shrub. Cool. So it's soon after. Sorry, I've only read the sentence 20 times. Soon after, the blank blank, the blank from the blank and into a blank. There's only one solution. Using our superior chat senses, we vibe our way through the hidden words. Yeah, you just gotta, like, be one with the game. Timberwolf, how are ya? Did I make it? Another 12-hour day done. Yay! 2 so far this week. Lord knows how many more. Complaint over. It's Complainy Tuesday, so I'm glad you vented. Welcome. We're trying to figure out this last sentence. We got everything else right. And we're gonna catch the criminals. Soon after. I want to say soon after the gun fired, soon after the statue died. The something, no, because it has to be the person verbed the object from the place and into another place. Right? Have we been forensically felining? We have been forensically felining. We're doing so good. Look at all the green. We just have one sentence to solve, and I don't know what it means. Soon after... Maybe soon after the alarm tripped. I don't know if I can say the same thing again, but let's try something, because it's better than me just sitting here staring at a bunch of blanks. Soon after the alarm tripped, the blank from the... Blank from the... blanked blank and into I don't get it into a what. That's like grammatically it's not clicking in my head. What does that mean grammatically? What goes there? The something from the something. See, that's why I think it's got to be a person took the thing from the thing and into a thing. Le boulet? Le boulet? The bullet? Do I have bullet as an option? The bullet. The bullet from the and into a? D-Job, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. Bullet from the gun. The bullet from the gun. Okay, so I'm gonna take away my alarm tripped. Soon after, the blanked the bullet from the gun. Oh, I think you got it. Gosh, I couldn't get there. And into a plant. Oh, hell. Yeah, the sentence don't make sense. I just feel like that doesn't make sense. And into a what? Like, if the person moved the bullet from the gun and into a plant. Is that what it means? Hid the bullet from the gun and into a plant? Because I want to say that the person took the bullet casing and stuck it in a shrub. How do I say that? If that even is what the sentence is wanting me to say. Maybe somebody retreated from the and into a... Maybe a person left from someone. Your square is blocking the full sentence. I promise you, I'm not blocking a damn thing. I understand you guys can't see it, but they're literal blanks. That's the sentence. Soon after, the blank blank, the blank from the blank and into a blank. I promise you're not missing words. Soon after. Maybe somebody... The retreated, no. I think the answer might be blank. It might be blank. I don't know what it's wanting from this. Like, I don't understand what part of the story it's wanting here. Soon after what? Soon after the alarm tripped? What happened? Nothing. Everybody was just doing their own things. What does it mean? I already got the mouse's story down. I got the podcaster story down. The old timer went back to the fine art gallery, tended to his injuries. Are you missing a through to get the gun from the gallery to the fountain? Through to get the gallery. A through. We have a dropped. I don't have a through. And this little red circle right there at the bottom means we have all the words we need. It's solvable. We have everything we need to get it, which is crazy, because what does that mean? The old timer was fibbing. The old timer is a big ol' liar. Absolutely. I don't know what it means. Soon, I'm gonna say soon after the alarm tripped. The blank? The blank from the blank and into a blank. Like, grammatically, what words go there? Is it a pronoun? Is it a verb? The blank is either a person or an object. From the something and into a... The punk dropped the gun from the balcony into the fountain. Soon after, the punk dropped the gun from the balcony and into a fountain. Ew. Grammatically doesn't feel right in my mouth, but I actually think that is the closest we've gotten. This sentence makes me upset. The punk dropped the gun from the... Just take the and out, and I feel like it would make more sense. The punk dropped the gun from the balcony into a fountain. Not and into a fountain. Where's fountain? Am I being irrationally upset about this sentence? Perhaps. Did everything need to go away? Had to do my job for a second and she disappeared. Oh, is she back? You guys said you couldn't see the sentence, so I took myself away so that you wouldn't be missing the words. Which were blanks. That sentence is very mad-libbed. My work here is done. Thank you, D-Job. I appreciate that. Because what in the world is that sentence? The and really threw me off. And into a fountain? It dropped into a fountain. It didn't drop and into a fountain. Anyways, I'm gonna get stuck on that the whole rest of the night. I'm not gonna be over it. Because why did the game make me look stupid like I don't know English? I knew I was onto something. This case is continuing to clear up, but it feels like there's always another thread to pull, and there's no use calling it a wrap before I know for certain what's happened. Okay. Well, what do we have now? Upon examination of the keys, one was marked with a small insignia. It reminded me of an exhibit I've seen, but where? But where? Okay, so our new page, we've now completed 2. A lot more blanks here. A blank blanked the blank blank. Blank, blank, blank. Okay. To the, it was something by the something from the something. There was an old, a strange, and the accessible from the on the. The blank was the renowned, the grumpy, and the shady. Oh, I feel like that's gotta be the peoples, right? The renowned. I was gonna say the renowned artist, the grumpy old-timer, but maybe that's a stretch. Seems the between the inversely, the blank will be blank by the blank. Okay. Okay, let's go talk to people. I'm sure there are more. I gotta find where that exhibit with the open arms is. I don't know what he was talking about. He's like, oh, it reminds me of an exhibit with open arms. I mean, this guy, the victim has open arms, I'll tell you that. It makes you feel better. I don't think the dev's native language is English. They're based in Brazil. I mean, I don't know if it makes me feel better. And into a fountain. Like, there's nothing wrong with that sentence. It just didn't flow when I read it. Because it sounds like you would take something and move it to something. Took something from somewhere and moved it. I don't know. We have a whole new page now. Let me just be miffed. So I can't talk to you guys. You don't know anything. I mean, you probably do know things, but nothing that will help me at this current moment. What exhibit are you talking about? With open arms? Also, is my photo ready yet? Great, now you're just being mean. I'm sorry. You're right. I shouldn't be this upset about an and. Alright, let's see if I got the film. Nope, no film yet. Dang it. I was so excited that we cracked something with this film. I went in. It's not in that exhibit. Is it upstairs? I know extremely little even when I have a brain cell. Me too! Non-native speakers don't get the idiosyncrasies, and that's fair. I would have assumed they were native English speakers because of all the puns. I feel like you've got to have some sort of understanding and grasp to make all of these art puns. There it is. So, color me shocked. The plaque reads, Fairy of the Wall by Anthony Goatley. This fairy looks a bit familiar, like the symbol on that labeled key I found. I hate to rearrange the curator's exhibits without permission, but I think that's probably the least of their concerns right about now. Wow, a keyhole hidden behind the artwork, and it's opened a secret doorway. Now that never gets old. A whole new secret doorway. Yes, it leads us right into the museum's back room. I see a computer there on the desk. That's probably my best bet to get a hold of the security system's data. I'm sure there's plenty of other things to investigate as well, so let's get to it. Oh, there's a lot. Okay. This seems like a pretty sturdy box of tools and fairly well stocked for a museum. They're all in pretty fine shape too, considering the layer of dust on most of them. Oh, this is a good-looking screwdriver. Never know when you're gonna need one of these. A screwdriver. Someone hung a few drawings on the wall here. Rainbows, dinosaurs, and rocket ships are all standard fare for a child with crayons. Looks like the museum and an avian family there, too. Not much to go on here, but cute nonetheless. There's an old photograph hanging here. It's a bit faded. 6 people standing together, posed for some sort of occasion. There's the curator, the guide, and the guard. But I don't recognize the other 3. The curator, the guide, and the guard. It might turn out superfluous to the investigation, but I bet I can learn more. This feels a bit familiar, doesn't it? I hope I won't have to deal with 2 password fiascos in one night. Let's hope not, please. Nope, it's unlocked. Quite the stroke of luck. Now let's see about the security system. Most of the data here is obscured, probably encrypted. I suppose that's how they can justify keeping it unlocked. But it's most certainly a record archive. A record archive. I can make out entries for exhibit openings, doors locking, and the alarm being triggered. Unfortunately, user information isn't revealed. There's no clear indication of who or what these signals are from. Ha! Looks like there's an export data function, and it doesn't require an administrator's override. I'll have this data to the station and decrypted in no time. For such a sophisticated system, this seems pretty easy. Oh, because it's exporting to a floppy disk. Well, beggars can't be choosers. I've got what I need. We have a floppy disk. This case has proven complex, enough. You know, I'm complaining that I didn't understand that sentence, but I'm having a really hard time reading today, so maybe this is me. I really am the problem, the root of all my problems, so... Deep breaths, everyone. This case has proven complex enough that I can't afford to miss any details. Besides, this bookshelf is organized far better than the one in my office, so it's much easier to find anything intriguing. Like this, a file folder marked classified. I could never overlook that. I suppose it's not unusual for a museum to keep sensitive documents, but these are redacted so excessively, even for a contract. Except one phone number? Weird. I wonder who's on the other end. I should give it a call. Do I have a phone? Or do I have to go back to my office? The only phone I've used is way, way, way back at my office. Okay. So I have some new words here. Let me see what I picked up. The screwdriver, a standard tool used to tighten and loosen screws. I found this in the museum's maintenance room, but there isn't much more to be said about it. I'm not even entirely sure if I'll need to use it, but I have it just in case. An old photograph someone hung in the museum back room. There are 6 subjects in the photo, including the curator, the guard, and the guide of the current museum staff. It looks like it was taken at an event of some kind, as everyone is posed and smiling. I'm not entirely sure who the other people are, though, so I'll have to ask around for more information. Logs generated from the alarm database and written to a data disk. Upon finding the alarm system in the museum's maintenance room, I was able to access the computer and export its database of logs. There's not much I can do with this by myself, though, since it appears to be written in a complex syntax. Perhaps there's someone else I can have look through it. And then we have the files, confidential files, a series of semi-redacted documents found within the museum's maintenance room. The file folder is full of paperwork from context clues. They appear to be contracts, statements, transcripts, and invoices. I suppose none of these would be strange for a business to keep record of, but the large swaths of redacted information is certainly unusual. There is no names or specific figures, but it does look like someone missed a phone number on one of the later pages. I wonder who's on the other end. Okay. I have a payphone. I forgot the payphone doesn't only just call the police, right? I could probably call other people. You're so right. All right. I found a screwdriver. You never know when you'll need one of these. Okay, financial fiasco. I found several documents marked as classified with many details redacted, which isn't necessarily unusual, but there's one phone number left visible for some reason. Let's go see if I can call that phone number. All right. Back outside. Okay, how do I get back down the stairs? I feel like every time I'm trying to get into a room, I'm thinking I'm gonna go to the first floor, but it's not. Ugh, look at all the thought bubbles. Okay, I can talk to everybody. This is exciting. I'm no longer stuck. Who should I call? Let's call the strange number. Amongst all that redacted information, anyone could be on the other end. Thank you for calling Fennec Financial, your trusted partner in financial and creative services. Unfortunately, our office is currently closed. If you are a current client, you may dial your extension now and leave a message. Your account manager will return your call as soon as possible. If you are a prospective client, please leave your name, number, and a brief message. A member of our team will reach out soon. Thank you, and we look forward to bringing your artistic dreams to life. Record your message after the... Okay, we're not going to record a message. An investment firm, huh? I guess it makes sense for a museum to seek some reliable funding, but why all the secrecy? I doubt the curator will give me anything, and chances are slim that one of the other suspects knows about Fennec Financial, but it's worth trying. Let's see. Let's call the police department. See if there's anything on the case. Detective! I hope the case is coming along smoothly. What can I do for you? About the alarm. Officer, I hate to be an inconvenience, but I've got something else to send to the lab. Officer, are you... No sense in making you wait around, so here I am. What you got there, detective? Is that a real-life save icon? Well, no, it's a floppy disk. The museum security system uses them for some reason, but I have no way to decrypt it. Oof, you're right. This isn't gonna fit in a USB slot or a CD drive. Ask one of the older officers about it and they'll know how to hack it. After a while, I'll call for an update. Sounds like a plan. I'll get these logs back to you as soon as I can. Unless my luck's run dry, this could lead to another breakthrough. It keeps getting later, so here's hoping. Jasper, but that duck's like hanging out around the corner. Alright, so I have the curator's motive. Sell off the rare gemstone in an insurance fraud or embezzlement scheme. I mean, we did just find the, the classified documents. Is that what I pick? I see. That makes sense. Embezzlement was an assumption, and probably a pretty extreme one at that. But for the curator to pay off the museum's debts with the gemstone, now is certainly plausible. Aha. Now I can interrogate you about that. Ah, Detective, I trust the investigation is going well? Of course, I have several things to discuss if we could. Ask away, Detective. About those drawings. Excuse me, what drawings do you mean? In the maintenance room, there was a handful hung on the wall, in crayon, I believe. I strain to understand why you would ever need to know anything about that. Does your snooping understand no discretionary bounds? This case has proven very complex, Curator. I need to understand any possible angle or motive from everyone. Well, my son isn't one of your suspects. He's quite young, and I do not see him enough anymore. Until you can look at me with a straight face and prove pinning his scribbles on the wall is a crime, don't ask me about it again. As you wish. I'd like to ask you something else. Let's talk about additional details about the files. I have reasons to believe tonight's events may have been influenced by outside forces, and these documents have strengthened that suspicion. Unfortunately, there isn't much left here for me to investigate. Could you tell me more about them? Enough of him. I think it said enough of him. I clicked too fast and I missed half the sentence. I'm afraid you're wasting your time, and mine for that matter. Those are very standard for an institution such as this one. Then why go through the effort of redacting so much of them? It was the investment firm's policy, so I obliged. They kept the museum afloat, so I didn't argue. No, nor did I believe there was a reason to. Seems extreme for what you're describing, but this isn't my specialty, so I'll take your word for it. But I'd like to get your word on something else, if you wouldn't mind. The logs. I exported them from the museum security system. Ultimately, there's no need to disclose this, but I thought it was the right thing to do. I'm offended that you would subvert my authority, Detective, but I'm willing to look the other way on this. I understand you're operating in the best interest of myself and the museum, so I can't fault you for that. I'm operating in the best interests of truth, which these shall facilitate. Oh, yes, silly me, in the pursuit of justice and all that, how could I forget? I don't see how you'll make much use of them when they're stored on that floppy disk, but do what you must. I'll do my best, you can count on that. For now, there's more I'd like to discuss. The photo. I found it while investigating. I recognize you and the other museum staff, but could you tell me more about the other 3 people pictured here? Unfortunately, this is another scenario where my wings are tied, Detective. I'm not at liberty to disclose the details of their identities. They were, in one way or another, all associated with the museum in the past, but I can't say any more than that. It's a wonder how you get anything done these days with so much red tape around. Like you wouldn't believe. Do you have something else to discuss, or are you going to get back to work? There's always another question, I'm afraid. Actually, I think I am done. Alright, guard. Aye, Detective, what can I do for you? Let's start with a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. Standing by for inquiry, Detective. About your keys. These keys? What about them? Wait a minute. You have your keys on you? Well, yeah. Can't you see I'm holding them right in front of you, Detective? Oh, you are, aren't you? It doesn't look like the developers gave you that animation, but they're right there, in stunning detail. I love when devs do things like that. That's so funny. The developers? Don't worry about it. That's not even the strangest part. If you have your keys, then whose do I have in evidence right now? Never mind, just forget it. We should move on anyways. Absolutely, I'm an open book and full of pictures. Let's talk about the photo. I noticed the museum's current staff, but I'm not sure about the others. What can you tell me about them? Oh wow, I never got my own copy of this photo. We took it at our staff dinner. Must have been a couple years back now. That old fella there, that's the mechanic. But he sadly passed away now. I guess seeing him again kind of hit me all at once, you know? Oh, my apologies, I didn't know. It's okay, Detective, I just wish you could have met him. I think you'd have gotten along well. He was mighty grumpy, and he had a heart of gold, and I tell you, he loved this museum. As much as he complained about it. Yeah, I know the type. I'm sorry for your loss. It's alright, time moves on, and so do we. And hey, if there's a way I could get a copy of that photo when this is all over, I'd appreciate it. I'll see what I can do. Why don't we discuss other matters for now? Okay, so that fits in with this thing. Grumpy mechanic. Aha. So in the photo, I'm thinking, in the photograph, Look at this photograph. In the photograph was the renowned, the grumpy mechanic, and the shady. So those three people we're still looking for. There was an old, a strange, and the... A something? I'm thinking this has to be to the back room, to the maintenance room. To the back room. A blank blanked the... Maybe a sculpture hid... Like, it is the entrance. Where's hid? Ugh, I'm always too quick with my clicks. A sculpture hid the door. Do I have door? I swear I had door before. Door to the back room on the... Maybe not. It was opened by the key from the artist. The artist gave us that key. A sculpture hid the door to the back room on the something balcony. Which balcony? Was that the courtyard balcony? I don't know which balcony that was. Close it up. There was an old something, a strange something, and the something accessible from the computer? From the something on the computer. There was an old photograph. A strange... I want to say folder file. Contract. Maybe a strange contract. And the logs accessible from the something on the computer. Maybe it's the something from the logs on the computer. I don't know. Something there. Then the photograph was we're going to figure out who those three people were. It seemed the blank between the something and something put the blank into blank. And nothing was. Conversely, the blank will be... Okay. Cool. So we have some new words, which is actually very fun. We have more info on these files, the confidential files. I gave the number a call, of course, but no one picked up. Instead, I was met with an automated message for a private investment firm. A privately owned museum seeking investments isn't unusual either, so why was it treated with such discretion? See if the podcaster has any more for us, since we now have... Oh, I guess not. Maybe I can't talk to you. Are you just innocent? I've gotten all I needed out of you. You haven't done anything else. Okay, maybe the tourist? Nope, you're good. I got everything out of you. I guess I have to talk to the staff more than anything else. And the artiste. Salutations, detective. Have you solved the case? Not quite, but I have some questions that may help. Affirmative. About this photo. I doubt you would know much about it, but do you recognize anyone other than the museum staff pictured here? The gentleman there looks like some kind of technician. Does that help, detective? I can't operate solely on assumptions and impressions, but it's the thought that counts. Yes, that's what they say. If you learn more, I would be interested to know. I'll do my best, but I have a couple more topics to discuss. I actually don't, but... Sure. We should arrest the podcaster for the love of the game. I think we should too. Lock her up. Old timers got nothing. Critic, though. Let's talk to you. You have yet to acquire new attire. I do not approve. Apologies, but that's not what I'm here to discuss. I'm actually here to discuss this photo. You wouldn't happen to recognize any of the picture peopled here. The people pictured here, would you? Aside from the obvious. Oh dear, now that's a face I didn't expect to see when I woke up this morning. Oh, and who's that? The gentleman there on the right side. He's an investor. One of unscrupulous morals. We've only crossed paths a couple times, and I consider myself lucky to never do so again. Quite the strong opinion. Well, I have other inquiries to make. Okay. So... investor? Is he renowned or is he shady? I don't know. The investor is up in that photo. Like, podcaster committed too many crimes already. I know. Podcaster doing too much. Alright. Have you put it all together yet, detective? I'm working on it, hoping you might be able to answer a few more questions. What do you want to know? About this old photo. I see you pictured here next to the curator and the guard. Could you tell me more about the others? Oh yeah, for sure. That's the historian there, although after I was hired, it wasn't too long before she left. Regardless, in that short time, I looked up to her vast expertise. It was like she just knew everything about art history, the culture even. Anthropology. Do you know why they decided to part ways with the museum? No, I don't. It was pretty unceremonious. In fact, I came in for my shift one day and realized it had been a couple weeks since I last saw them. Okay, I'll have to keep asking around. Until then, would you mind talking to me about some other things? I think that's it. But now I know that that is the historian. Were they shady because of the way that they left? Because it feels weird that they left like that. The investor, maybe. Perfect. So we have the photo figured out. Great. It seems the something between... I want to say, like, the relationship between two people. I don't know. Maybe, but I don't know. Who have I not spoken to? We've definitely talked. I'm trying to remember what balcony the back room was on. Natural history balcony. There is a balcony. I can look at this thing, can I not? Is it the art balcony? Maybe that's it. Yeah, because it's this one. Sculpture exhibit balcony. Let's try sculpture balcony. The sculpture hid the... door to the back room on the sculpture balcony. It was opened by the key from the artist. A sculpture hid the door? Maybe on the exhibit balcony. There we go. A sculpture hid the door to the back room on the exhibit balcony. It was opened by the key from the artist. There was an old photograph, a strange... something, and the something accessible from the logs on the computer. Strange contract? I feel like it's got to be the strange contract because the because it was all redacted and stuff. exported the data logs. Well, it hasn't told me that I have all my words yet, so I'm clearly still missing some. Let's keep looking around. Courtyard exhibit. Skip the pleasantries, detective. I don't have all day. I'm sure you don't. Let's get started. This ain't making me any younger, detective. I was wondering if you could tell me more about this person pictured here, the historian? Sure I can. She was an absolute fount of knowledge. No one could shut down the critics' incessant debating faster. Do you know why they parted with the museum? Aside from being destined for greater heights than this, I don't know the details, but I always heard it was a budget issue. If you want my opinion, it was the best thing that could have happened to them. I wouldn't have been surprised if they volunteered. Interesting. Do you know what's happened to them since? I heard they were heading up a department in Weaselton, D.C., at one of those national museums. I see. Unlikely to be connected to tonight's events then. Let's see if I have any more questions for you. Okay, so interesting. Let's talk about additional details about the investor. Ugh, must we, detective? I simply have nothing positive to say. I have reason to believe he may be intertwined with this, so I'm doing my due diligence on the matter, that's all. Intertwined? It wouldn't surprise me if he had an icy grip on it, detective. That's his business. That cursed Fennec Financial preys on downtrodden artists, failed institutions, and any client they can swindle. Of course, everything starts to look up in the beginning, and you put even more trust in them. The good days won't stop. Then it's a miscalculation and unfortunate circumstance, and before you know it, you're in more debt than you can imagine. And only one way out. Trust the process, a process that's designed to eat you alive forever. I have nothing positive to say on the matter. I may regret asking, but I must. Is this a personal matter for you? Art is personal. It's human, wonderfully flawed. And those corporate suits only understand cold, destructive, and disturbingly calculated. I can't say I understand, but I like to think I can empathize. I'm not sure what to say, so why don't we move on? Alright, now we have all our words. All the words. Okay, I still don't know this. There was an old photograph, a strange contract, and the something accessible something. Then the what? Accessible from the logs on the computer. Or maybe on the computer on the desk. What about that? The logs from the computer on the desk. What if it's all willy-nilly? The computer logs. There we go. Old photograph, a strange contract, and the logs accessible from the computer on the desk. In the photograph was the renowned historian, the grumpy mechanic, and the shady investor. It seems the blank between the... Okay, this has to be about the critic. The critic and the investor? They had some weird shady stuff. Put the blank into debt. Put the museum into debt? Objects? Objects? Yeah, debt. But nothing was... Oh, maybe that's not it. Conversely, the blank will be blank by the blank to learn more. I don't know. The something to learn more? The logs? Revealed. Conversely, the blank will be revealed by the log. I don't think that's right. That doesn't sound right. It seems the contract between the critic and the investor put the museum to debt, but nothing was revealed? Like, I want to say the contract is all censored. The investor and the... Did it put the museum in debt or something? But nothing was... Conversely, the... Oh, maybe the client and the investor. Maybe it wasn't the critic. Seems the contract between the client and the investor put the museum, or put the client, into debt. But nothing was revealed. I feel like the critic has to come in here somewhere, right? There are two things definitely wrong there. Let me go ahead and see what could be wrong. Let's see. Contract is right. That's wrong. Investor is right. So contract's wrong and client is wrong. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. So, let's put these in. This is correct, but contract and investor, I mean, whatever I had there before. It seems the contract between maybe the museum and the investor put the client into debt. Between the who and the... We put the critic into debt. The client and the investor. Who got into debt? Curator? Put the museum into debt. I think it's the curator. There we go. It seems the contract between the curator and the investor put the museum into debt, but nothing was revealed. Conversely, the blank will be revealed. What will be revealed by the logs? I don't know about the logs. The office, outside pocket sculpture, wall. Computer contract. Conversely, the contract will be revealed. by the... By the what to learn more? The debt will be... Maybe the debt will be... Conversely, the... Will be what by the what? I don't think I understand the sentence. Conversely, the... I want to say like the logs will be... Argued, fell, fought, forgot, dropped, hacked. Hacked? Maybe hacked. Unless the logs will be opened. The logs will be... But the logs are for the alarm system. So that's... It just doesn't seem right. The curator will be... By the what to learn more. The commissioner. It'll be inspected by the commissioner to learn more. The logs will be hacked by the commissioner. Okay, close enough. The contract will be... Okay, two of these are wrong. Oh, that one's still wrong. I mean, I guess... Will be... Contract will be revealed by the commissioner. Okay, well now I'm 3 wrong. All 3 are wrong? The logs will be revealed. The logs will be hacked. The logs will be opened. I don't know. Okay, the logs will be... Maybe it's not the commissioner. What if it's the detective? Yeah, these two are wrong, but it looks like logs is right. Logs looks correct. So when I do that, it says 2 or fewer. The logs will be revealed. Maybe, yeah, maybe it's revealed. I just feel like I don't want to use revealed twice. I just used revealed in the last sentence, you know? Revealed by the officer? Hacked by the officer. Hacked by the officer. Aha! I knew I was onto something. Only the best cases have secret rooms and mysterious figures. This one even has redacted documents. It doesn't get better than that. Let's keep digging. If we're exceptionally lucky, we'll uncover something paranormal, too. Come to think of it, I should check with the officer again about that film. It might be developed by now. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I hope it's developed by now. It's been long enough. I want the film. Oops, sorry, I'm stepping on the dead body. Please pardon me. I'm just trying to go check on my film. So exciting. All right. Let's call up the police department about the film. I'm just checking back up on that film I had you pick up. How's that going? Oh yeah, good news. I just got word from the lab that it's done. I'll be right over to show you. Can't you just... Good evening again, Detective. You know, you could have just told me the important details over the phone. You didn't have to drive out here again. Ah, but a picture's worth 1,000 words. Haven't you heard that, Detective? As for this one, the angle's a bit skewed, and it looks like it was taken in motion, so it's a bit blurry, but if you look right here... That's a tail! A thin, white tail! The student in the sculpture gallery. According to this testimony, he would have been in the foyer when this photo was taken. That was a lie. I couldn't have asked for a better breakthrough, officer. This really was a huge help. I need to get back in there. Post haste! Go for it, Detective, and if you need anything else, don't hesitate to call again. Yes, everything's coming together now. Waiting for the floppy disk, so now the photo is ready. Yep. Done skis. Also, we have... the podcaster. The fighting continued, however, and when alarm sounded, the startling noise caused the podcaster to drop the camera. I now have the photograph. Of course she wouldn't have told me about the photo, considering how badly she wanted to hold on to the film. All's well that ends well, though. This film was just the thing I needed to crack this case wide open. Okay. I think... Are we upstairs? That, the student is in the sculpture place, wherever that may be. You know, one day I'll learn the place. I want to go down. I don't want to be on a balcony. Down, 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 down. Oh, hello? Where did you go? The artist I can talk to, though. Salutations, Detective. Have you solved the case? Let's ask you about this old photo. I hate to be too persistent on the matter, but are you positive you don't know anyone pictured here? I've given that some thought, and I feel guilty. Would you allow me to be honest with you? I don't know why I couldn't bring myself to say so, but the technician I pointed out there, he was my father. He was... Oh, I see. I'm sorry for your loss. I respect your kind words, but they are not required. Some of my very early memories are within this museum, in a time before the curator took over. He loved this place, even with how infrequently he acknowledged it. I knew what he meant when he said there was no reason to ever retire. I spoke to the guard about him, and he said as much. It sounds like he was well respected. Yes, I believe he was. After many years, retirement was chosen for him. He didn't live long after that. He would always say, if I sit down now, I'm not going to be able to stand back up, but I never took that literally. My dearest apologies. I didn't mean to open old wounds. I know it can be hard. I hope you wouldn't mind if I move on to another topic before I go. I'm good, though. I don't think we need anything. See, cause for alarm. The department took the logs for analysis, waiting for the results. Financial fiasco, we're still working on the gem, but we did finish the film. That's good. So there's like 3 more leads we can follow. I also have developed photo and film, a photography film canister that once belonged to the tourist and a photo developed from it. During the chaotic events that unfolded earlier, this film was used to take an accidental photo when its camera was dropped. We knew this. Analysis of the film, as performed by the police department, revealed an intriguing revelation. An accidental photo captured a thin white tail in the sculpture exhibit, despite the student's supposed timeline. Okay. That's not that way. This way. Sculpture exhibit. Ooh. That accidental photograph proves I should investigate every potential hiding place, and this one is a prime suspect. And with this screwdriver, I should be able to... Aha! I found it! The Optimus Diamond, and in an air duct. Be careful now, this gemstone is worth more than all 9 of my lives. Immediately into evidence with you. What's this? There's something else in here. A rolled canvas? Wait a second, even I recognize this. But isn't it supposed to be hanging in the fine art gallery? Oh no. I've got the sinking feeling this case isn't as closed as I thought. I should show this to an expert I can trust. Have you put it all together yet, Detective? I'm working on it and hoping you might be able to answer a few questions. This artwork. I've discovered it under strange circumstances, so would you mind looking it over for me? Oh, I hope those strange circumstances weren't taking it off the wall and out of its frame. No, not as simple as that. The exhibit is still hanging right where you last saw it. That's because... The original's still hanging there because this one's a counterfeit. The inconsistencies are subtle, especially in the style. Why would something like this be here, Detective? You know, don't you? I have my suspicions, but nothing definite yet. I'm afraid. I don't like this one bit. If you find out more, you'll tell me, right? Only what I'm at liberty to disclose, but I'll continue to rely on your expertise as needed. Well, if I were you, I'd look over any other artwork you've come across tonight. Who knows what else could have been missed? A good idea. But until then, I might have a couple more things for us to go over. Tofu, how are ya? Out of curiosity, will you play in the new Paper Perjury update? I will at some point. Have they finished the full case? Because I know case 6 was coming out like case 6 part 1, and I was going to wait for case 6 to be completed before I played the next one. But Paper Perjury, absolutely love it. Stoked about the next case. And Shroom, how are ya? I'm innocent, I swear! Every time you say that, I get a little less confident. Alright, let's talk about the fact that I saw your tail in a piece of evidence. Is that important? I don't think that it is. Let's not do that. Okay, about this photo. Would you mind taking a look at it and telling me what you see? Well, I don't see much, Detective. It's pretty blurry. What about right here? Does this thin white tail look familiar to you? Are you trying to say that's my tail? I guess it does look pretty similar, but what of it? By all my calculations, this would put you in a pretty interesting place at a pretty interesting time. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure, you can see my tail, but there's no way to tell what's going on out of frame. As much as you'd like to deny it, the implication is too strong. I'm giving you a chance to confess here before it's too late. I have nothing to confess. I'm innocent. It's until proven guilty, isn't it? You're right, so I'll just have to prove it. Until then, I have other questions. Okay. Case 6 is fully released? Great. I will have to go check it out. Because I knew they were releasing it in parts, and I really wanted the full case, so thank you. Putting that on my radar. About today's events. About the diamond. Detective, I saw you open the air duct over there. I know you've already found the diamond, so you don't have to be so dramatic. Once you had that photo, I knew my time was up. So cuff me or whatever you have to do. Luckily for you, this case isn't closed yet. I have a few threads that still need to be pulled, so you have a little bit longer until I draw conclusions. Whatever you say, Detective, but I don't know how else this could really go. It's easier than you'd think. Well, not too easy, considering you couldn't pull it off, but still, the punk opened the display and I took the diamond. Then he went upstairs to create a distraction for me. After that, I just had to wait in the foyer to be empty and make my way out. But I heard the gunshot go off. We agreed it was only a last resort. I know he wouldn't have killed anyone, but it made me hesitant. hesitate. But when I decided to leave him behind, the doors were already locked. The security system was supposed to recognize him, but I guess it didn't work. So I moved to the backup plan and tried to wait it out. I see. I have plenty more questions about this entire situation, so there's no sense in stopping now, shall we? Alright, let's talk about why did you do it? Well, what kind of question is that, detective? If I have a really good reason, it's not like it'll suddenly be okay. No, probably not, but it can help me build a better picture of what happened, and sometimes that can help. So please, be honest with me. Well, it was worth a lot of money, you know? Split 2 ways, even 3, 4, 5 ways, that's still a ton. This is going to sound so cliche, but with that kind of money, the punk would have finally paid for his surgery. Surgery? What sort of condition? Something with his heart. I don't know much about the really intimate details, but they don't bleed right. They have a weak pulse, some muscle deficiency. Look, I'm not a doctor, and frankly, I don't hold up well to anything medical. It's just bad, okay? That's the only way we could really fix it, I think. Sounds a lot more redeemable than, say, buying a tropical island somewhere, don't you think? Whatever, it doesn't matter now. Perhaps it doesn't. Would you mind if I asked you a few more questions, then? Personal questions about the punk. You said you were friends. Would you mind telling me a bit more? I don't know what there is to say, and if you're just fishing for more evidence, well, I don't have anything to say either. No, I was hoping you could tell me more about him. Would that be okay? Like what? He was a punk through and through. All my other friends from university said he was just a bad influence. Maybe they were right. He apparently got me tied up in all this, didn't he? Ugh, no, that's not fair. Besides, I've known him for far longer than anyone, so what do they really know? How long did you know each other? How did you meet? We were just kids, meeting like any 2 kids do. I don't even remember what it was exactly. Probably trading cards or a video game, kid stuff. Stuff that bullies would make fun of you for, at least until they got a swift right hook to the nose. He had your back, I can understand that. And I had his. Or I was supposed to. At least enough to hold him back. Detective, I know this will sound strange, but I just don't want to hold on to this right now. It's hard to look at. Could you take it? What is... Actually, that doesn't matter right now. Of course I can hold on to it. You shouldn't blame yourself for what happened. I know it's not that easy, but I hope you can trust me on that. Now, there's a few more things we can go over if you're up for it. Let's do some additional details about the painting. I happened to find it alongside the gemstone. Did you have anything to do with it? You have to trust me, Detective. This time I am telling you the truth when I say I have no idea why that was there. So you noticed it was in there earlier this evening. I did, but there wasn't enough time to think about it. Has it stumped you as much as it stumped me? Unfortunately, yes, for now. After I make more inquiries with you, I'm going to get back to investigating it. Okay, Detective, if you say so. Let's ask about the plan. How did you know to hide the diamond in the sculpture gallery? We decided on it beforehand. I know it might seem like we were just a pair of amateurs, especially since everything fell apart, but we gave it some thought. Oh, look at me. What am I even saying? Trying to justify that I'm good at being a criminal. The truth is we were hired to do it, but only the punk ever communicated with them. And they were prepared to deal with pretty much every contingency. They knew it all except for the security system, I guess. Well, they told us about it, but the punk figured out how it actually worked, so we could get around it. I hacked his ID into the system remotely. It seemed really easy to accomplish in the moment, but in retrospect, that's why he had a backup plan. And that was, if for some reason I couldn't get to the front door, or if they locked, which they were, I was supposed to go into the sculpture gallery and put it into the air duct. Whoever hired us was willing to have someone come through and pick it up later, but that's all we were told. So presumably they have had other means of entry. Perhaps they just needed someone to get it out of the display? Strange. I mean, whatever you think, Detective. Like I said, we had pretty explicit instructions, and it seemed like whoever they were, they had a lot of contingencies. Not some amateur thieves is right. I've got a few other topics to address before I move on. But maybe we don't. Okay, so now I've got the student. Now in the sculpture exhibit, the student attempted to hide as he heard the terrible sound of shattering glass, but he just told me No. Oh, what am I supposed to show you? Hear a terrible sound of shattering glass. Am I supposed to just do the diamond? There. Thought I had to use his testimony. But no, the actual diamond that I found. Of course he was trying to hide the diamond he had stolen. He stashed in the air duct, but he couldn't have come up with his backup plan on the fly, right? He couldn't have come up with the backup plan. Okay. Great. Also, this is page 4. The blank was going to be by when he blanked the blank. The blank of the into. However, according to his was saying the There's not a lot of words to go off of here. It's a lot of so and was and I don't know. The blank blanked in the I'm gonna say the student hid the words are stupid? I don't know if they're stupid. Maybe the lack of words. The student hid the gemstone in the, do I have air duct or something? Or maybe stashed. Stashed is a good word. Stashed the gemstone in the air duct. Oh, maybe not. In the, because there's 2 blanks here where a painting was also stashed. Painting. The air duct. Oh no, the something air duct. I understand. The sculpture exhibit air duct. That makes sense. Stash the gemstone like it was cheese? Why are we assuming that the mouse eats cheese? Making character assumptions like that? Uh-oh. What if he hates cheese? So the students, I mean, who hates cheese? A criminal, which he is. So the students stashed the gemstone in the sculpture exhibit air duct where a painting was also stashed. I put painting in the wrong spot. Painting was also stashed. Maybe hid. Yeah, there we go. So the student hid the gemstone in the sculpture exhibit air duct where a painting was also stashed. According to the guide, that painting was counterfeit. My bad, pizza. Yeah, he probably likes pizza. You're right. Was a counterfeit. The blank that was blank and from the was also I'm assuming also a counterfeit. That was okay. Mice love pizza, it's canon. Or he likes wings and fries, who knows? Who knows? Alright, so I definitely think we gotta say something about, like, they were hired. Was going to be... According to the... I don't know. This side's making sense. This side's a lot of blanks of with the... the somebody was going to be blanked by the to say paid. Paid by somebody. Okay, let's keep asking people stuff. Also, I have an item. I didn't even see I had an item. Oh. The Optimus Diamond, famous showcase piece of the Kreinberg Museum, and subject of an attempted heist. The gargantuan gemstone is said to be worth an unspeakable value and of great historical and cultural importance. It has been displayed in many exhibitions and had many owners since it was unearthed. In fact, it has been the subject of many attempted heists in that time as well. Some believe it to be a cursed artifact, but detailing that further would be like opening a big can of tuna. As for its context in today's events, the student attempted to steal it again. His plan, however, went sideways, forcing him to stash it within an air duct, attempting to avoid prosecution in the fallout. Then we have the counterfeit painting, an illegal copy of a famous canvas painting found stashed in an air duct. The painting on canvas that appears identical to an exhibit which is currently hung in the Fine Arts exhibit. It depicts two canine folk embracing in a friendly embrace, and perhaps laughing together. I found it alongside the authentic gemstone in the sculpture exhibit's air duct. Surprisingly, it's a counterfeit reproduction as proven by the expert guide. They were quite disturbed at the revelation what else around here could be falsified. I like a big can of tuna though. Me too. That does sound really good. So we have student admitted to being involved with the heist. Still working on the debts. Okay, looks like we got all of that sorted. I'm thinking maybe the critic or the artist or somebody who knows arts would know about this painting too. Maybe the curator. This is the picture I think they're talking about. This one. Man's best buddies. I think that's the replica we have. Yeah. Teddy Curator is back. Oh, I wish. We have a grouchy hen as a curator who doesn't want to help us with the case. She doesn't believe in justice. Let's see if I can talk to her. There we go. Let's talk about today's events during. About the diamond. What about it, Detective? Have you finally figured out what happened? To an extent, I have. You'll be pleased to know that I've recovered the jewel. Oh my, wonderful. It can be returned to its podium and we can call it a night. Unfortunately, more questions have been raised in the process. I'm going to need to keep it for a bit and continue my investigation. This better not be some bureaucratic tomfoolery you're pulling. Why would it be that? Although I suppose my display case was broken, so the diamond might be more safe in your care, for now. I appreciate your understanding. I don't want to act too hastily and allow something like this to occur again. That is a concern I hadn't considered. Fine, but don't push your luck. You've already been sniffing outside my authority, and I've excused it thus far. As I've said before, I do what must be done in the name of true justice, however long it takes. Although the officer probably has some crucial evidence ready that could speed this investigation up for you, Curator. Before I go check on that, but I'd like to discuss other matters. I think I am good to go. Anything here? So we've solved the missing gemstone. I guess we're done there. Who else do I need to talk to? A podcaster I can talk to. This is the pedestal where the stolen gemstone was once displayed. Let's talk about the plaque. The plaque reads, Optimus Diamond circa 1700. You really gave me the runaround, didn't you, little precious little stone? Regardless, I'm glad you're safe. Let's look at the debris. You know, there are plenty more pieces of the statue laying about. Perhaps I should take the time to look over at least one more. This is likely just wishful thinking on my part, but it couldn't hurt. So let's look at what? Oh, these things. There's a little cat thing on the bottom of this. Important? Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. A second examination was necessary. I knew it, although a bit later than maybe I should have. But there's no use dwelling on that now. This is an indication of forgery, a strange one, but I bet the guide will know more. Forgery! Alright, and there's something else here. Oh, of course. From the looks of it, this isn't your typical license. In fact, it doesn't even have his legal name printed anywhere on it. Looks more like an internet alias or something. I suppose that makes this more likely to be a membership card. Someone might know more if I ask around. Ha ha ha. Think of the chicken meme every time about the little girl's one. She has a salad from Wendy's, and the other girl says chicken, chicken, chicken. Yeah, chicken. Hey there, detective. I have some questions for you, and please, keep all of this between us. Let's talk about today's events. For sure, for sure. About that film, I sent it to the station and had it developed. Most of the photos weren't relevant, but this one, do you notice anything interesting about it? I hate to say this, detective, because I don't want to burst your bubble or anything, but it's real blurry. That's because it was taken in motion, falling from someone's frightened paws. Oh, I see what you did there. Is this your way of telling me I was holding back important evidence? You super can't blame me though, right? Like, I could have gone so viral with that film. Actually, what are the chances I can get a copy? You'd do that for me, wouldn't you? I've already turned the film over to the police, so no, I don't think I'll be doing that. Ugh, so lame! Apologies. Let's move on now. Like, whatever you need, detective. I wish we got to talk to her more. She's so fun. Skip the pleasantries, detective. I don't have all day. This ain't making me any younger, detective. Oops, sorry, I clicked the wrong one. About the medication. Do you know anything about it? Not for any particular reason, such as your advanced age. You weren't supposed to say that last part out loud, detective. Let me take a look. Yeah, I think so. Might have been one of those drugs my doctor recommended. What did they prescribe it for? Do you remember? They didn't prescribe it, first of all. I don't need to depend on a bunch of pills. Certainly don't want to keep track of them all. Sure, but what did they attempt to prescribe it for? Blood pressure, I think. Doctor mentioned something about anxiety, but I was already tuned out. You don't say. Well, thanks. There's more I'd like to get from you before I go. Nothing. Blood pressure pills. That's what he had on him. Okay, nothing from you. Handcuffs for the raccoon. What did the raccoon do? She's just trying to have her best podcast. She's doing it for the content. Have you put it together? All right, let's talk about the artwork. Now, I have my suspicions with this one, but I'd like you to confirm just in case. Are these pieces of the miniature Maui statue? Wait, you had a right to be suspicious, detective. Just look at the sculptor's stamp. It must also be fake. Well, what's left of it anyway. That makes 2 counterfeit art pieces here in the museum, and this one was on display. Do you really think it could have been replaced by someone? You must have some idea. At this point, I think it's clear. There was something else going on behind the scenes, but I'm not sure what. For now, I have a couple other things we could go over instead. Sure thing, detective. Right, we have all our words! Okay, so the statue that was blanked and blanked from the blank was also a counterfeit. This whole place was robbed, huh? I mean, things were replaced. Everybody's guilty of something. The, I want to say sculpture? Is it a sculpture? Statue. The statue that was from the something. Besides all the evidence tampering, the true podcast is the true crime. She's creating the true crime so she can report the true crime on her true crime podcast. Big brain. What if you're the criminal? Then you'll have endless content. Statue that was... I want to say that was shot or that was destroyed. And blanked. Maybe shot and destroyed? From the gun. So close. The statue that was shot and something. I hate when I'm so close. According to the guide, that painting was counterfeit. The statue that was shot and destroyed from the gun was also a counterfeit. What if it was the bullet and not the gun? Sometimes it really is just like the silliest thing. Okay, no, I like gun better. I can see the raccoon with the podcast in jail somehow. She would be very successful. That was... Maybe it's destroyed and something. Destroyed and be struck and destroyed. Oh, that's not it. I made too many mistakes. Okay. Shot and destroyed from the gun. Maybe it was replaced? No, counterfeit seems right. According to the guide, say guide's right. See, this is how I'm gonna solve it. Just trial and error. I want to see which ones are wrong. The guide, that, okay, painting is also right. So that first bit's right. Is it maybe sculpture instead of statue? No. The statue, that was, shot. Shot makes sense. Shot and... Okay, so destroyed is wrong. Shot and... replaced? Shot and... That one's wrong. And gun is wrong. Okay, shot and gun is wrong. Okay. Let's do counterfeit again. That one's right. My two words that are wrong are this one. That was shot and struck from the... It's not gun. Bullet. Struck from the bullet. Struck... Shot and... It's not destroyed. I tried that. fell from the pedestal? Shot and fell from the pedestal. Yep. That makes sense. Do I have pedestal? Shot and fell from the... Fell from the balcony? The balcony. Good catch. I was trying to find what was shot, but we're saying it fell. Beautiful. There we go. All right, now we gotta do this side of the paper. The blank was going to be blanked by the blank when he... something. Okay, so I think that somebody was going to be paid by the... when he stole the gemstone. I think this is kind of making sense. The gemstone. The blank blanked the blank of the into the, so the could be. However, according to the is what in the world? I entered the museum, found his admission, was paid over the argument. Heard the gunshot. Alarm was triggered. Concerned and fearful. Student retreated into the sculpture exhibit to execute a backup plan and then hit the diamond in the air duct. Boob titty. Don't think those words are options. That'd be funny if they were. Forgery. Both fakes. Okay. 2 replica art pieces. Also have some more stuff here I can do. Oh, looks like I checked them all off. The student attempted to steal it. His plan, however, went sideways, forcing him to stash it within an air duct. So I'm thinking, let's just go with it. Let's just run with it. Let's say the student, our mousy friend, is going to be paid by the punk when he stole the gemstone. Close. The something... Maybe the punk did something... So the something could be replaced. So the gemstone could be replaced? Is that it? However, according to the... According to what? So I was gonna say according to the student, but then what would the second blank be? According to the something something, you know? According to the something something. causing the alarm to be tripped, I think. His ID didn't work, you know? Causing the alarm to be tripped. It is tripped. According to the student, is ID was blanked. I don't know if it was hacked, but it didn't work, is what I remember him saying, that the ID, it didn't recognize his ID, and that's why the alarm tripped. But didn't we find out that the alarm tripped because it was shot? Huh. Student was maybe hired by the punk? Was gonna be hired or gonna be paid? That's gotta be paid. Paid by the... Or maybe the punk was gonna be paid. I don't know if, like, the punk was the one that was hired. Where is punk? The punk was going to be hired by the... somebody. Investor? Wouldn't that be something? Maybe it is something. Because those are the wrong ones. Because it's saying these are... wait. Okay, wait, which one's wrong then? What I thought was wrong was not what was wrong. Okay, punk, so these two are wrong. The punk was going to be paid by the, when he stole the... That's gotta be gemstone. There's no way it's not. Student said the punk took the calls. The punk did. But who hired the punk, you know? I don't know if they ever told us that. By the... The client? The client. That's what you would call the person. Punk was going to be paid by the client when he stole the gemstone. The blank... something. Maybe... The client hired the blank of the, no, into the, that's not it. The something, somebody something. I know that it sounds wrong when I say it like that, but that's the only way I'm gonna think it through. Like, person verbed an object and somehow the object of the into see, because I was gonna say the air duct, but the air duct thing is here. According to the student, it can't be student. It's gotta be like the blank blank. According to the blank blank. According to like the logs, the whatevers. The Rainbow escape on a 3-stream streak, was lurking while I ate Indian food. Oh, that sounds so good. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed. Like, it feels like maybe according to the logs. Did I even ever find out about the logs? Hold on. Maybe that's what I'm missing. I don't think that I ever... Did I get that? Let's call the police department about the alarm. Has anyone at the station been able to crack into those logs yet? You're in the luck. We are in the luck. They just cracked it, and let me tell you, there is a lot here. Bad news is there's far too much for me to relay over the phone. Oh, officer, you really don't have to come over here to the museum again. It's fine. Wasn't planning on it. The lab told me I could, under no circumstances, print out all these logs and take them to you. Something about being 8 months of station's paper budget, but it's searchable at least. Do you have anything you think I could cross-reference with these logs that would give us a good place to start? I think so, but I have a feeling I know what's going to come back. Could you try monkey wrench? That's definitely a unique one. Oh wow, I see it right here. This thing even keeps fingerprint records. Makes sense. And look at that. I have an entry here that says the user matching the ID opened the gemstone's display case earlier tonight. Good work, as always, Detective. Well, assuming that's the outcome you were hoping for. It was, yes. But more of a confirmation at this point. The student had already confessed to hacking the punk's credentials into the system. Oh, I may have spoken too soon. That username was registered, but then it was removed. And whoever did the removing was only registered a few minutes prior. And get this, Detective. That new mystery user, they opened 3 exhibits tonight, none of which were the diamond. Oh my. Can you derive any identifying information from the credentials? Ugh, the username is just a jumbled mess of characters. Maybe we could decode it, but I have a feeling that won't get us far. I'd say we're working against someone who has this whole plot perfectly planned. You're right, it won't be that simple. If you say so. As always, I'll be here if you need me, Detective. Like a felt fish on a string. Every time I get close, it gets yanked away, huh? This damn felt fish on a string. Alright, let's go to the student. So now I have the alarm logs. Of course, I know the student intended to meet with the punk, but it wasn't just for a nice stroll through the exhibits. They met to make sure that the hacked security system would let the punk open the glass case and allow the student to take the diamond. Oh. Oh. Right. Has Nina been expertly voice acting this whole game? I need to go back and watch the VOD. I wouldn't know about expertly, but I have tried to give them some voices. Okay. So that helps me out. According to the alarm logs, that makes way more sense. His ID was causing the alarm to be tripped. Hold on. His alarm was... was it counterfeit? I don't think it was counterfeit, but it wasn't working, you know?
Nope.
Nope. Replaced. They removed him. Okay, however, according to the alarm logs, his ID was replaced, causing the alarm to be tripped. Okay. Now I just need to figure out what this little blurb up here means, because that's a lot of blanks, and I don't know what it wants. The blank, the blank, of the blank, into the blank, so the... Yeah, I don't think this is right. Whatever I have in there makes no sense. Alright. The punk... of the... into the... Was it the punk? Was it the student? I don't know. What happened next? The punk was going to be paid by the client when he stole the gemstone, so... I just don't even know what this is trying to ask me. You know when you don't know what you don't know? Let's go ahead and say the punk... Linked. So they verbed something. The of the. Very confusing when you don't know what you don't know. I know there are bridges you cross you didn't know you crossed until you crossed. I know. It's so true. Say it has something to do with the ID. The punk blanked the ID into the. Can I say like you put the ID in the system so that the gemstone could be stolen? Only have stole. Oh, the glass case could be opened. Maybe it's the ID of the punk. The something blanked the ID of the punk into the logs. Into the computer? Because they were trying to use his ID to get in. And I don't remember, did the client do that for them? The client... He hacked. I don't know. Replace the ID? We're close. Oh my gosh, we're close. We're close, we're close, we're close. The client replace the ID of the... Well, we don't know that it's replaced. It's gotta be something else. The ID of the punk into the computer. Alright, let me see what... Hacked? Maybe hacked? Hacked the ID. Hacked the... Maybe hacked the computer? No, because... The computer of what? Hacked the... ID of the punk? Of the student or of... I think it's gotta be the punk. That's not about the student, you know? Into the... Maybe not the computer. Into the museum? Into the logs. Okay, so ID was right. D... Logs is wrong. Glass case is right. Okay, opened is right. ID. Alright, so this one and this one's wrong. So maybe the student did it. ID into the computer. Oh, no. Haha! Oh my gosh. I don't know how I did that, but that was amazing. I knew I was onto something. I thought we were nearing a closed case, but this is a real mess. It's like I'm being led on some obscure scavenger hunt. Could it all be a massive conspiracy? No catnaps until we say for sure. Alright, so now we have page 5. To have their blank to the something something. The something plan to have some, at least there's more words here. I can kind of get what they're trying to say. With a, and then they were in order. The blank from the something from the something. Like, I'm assuming the things that were stolen. Like, first the gemstone, then the painting, then the... I don't know what the third thing was. Because didn't the log say there were 3 exhibits that were entered? It was the something of the something who was, the they had before. In turn, the became the, of the, so the would be, when he the. This would ultimately cause the to be. Okay. The statue. Oh, the statue, the painting, and the gemstone. Yes, that was all 3 of them. Thank you. I was like, there was a third one. I can't remember it. I thought this was a murder mystery, and it was like theft and murder, and it's just been all over the place. Not once could I have told you where this story was going. Oh, what's he doing alive? Why are you up? Oh, hey, you're the detective, right? I am. Aren't you, dead? I'm not just seeing things, am I? Nah, I'm real and still kicking. Just took a little nap on the floor there for a bit, I guess. I took your pulse and everything. Well, I've been told I have a pretty subtle pulse, something with my heart, but I never listened to the medical jargon. Anyway, the podcaster over there, she filled me in on what's been happening since I was out. I think I was supposed to do an interview about it. Didn't listen too well to that either, but I think I've got a solid excuse. Oh, of course. How are you feeling? Been better, been worse. I should probably get checked out, but I'm sure it's fine. He's like, I faked my own death. That's some real underground black market stuff right there. It does certainly add an interesting wrinkle. Would you be open to answering some questions about what you remember? Whatever, man, I'll do my best. He slept it off? Death? He just slept death off. You're like, I was just taking a nap on the floor. Sir, you had a chalk outline. What do you mean you were just napping? This story was a great soap opera. He's not dead. Great, there's no time to lose, so let's get started. No holding back, detective. Is this more difficult than the Golden Idol games? I would say it's more difficult. I don't know, it really depends on the person. Like, I think Golden Idol is really hard. At least, like, the later DLCs got pretty difficult. I haven't needed to take a break from this one yet, so maybe a little easier? I don't know. I think some of the little sentences could use a few more, like, nudgy words to let me know, like, what I need to fill the blank with. Alright, let's talk personal questions. Go ahead. Who are you? Oh, you want to run down all the questions. Alright, I just figured since you've been at this a while, you'd know enough by now. At this point, not only are you a suspect, you're a perpetrator and also a valuable witness, so yes, I would likely need to run through all the questions. So you got to the bottom of all this, huh? Guess I shouldn't be too surprised. I know you and the student were hired by a client to steal the Optimus Diamond, if that's what you mean. Damn. Here I was hoping that maybe I could still take the fall for him, at least not literally this time. From the sound of it, you two are quite close. Is this familiar territory? Not for him. Not for me, sure, but this job was best suited for 2, and he had the necessary skills. Not to mention, it was obviously a huge score, so splitting it with him was easier to swallow, and he wouldn't stab me in the back. You have other associates, then? Does this include your client? It's a network. I'm sure you're at least somewhat familiar, detective. But nah, the client? I never heard of him before. Interesting. That raises a few more questions. No use holding back, detective. I don't know, it seems pretty difficult. Like, how tough does a mystery have to be when you can't solve it without interviewing the victim? Wake up the dead man. I have to interview you. I was just watching a K-drama that had a plotline. Like, I thought you were dead, but what are you doing alive? It's my favorite plot twist. Or like a comic book dead, people coming back to life, you know? But literally, he was just taking a nap this whole time. Do you know how many times I stepped on his body by accident? And he slept through it. What do you do? You mean besides getting mixed up in this sort of situation? I do work for a body shop, you know, for bikes and cars. Is that how you got involved with the biker club? In a roundabout way, yeah. Everybody knows everybody in those circles, at least in this city. And that network you mentioned, is this connected to that? There's overlap, but if you're after the client, they're not regular fare. I don't know much about them. They had all the walls up. The students said they provided some pretty crucial information about the museum. You didn't think anything of that? Unless they pay for it, clients bring their own intel. So no, seems standard. But they didn't know about the security system. That correct? Yeah, I thought it was weird, but we figured it out. The alarm wasn't our issue. We just were unlucky. Things went south. Seems that way, but there might be more details we can work out about why. No use holding back. Let's talk about today's events. What were you doing? Leading up to everything, well, I came to the museum alone, paid admission for myself and the student. I knew he wouldn't have any money on him. Wandered around a bit, checked everybody out, eventually met him where the diamond was, and went over the whole plan again just to be safe. Is that when you decided to instigate an argument with the old-timer? As a distraction, yeah, but I don't know. He was a bit too eager to start something. Says the one who brought a gun. Look, I never meant to use it. It was like a backup of a backup plan. A last resort. That old-timer surprised me, so I wanted to get him to back down is all. I need you to know I never intended to use it against anyone. Just a little bit of intimidation. And how did that go for you? Not great. That's on me. At least he can admit it, you know? At least you recognize that now. Let's continue on to the rest of the evening then, shall we? What happened? Well, after I pulled out my gun, like I said, that old-timer shook off a decade or two, really started a fight. I kept my distance, but he was adamant about getting physical, so the brawl spilled out onto the courtyard balcony. He got the advantage, shoved me against the wall, and before I knew it, we were struggling over the grip of the gun. I wasn't planning on using it, but I couldn't tell you who really pulled the trigger. Luckily, it didn't hit anyone. One way or another, the recoil put me off balance, and then he broke my grip against the stanchion. It was empty, so I let it drop into the courtyard. The rest is a bit of a blur, detective. I must have taken a good hit or something. Next thing I know, I'm waking up on the floor. The ground floor. Broadly speaking, that lines up. I have some other inquiries to make, I think, if you're still up for it. Additional details about your ID card. Unfortunately, I can't return it just yet, but I was curious. It's for a biker club, correct? Yeah, you could call it that. A couple guys at the garage got me into it, because a bunch of the old bars have gone under by now. Nobody likes it, and they put fake names on the ID, but they serve drinks and got darts, so I don't complain too much. I was wondering about that. Monkey wrench seemed fairly on the nose to me. Yeah, nothing other than a formality. All of us treat it like a joke. The folks that run the place want to have that speakeasy vibe, but it doesn't really work. Okay, I wonder. I might have more questions, but there's something I need to double check afterward. Let's talk about the logs. They confirm you were registered with the museum security system. How did you do it? The student did. I told you he had the skills necessary, didn't I? He's a wizard with a computer. I don't understand what he did. Something with a back door and bad encryption. He found a way to remote in and made easy work of it. The two of you have created quite the rap sheet tonight. You know that, don't you? It was always a risk, detective, but just didn't pan out this time. Besides, we always said we'd either get rich together or go down together. Just had hopes it'd be the former. I've heard that one before, sadly. There are some other inquiries I'd like to get back to. Personal questions. About the student. What about him? We're close, so what? You mentioned he could handle the security system. What did you mean by that? Apparently, it's infamous for having some fatal flaws, something about networks and encryptions. It's sold as state-of-the-art, but it's all talk. Still, there was no way I could have dealt with it myself, and he's trying to make a decent living with all the computer stuff, figured it was worth a shot. So, you ask him to tamper with the alarm of the prestigious institution, and he's immediately on board? We've been inseparable since we were kids. A few years ago, he found out that I was up to what I was up to on the side and didn't immediately disown me. Honestly, I was against it at first because I didn't want him getting involved in this type of work, but he was adamant he could get it done. Besides, he wouldn't have let me pay off all those loans he's got unless he earned his cut. I knew that for sure. And did your client know anything about the student hacking the security system? Never said they did, but as long as we got the job done, who cares? From what I can tell, I think they did, but I have more inquiries to make before I can be sure. Strange Candy, how are ya? Actually made it before stream ended. Have we solved the mystery? We've solved some mysteries, but it just keeps uncovering more mysteries. So, no. Yes and no. And yes, the corpse resurrected. Alright. If you say so. Let's talk about that painting. I found it alongside the diamond, but the student didn't know why. Was it part of a plan you were aware of? Whoa, no way. We were told to come in and get the jewel detective. Didn't hear anything about a painting. And this client of yours, did they inform you of their intentions with the gemstone? Not really, and I didn't ask. But do you really have to? It's pretty obvious. Setting up a big payday, don't you think? That's what I assumed, but you can't ever be too sure. I may have another topic to discuss, then I'll continue my investigation elsewhere. What in the world? Crazy. So now, the punk backpedaled towards the balcony of the natural history exhibit, and then over the edge. The fall was fatal. It clearly wasn't. It was not. Based off of his own testimony. In all my years as a detective, I don't know that I've ever corrected a testimony this obviously wrong. When the punk fell, he didn't die. He was just knocked out. I would know. I've spoken to him. Insane. Okay, so we're still working on our leads there. And we have new words. We have underground as a word. Hey. Old timer, nothing with you. Critic, anything with you? Nope. Okay. Artiste, nothing with the artiste. Tourist, I can talk to you. All right, hell yeah. Yes, right. Let's get to the topic at hand. Oopsie doodles, I picked the wrong one. Additional details. Let's dance. About this ID card. You wouldn't happen to recognize anything about it, would you? I do. Not that I could tell you much. I've seen the logo before, at least. Overly designed, if you ask me, especially for a low-tier biker club. A biker club? What do you mean? I'm sure you're familiar with the concept, Detective. There's just a bunch of names for them, although I don't know what these folks get into specifically. It could be anything from tuning their bikes and going on rides, or to slinging high-grade oil, if you catch my meaning, or anything in between. I'd have to assume that's a bite bigger than you could chew in one night, Detective, especially since you've already got your paws full here. I don't hate it. I think my pet peeve in visual novel games is when it says laughs. Because how am I supposed to read that out loud? I do, don't I? Well, in pursuit of resolving this mess, I've got some more inquiries to make. Radio, don't hold back. Alright, we're good there. I already have to come up with a whole voice for them. I have to come up with their own signature laughs, too. It's insane. Okay, what am I looking for? I've talked to everybody. It looks like I've checkmarked all these. What do you want? What do you want? Alright, maybe I go back up to the front. Start again. Song's gonna get stuck in my head. It's been looped because he only says private eye, and that's all he says. And it's just been looped in my head this whole time. Oh man, who am I supposed to talk to? I feel like I have spoken to everybody. What in the world? Maybe I call the police? What else could you possibly need? This takes me back up here. Call Jenks? Sure. If I had his number. Let me go back to the phone. Maybe I can call somebody out there. No, it doesn't have a little magnifying glass, so it's making me think I don't have to do that. Okay, so nothing there. Call the investment firm. Chances are we'll get the same answering machine. Huh. What do I need to do? I've been... Sculpture exhibit, I did that. Antiquities. You don't want to talk to me. That's the sculpture exhibit. Man, I really have talked to everybody. What could you possibly want? It's not... It didn't give me a red circle, so I don't have all my words. Antiquities never win, winners never antiquate. We've talked out. Look at it. There's nothing left to say. Oh my gosh, who do I interrogate? Alright, I guess I work on this. To have there... The blank. Plan to have some... I don't know. Maybe check the back room again? Okay, the back room. Which is upstairs in the art gallery, or the sculpture gallery, I think. Right? It's not this way. This is the courtyard. There's the sculpture gallery this way. Go back to the back room. Feels familiar. Computer, don't need those. I already got the logs. Just drawings. We already looked at. Nothing new there. That takes us to the exit, which I don't want to do. And we have the balcony on this side. Oh, there's something there. Hold on. I see it. Also, wait, can I say crime scene? The crime scene. From what I can gather here, it seems the victim stumbled towards the edge, leaving a trail of blood. The victim would have continued onward, breaking the latch of the stanchion as it was dragged along with the descent. That's all there is to find here, for now at least. But look, there's a vent over here. This air duct has been witness to some pivotal moments of the evening, huh? Well, let's get it open and see what it can tell us. Just one more screw and got it. Look at that, a stone-faced statue. I never saw the exhibit in one piece, but this seems identical. There's no strange stamp on the underside, so it's safe to assume this is the original, and the one down there was the replica. But there's something else in here too. Not canvas, though. It looks like a piece of paper? It's a note, neatly written, but I'm not sure what it means. Back on a classic trail of clues, Detective. Just like the old days. What is it? A strange note with a series of handwritten numbers. While investigating the air duct on the balcony of the Natural History exhibit, I found this odd note alongside an old statue. While the statue appears to be identical to the nearby exhibit, the note has a unique string of 10 numbers. It doesn't look like a phone number, and it's a bit too obscure to run through any police database. Could there be someone that recognizes it? Also, I have the screwdriver used to open the air duct. Okay. I mean, it seems like an ID number or something, right? Okay. Who would know what this 10-digit number is? I need to get downstairs. This is all upstairs business. So you wouldn't know? Would you know? Yes, neither of you. Maybe the punk? Nope. Nope. Huh, who would know? Haha. Have you put it all together yet, Detective? Additional details about this note. It doesn't look like much to me. A string of 10 random numbers. Do you recognize them? No, I don't think so. We have internal identifications for the exhibits here, but I'm not familiar with anything in this format. Wishful thinking, I suppose. It's never that easy these days, huh? If you say so, Detective. I'm sure there's someone who knows. Let's hope so. Now, would you mind answering some questions? Well, what the heck? I'm innocent, I swear! Let's talk about the note. Did these 10 numbers mean anything to you? Do they mean anything to me? Of course they do. Several things. Empty wallets, sore shoulders, and all-nighters. I've poured so much time and money into numbers like that for one purpose. Keeping the exploitative system of education alive. Textbook after worthless, heavy, and incomprehensible textbook. Are you insinuating that this configuration of numbers is for identifying books? Do you happen to know which books specifically? Don't be ridiculous, Detective. First of all, I don't have the mental fortitude to remember any of them. But also, there are infinite books out there. I'll have to find someone who can look it up in a database or something. Actually, come to think of it, I know just the person. Before I go, I have a few other inquiries. I mean, can the cop look it up? I can't think of anybody in the museum who could do it. That mouse stays stressed. I know. Can't catch a break. To be honest, if I was a criminal, I would also be stressed out all the time. Who should I call? The bookstore. Considering my milky stupor from yesterday, I know they keep late hours, but let's hope it isn't too late. Good evening, Bookgator on Second. What can I do for you? Hello. Sorry to bother you again. Detective, I didn't expect you this time. Have you gotten yourself into another mess? Luckily, no, but I'm unraveling a pretty complex case, an actual crime, and I've got this clue I'm not sure what to make of. I can't disclose too much, but I've got the series of numbers here and reason to believe it's for identifying a book. Does 0385504209 bring up anything? Yeah, it does seem to be for the first edition of De Viper Code. I hope that's helpful, Detective. You know, my father was a huge fan of that book, actually. Of course, I know all about it, but let's say hypothetically if I didn't. Hypothetically, I would tell you it's a mystery novel about religious history, famous artworks like the Mare Lisa, and so on. You don't say. I think that might be exactly what I needed to hear. I can't thank you enough. Don't worry about it. Just happy to help. Hope you sort everything out. That painting is hanging in the museum's courtyard on the upper level balcony. I should go check it out, and the nearest air duct, too. Thank you for telling me where it was, because I remember seeing it, but I would have walked that whole museum. Courtyard balcony. I can do that. Da Vinci. Courtyard balcony. There it is. Just like I would do a good book on a warm summer night, let's crack open this air duct. Ah, a familiar sight, a rolled-up canvas, and it looks just like the Mare Lisa up there. I could confirm this with the guide, but I bet the one in my paws is authentic. And how could I forget? There's another note, definitely a pattern, but who left this obvious trail for us to follow? I hope there's an answer, but I hope the possibility of a dead end always exists. I suppose the possibility of a dead end always exists. No reason to give up until then, though. Alright, what do we have as this extra note? The bookstore was still open, and with the clerk's brief description, I found myself at another air duct with another note. This one has 2 sets of 8 digits, and in a completely different configuration from the first. I bet someone here at the museum will know more. Someone at the museum? Oh, I can talk to the tourist, too. It's good. Additional details. About this note. I've been following a trail of clues, but I've hit a bit of a dead end. Can you make any sense out of the string of numbers? Detective, you come to the right place for this one. This here's what experts in the tourism business call longitude and latitude. And no tourism professional would be caught out in the cold without their global positioning device. Just gotta punch them in. 29, 58, 31, 08. Don't forget the 2, of course. Aha! There it is. Only about a 13-hour flight. When do you want to book the tickets, Detective? Sooner than later, I bet. Wait, no, I don't. Oh, Detective, you're such an easy mark. Besides, I've already been to the pyramids on this trip. The pyramids? That must mean the antiquities exhibit. Oh? Oh, man, I don't think I'll join you on that trip. A little too much of a trek for me, I think. Ha, yes, of course, a wonderful joke. I might have a few more things to discuss, but then I have to go investigate this. Okay, so the antiquities, which is where... Straight ahead. I'm blind, I tell you. There it is. 4th time's the charm, that's what they say, right? Doesn't matter, let's get to it. Unscrew this one and then that one. Okay, air duct, I've got your friends to talk. How about you? Just reach in and yes, as I suspected, is the small Horus statue, and probably a counterfeit. But there's nothing else? I guess that means we've hit a dead end. Such a shame, we were on a roll. Considering everything, we should do more questioning, double check all my notes, and then attempt to draw conclusions. The guide will want an update too since she's been following along. Keep it up, Detective, this is the final stretch. Oh my god, the final stretch. Trail of notes ended there. Where? I go this way. That's where I came from. Le Gasp. The guide is upstairs. Hell if I remember where, though. There we go. They're actually downstairs. I just always access them from an upstairs area. There we go. Have you put it all together yet? Additional details about the forgeries. Without any more notes, it seems like the trail has gone cold. That's a shame, but you've recovered 2 almost stolen pieces of art, Detective. Nothing to shake a snout at, if you ask me. Of course, still a victory, but unless you can get them to talk, we might be at a dead end. I sure can't, but you know, I've been thinking. Clearly someone was trying to steal the art, right? They'd swap in fakes from the air duct, and no one's the wiser. And from what you've told me, no air duct had more than 1 piece except in here. Not to mention, we haven't found a counterfeit diamond. Maybe they really aren't related. 2 heists in a day would be peculiar, but not impossible. Besides, don't you have some fancy forensics equipment you could use? With all this extra evidence now, surely there's something to be done. You're right. Oh, a great detective never lets the trail freeze over. I'll have to ask the officer what could be done, but in the meantime, would you mind answering some other questions? Alright, we're gonna go talk to the officer. Majora, how are ya? What are we struggling today? We're struggling through Feline Forensics. I don't know if we're struggling though. I think we've kind of pinned this whole thing on basically all the suspects. Everybody's done something. So we'll see. The detective says we're in the final stretch of figuring out who stole all of these pieces of art and replaced them with forgeries. Okay, so let's go talk to our officer. Gotta fix a clogged bathtub. Oh no, I gotta go. Hope I'll be back for the end of the case stream. I hope so. I hope it's an easy fix. Who should I call? The police department. Let's see. Alright, let's talk about the forgeries. I found a few, alongside some authentic pieces as well. I was wondering if the department has any equipment for analysis. I'm sure the process is lengthy and complicated, but if it's possible to lift some paw prints, we might be able to deduce some important information. We could even compare them to those registered in the alarm system's logs. That could really triangulate this puppet master. Officer, are you there? Hello? Got stuck in traffic on that trip, Detective. Thanks for being patient. Well, as I was saying, and you weren't hearing apparently, I imagine this process is going to be arduous. Arduous? No way! I've got the mobile analyzer with me right here in the cruiser. Technology's come a long way since you were in school, Detective. Don't you know that? Let's get a baseline first. Something we can use as an incriminating reference. Luckily, with all these art pieces I've collected, we've got several to compare. Let's see what that brings back. Alright, button, slider, switch. Now scan this here. Wait a couple seconds, and done. We're in business, Detective. I got a couple prints identified across these items, and a few sets of them appear on each. Question is, what other evidence should I use for comparison? Ideally something touched by the same suspect as all the artwork. Punk's belongings, the gun, tourist's film, the diamond, curator's documents, backroom keys. I mean, multiple people touched the gun. Multiple people, I think, touched the diamond. A priceless gemstone for which this entire mystery once revolved. The students stole it, but I'm not sure anyone else has touched it. I'll kick up the machine again and see if it finds a match. Pause cross, Detective. It didn't find anything. Makes sense, though. We'd be surprised if the student was pulling off two heists simultaneously. Alright, so maybe you try the gun, because I know multiple people touched the gun. Belonged to the punk who accidentally fired it during a brawl with the old-timer. No one else came in contact. Oh, that's right. It fell into the fountain. I thought the old-timer grabbed it. I keep forgetting that the old-timer lied to us from the get. So let's see. Nothing there. Let's talk about the punk's belongings. There's a couple items here, some medication, a receipt, and a business card. They belong to the punk, but the podcaster took them after he fell. Alright, let's see. Didn't find anything. I guess that writes off the petty thief podcaster, at least. Is there anything else? The tourist's film? Didn't find anything. What about the backroom keys? The artist gave these to me when I needed a way into the maintenance room. He claimed they were the guards. Oh, the analyzer found a match. Two matches, actually. The authentic pieces have a set of prints that match the keys, but they aren't the forgeries. The second set of prints is on everything. That's your culprit. Unfortunately, there's no way to know which prints belong to who. Let's think. The guard isn't involved with the museum's artistic business, and the curator's alibi is fully corroborated. That would mean these keys really don't belong to him. They belong to the guide who misplaced her set a week ago. Wait a minute, Detective. Didn't you say the artist had them? How's that possible? That's my question. Hate to analyze and run, but I have a case to solve. For real this time. Don't let me stop you, as if I could. Let's do this. One last time. Uh-oh. Alright. So I have new evidence. Can I say fingerprints? Or do I do forged artwork? Prior to the incident, he was counting the bones of the various skeletons from the balcony. I No, prior to the incident, he was counting the bones in the Natural History Museum exhibit. But, I mean, how would I even prove that? I thought that's what I was doing, was the artwork. Classified documents. Alarm logs. I don't know what proves that wrong. Okay, well the thing we just learned matches this one. While the argument may have already begun in the fine art gallery, he still had to finish what he started. It was only after he got the counterfeit painting framed and hung that he could make his way downstairs. Okay. So then what does this? Prior to the incident, he was counting the bones, various skeletons from the balcony, the Natural History exhibit. And it's not the forged artwork? I wonder what it is then. I don't know what proves that that didn't happen. Camera? I guess I just go through everything because I have no idea what you mean. It's not the admission receipt. Statue pieces. He did come across a bit odd, but counting dinosaur bones was a bit of a leap. Now that I know he swapped the statue on the balcony, the rest is history. Oh, I guess because the statue was hidden on that balcony. That makes sense. The rest of this story is likely to fall apart. Haha. Okay, so the only thing left is this financial fiasco. It seems the curator resorted to utilizing this conglomerate as a last resort to save the museum. Unfortunately, this didn't get any better, and they had to let go 2 employees. I uncovered a strange series of forgery swaps within the museum's various exhibits. Fingerprints on them match those found on the backroom keys, incriminating the artist. Is it possible these events are unrelated? To think my detective sense has led me down a superfluous road is disheartening, to say the least. I can fill in the gaps, right? When I asked the critic about the investment firm, he told me their negative reputation was well known, commonly preying on various artistic communities and creators. The historian who found employment elsewhere, and the mechanic who passed away shortly after his retirement. Whether it's relevant at this point or not, it's worth noting the mechanic was the father of the artist. I mean, we already knew all of that. But maybe it's all gonna come together now. Let's see if I can go talk to the artist. He's where? The artiste? The artiste, where are you? Can't talk to you guys. Salutations, detective. Have you solved the case? Not quite, but I have some questions. About this case. You see, there's just a couple threads left, and it's proving quite difficult to tie them together. That was until I started to notice a subtle connecting string. Oh, please enlighten me, detective. I'm very interested to hear your theories. I'll begin with the obvious. Someone here tonight attempted to steal the Optimus Diamond. A task that would require a sufficient distraction, but little did they know the museum was equipped with state-of-the-art security system. This would have thwarted their plan unless they were warned ahead of time, perhaps even prepared. Obvious indeed, but your interpretation is very astute, detective. That's just the beginning. In actuality, the gemstone wasn't the only target, but considering its value, why would they need anything else? Unless the diamond heist was a misdirection so that somebody else could swap various art pieces with forged copies. But that begs the question, why wasn't the diamond replaced with a counterfeit? Aside from the fact it's highly unlikely it could be reproduced, it's more likely to assume the diamond wasn't a misdirection but a distraction. I believe the jewel thief wasn't even aware of the other's presence, a textbook example of a framed criminal. I would be lying if I said I wasn't enamored with your line of thinking, but I sense you've hit a roadblock. Oh, I did. That connective string I mentioned. The second thief. Then suddenly everything clicked into place. Everything. Even more threads than I originally realized. The former staff, the contract, the keys, the notes. Any half-rate detective would have seen the puzzle through the pieces. So please, since you've so carefully laid them out for me, consider this your opportunity to confess. Yes, it was me. I'm the so-called second thief detective. I knew I could count on you to figure it out. I'll give you a moment to reflect on that, and I'll freely answer any questions you have. Good. Now let's get to the details. Whatever it takes, detective. I remember them well. Let's talk about today's events. As you wish. About the curator. Did this scheme of yours have anything to do with them? It had everything to do with them, detective. In fact, only half of it was mine. The other half was theirs. They hired me to carry it out, and they never realized who I was. What do you mean? Why would they hire someone to steal their own exhibits? You've heard about this investor, haven't you? The curator signed with them a few years ago, and it's dug them into quite the hole. Of course, I've never heard their true motivation on the matter, but how else were they going to pay off those enormous debts? And if all their precious exhibits were relinquished as collateral, what's the point of in saving an empty museum? So they replace only a few with counterfeits and hope they sell enough to cover the sunken investments. Now you understand, detective. It's vile, twisted, and an absolute betrayal of everyone who ever cared about this place. I can see your point, but I have a feeling there's more to discuss. Before. About the punk. How did he get mixed up in all of this? When I caught wind of the curator's schemes, I formulated my own plan, but required assistance. I would need to hire a thief of my own, one who wouldn't know an impossible job even if it yanked their tail. So what, you were going to carry out the curator's heist and have someone else ruin it? I had no other choice. It would have been more difficult and less successful if I had thrown the job myself. And the student, an interesting surprise, actually. I only hired the punk, but apparently they were a package deal. They might have gotten away with it, hacking their way into the alarm system, but I made sure those two hooligans would absolutely unravel under the pressure. You did your part too, detective. I can't thank you enough for that. What was my part, exactly? Someone had to make sense of all this mess, follow the breadcrumbs all the way to the deep-seated injustices within. You really are as good as they say, you know that? I'm not sure how to take that, but I think there might be a few details left to discuss before I close this case. Whatever it takes, detective. During. What really happened? I found all the art pieces you swapped, but I assume you were up to more than that. Besides the few small ways I could tip the scales, the plan was largely operating of its own accord. There's no sense in being secretive now, so what did you do? Well, when the guard came through the courtyard, I didn't intend to get in his way, but he really didn't see me, and I didn't make an effort to move. Of course, it was plausible he would have dropped his keys then, so some would say it could have appeared that way, but those keys I gave you, most of them were random scraps. In fact, the only one that mattered actually belonged to the guide. Right, I came to that conclusion as well. What else did you have a hand in tonight? Did I mention I saw the student with the gemstone in the foyer, actually, just after he had realized the doors had been locked? According to the plan, I would have known the student was involved, but from the balcony I noticed him and the punk setting up to steal the diamond. You really were quite the orchestrator in all this, huh? It seems like there's always another question for you to answer. Alright, that's it. Whew, we can fill it out now. Oh my gosh. Whoa, let's do it. It's all about money and that investor and the debts and the things. Okay, to have their probably debt, the debt to the investor. Wow, cracked this case wide open. To the investor, do I have paid? Dropped. Paid. The blank plan to have some blank blank with a blank. And then blank. Alright, that's as far as I got. The artist. Well, I'm sure it was the curator that hired him, right? The curator planned to have some They were in order. I mean, I'm guessing... Have some artwork counterfeit? Some artwork replaced with a counterfeit. Artwork replaced with a counterfeit, and then sold? They were in order. Okay, the gem, the statue, and the... Right? That's what we said? In order. The painting was in there before the diamond, so I'm thinking the painting was probably first. The gemstone was next. The painting? Because the painting was already in the vent. Painting, gemstone, and then the statue? Okay. Statue. The painting from the... Was it Fine Arts? Fine Art... exhibit. The gemstone from the glass case. Since it only has one spot. The statue goes, put statue in the wrong spot. Statue, wait, glass case, the blank, and oh, there's a fourth thing. Hold on. The painting from the fine art exhibit. The gemstone from the glass case. The statue and the something in the something. Worth just being robbed left and right. I know. And the statue, glass case, the statue and the something in the, or maybe this is in the glass case. And the gemstone? I don't know, I like in the glass case. It was the blank of the... Who was? It was the son of the... mechanic, the artist who was guilty, who was framed. Only it's framed. In turn, the blank became the blank. They had before. Alright, I got lost again. I thought I had it. I saw that first one. I'm like, okay, so this is what's going down. Curator's trying to pay off some debts. We got the artist corroborating some nonsense so that it looks like they're innocent. Something that had stole before? They had stole before? The what that they had stole before? I'm wondering if I put framed here. Ugh, it's not gonna give it to me. I have to solve this sentence too. Oh no. In turn, this would ultimately cause the whole plan is by the artist, yeah? Has a painting been stolen before? I don't remember that. But maybe I missed something. Ultimately caused the plan. Also, I'm underground. I also could have missed something. I was asleep. Oh, bless. I would like to be asleep. I was so excited because this page had more words, but this would ultimately cause the what plan? Like, do I have heist? I missed most of the game, so I have no idea. That's fair. I've just been hitting my head up against a wall this whole time. We have theft. The pockets plan, the shrub plan, the counterfeit plan. To be placed, retreated, shot, revealed, sold, stashed, stabbed, struck. Framed by the artist. It's close. What is it? Okay, so that's definitely wrong. And that one's wrong. Okay, so if I say the counterfeit plan, that's correct. The counterfeit plan to be something by the something. To be argued, destroyed, dropped, fell, fought, forgot, framed, hacked, hired, hid, locked, met, opened, paid, field shot, sold, shoved. I guess was the plan destroyed? See, I don't know what's in the sentence above it, so. Oh, revealed! Revealed. Plan was revealed. That does fit there. Revealed. By us? Hold on, wait, maybe that's like... We did it. Ah, the counterfeit plan to be revealed by the detective. What did we... That makes sense. Okay, in turn, the something became the something of the something. So the blank would be blank when he blanked the blank. And then that caused the whole thing to be revealed. Well, I can't do stole, but like, what if it's like framed? Because you know you're saying painting. I don't remember anything about a painting, but I can put that in there. The blank, the painting. They had framed before? I don't know. They were in order. The painting from the fine art exhibit, the something from the... statue. Maybe the statue from the balcony? Gosh, see, I'm just jumping back and forth. I have no idea. Balcony. And I want to say the diamond in the glass case. But maybe... Neither do I. I'm just guessing. I prefer guess and check rather than me throwing things at the wall that aren't sticking. I appreciate the support, moral and mental. Because the gemstone has to be in here somewhere. Gemstone blank in the case. The gemstone what in the case? I wanted to say the Optimus diamond, but I feel like that's not in here. He was the son of the mechanic, the artist, who was... I don't know, it's not framed, but he was something. And I feel like that's right, because what would be blank of the blank? Son of the whatever, yeah? Revealed in the case, replaces in the case. Revealed in the case, replaces in the case. And the gemstone replaced in the case? Is that what we're saying? Replaced in the case with... With what? With the counterfeit? The artwork? Oh, that's wrong. In order. Oh, I gotta come back to that one. I don't understand that one. Maybe it's this. Maybe I follow the picture. Maybe it's statue, diamond, something, and the painting. Maybe I follow the picture it's giving me. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Because sometimes the pictures really do help. Maybe it was the statue first, and the statue was from... I don't remember where the statue was from. The statue is from the balcony, is it not? Courtyard balcony. Courtyard balcony. Then we'll say the gemstone from the glass case. And then there's a question mark, the something, and the painting. Oh, maybe the something painting. I don't know, the something in the something with the something. So I'm thinking like in the glass case makes sense, but if I was following that picture, maybe that's it. But also that picture could mean nothing. Professor Plum in the ballroom with the pipe. There we go. And the... Okay, where could something be in? In the air duct. Oh, maybe it's not asking for a fourth thing. Maybe it's saying, hold on. The statue for the courtyard, the gemstone from the glass case, and the something. And the... Okay, well I was thinking, and then hid them in the air duct. In the air duct with something. With the gem, I mean, the gemstone and the painting were both in the air duct, you know? Actually, all the things were in the air ducts, but... Okay, hold on. I feel good about the statue bit. That feels right. Say the painting was in the thing with the gemstone because the whole thing was the painting was in there when the student came by with the gemstone. Okay, so they were in order: the statue from the courtyard balcony, something, and something, and the painting. Maybe gemstone still goes here. Maybe gemstone from the glass case, because it can be both. I think that makes sense. The statue, the gemstone, the something, and the painting that was hidden in the air duct, right? Painting hidden, I guess hid. It would be hidden, not hid. I feel like hid doesn't make sense. Hidden. Stashed. Stashed in the air duct. The artwork? Gosh, how is that so wrong? How is that wrong? Okay, well, I know artwork's not right. I just wanted to put something in there to check it. We so wrong. I know. Alright, let me move back over here. It was the son of the mechanic, the artist, who was, I don't think it was framed, but it was something. I just need a word in there to make me feel better. I don't think it's an object. I think this is a person. The somebody... I don't know what this is. Hired, is that a word? I don't think... Hired. Hired. Who was hired? Yeah. Yeah. They were hired. That makes way more sense. And the curator hired him. The curator... Oh, well. It was like it was the son of the mechanic that was hired. The curator... said they had? Blanked they had. Something. Argued they had. Revealed they had. Blanked before. Stole? It wouldn't be stole, it'd be stolen. I don't know why I'm still on stole. But stole doesn't grammatically make sense there. It would be stolen. It's the son of the mechanic. It's close though, which is nice, who was hired. The curator. So it's definitely curator. Okay. I've got that down. Curator. Okay, not revealed. And not stole. These are the two that are wrong. The curator. Something. Curator revealed they had. Replaced they had. Argued they had. Linked before. Maybe counterfeit? I guess it's not... It's kind of a verb. Forgot they had? Something there. Kind of a verb is better than nothing, right? Gosh, sorry, I'm looking at the time. It's getting late. Intern. the became the. So I'm thinking that the artist became something. Became the. Forgot they had. Oh, they had met before? Oh, yeah, because maybe she didn't know that he was the son. Yeah! Yeah. Oh, alright, we're getting close. In turn, the artist became the blank of the. So the. So somebody would be framed. Like the artist was getting the other people involved so that they took the blame. Yeah, okay. The artist became the client of the punk. So the punk would be framed when he stole can come in here, the gemstone. Uh-huh. Damn it. It was so close. We're close. The artist became the client of the punk, so the punk would be framed when he stole the gemstone. I mean, it seems close. To have their debt to the investor paid, the curator planned to have some artwork replaced with a counterfeit and then sold. They were in order: the statue from the courtyard balcony, which could very much be wrong, the gemstone from the glass case, the something, and the painting stashed in the air duct with the gemstone. Which seems kind of right to me. It was the son of the mechanic, the artist, who was hired. The curator forgot they had met before. In turn, the artist became the client of the punk, so the punk would be framed when he stole the gemstone. Alright, let's see what's wrong with this. Okay, gemstone is correct. I'm like, which words are wrong? Stole is correct. Okay. Alright, framed is wrong. Punk is wrong. Okay. So the hired would be hired? Well, he hired the punk. So the punk would be hired, is what you're saying? Artist. Destroyed, dropped, fell, got, rape, hacked, hid, hired, blocked, met, opened. Maybe it's not even about the punk. So the glass case would be open. Well, why would he care about the glass case being opened? I'm like, maybe it's something, an object happened. Maybe something opened? That's not right. Would be paid, would be replaced. Maybe something would be replaced. The fine art would be replaced. Ooh. The glass case. The student or someone else? Student? I don't think the student's part of this. Because why would he become the client of the punk for the student's benefit? Or the counterfeit if it's an object? Here are my actions. Argued, destroyed, dropped, fell, forgot, fought, framed, hacked, hid, hired. Met, opened, paid, replaced, retreated, revealed, shot, shoved, sold, stabbed, stole. Unless it's the tripped. Artwork instead of fine art. Oh, artwork instead of fine art. Artwork would be counterfeit. I was thinking alarm tripped, which I don't think is right. I feel like you guys are right on track with the... He was a distraction. Like, that's... I don't know. Bless. In turn, the artist who was using him as a distraction, and it now all makes sense, because he just needed the alarm to go off so everyone was busy while he was doing his nonsense. Alright, so now I gotta go back to this little thing over here, which I'm actually in the way of this time. I'll move away. They were in order. The statue from the courtyard balcony. The gemstone from the glass case. The artwork and the painting stashed in. Okay. So now that you can see what sentence we're working with, I'll be back. Alright, they were in order. The statue, was the statue, I don't even remember where anything is. Like, that whole first bit, I was like, oh, it was this one courtyard, and it wasn't. Courtyard balcony. Unless it's the natural history balcony, which was the exact same mistake I made before. Gemstone from the glass case. Well, I guess the gemstone wasn't part of their plan, was it? The gemstone was the distraction. So they were trying to get that statue, the painting. Okay, so maybe this is courtyard balcony. I felt better about courtyard. I don't know where this thing is from. The statue from the courtyard balcony. The what? The what? What could you possibly have wanted? Sell off various museum exhibits. I'm wondering if I can call the people, you know? Do they want something to sell? Yeah, that's that whole first sentence is they were trying to... See, I could explain to you so eloquently what happened, but I can't put it into words like this. The curator wanted to basically counterfeit all the artwork in the museum and sell the real pieces to make money to pay off her debt. You know? And so, this doesn't even have a thing next to it. It feels like I'm not going to be able to talk. But I wanted to call the police officer about the forgeries. So some good work you did, cross-referencing the evidence. You really have been crucial to tonight's resolution. For the artist's prints to match all those exhibits, it could only mean one thing, and I wouldn't have discovered that without you. Oh, detective, you're making my bill blush. It's just my job, literally. I guess you're right. I'm about to wrap this up, and you'll hear from me again. He's very bold to think that we're about to wrap this up. Get on it, then. Like you always say, justice never takes a cat nap. Okay, can I call the investment firm? It's just gonna be the answering machine again. Okay. Okay. Statue from the courtyard balcony. The what? What other artwork would there have been? I swear if this has the answer in it, because I just barely glanced at it and I feel like this has the answer in it. An illegal copy of a famous canvas painting and a historical artifact. A painting on canvas that appears identical to the exhibit, which is currently hung in the fine art exhibit. And a historical artifact that appears identical to the exhibit currently on display in the antiquities exhibit. They're both a legal reproduction that I have found in the air ducts. They seem to be linked along with the authentic air duct art pieces and the broken statue. Okay. So, painting from the fine art exhibit and the historical artifact from the antiquities exhibit. Do I have historical artifact? I have artifact from the antiquities exhibit. And then what? What else was there? The painting. Historical artifact. I guess cryptic notes. Does artwork work? The artwork work. The artwork. Damn. I really thought I'd get closer there. The statue. Unless the statue's at a different exhibit. I don't think I have that written down. Why are we so wrong? I know. I'd offer to help if I could do so without straight up consulting an FAQ. All good. All good. I like moral support, so I feel like I'm not sitting here alone being bad at it. I just feel like, how are we this far off? Like, how is that not even close to what it is? Not even close. Are you using artwork instead of artifact? Oh, I was using artifact because that's what it called it here. A historical artifact. I mean, I can change it to artwork, but I think artifact is the word it wants. Artwork from the antiquities and the artifact. I thought it was asking for both items. Well, which items? Oh, okay, hold on. Nobody move. Nobody move a muscle. There are 2 words wrong here. I think you're right. Artwork from the antiquities, the artifact. Artwork from the antiquities or artwork from... Because the artifact is from antiquities. The artwork could be from something else. I don't know. And then also my balcony could be very wrong. Okay, maybe it is courtyard balcony. Hold on. I keep going back and forth because I got burned by this in the past. Courtyard balcony. Nope, don't do that. Don't do that. Natural history balcony. Natural history exhibit? Maybe? Maybe it's not the balcony. Nope, balcony. Balcony it is. Balcony. Did you go ghost again for a minute? Yes, I can. Sorry, I know I'm in the way. I forget people can't see what I'm doing. Balcony. What would be wrong? See, I don't think it's antiquities because the artifact is from antiquities. Outside balcony? Oh, from the outside balcony? I think this is right because it's telling me that's 3 wrong. So I'm gonna put this is correct. That's definitely balcony. Now there's only 2 wrong. Okay, see, antiquities is wrong, and artwork is wrong. Those are the 2 that are wrong. From the exhibit. Okay. The artwork from the exhibit. Is that what you're saying? Artwork? Unless it's that specific painting and it wants me to say that specific painting. The painting from the fine arts exhibit. But I say painting twice, so maybe painting's not right. Either specific paint or counterfeit, maybe. Well, it won't be the counterfeit. They're trying to steal the real artwork to replace them with counterfeit. So this paragraph wants to know which items were stolen. So it was definitely the statue, definitely the painting, definitely that artifact. So the 2 that are wrong are these 2 blanks, and I don't know what this could possibly be if we have the statue, the artifact, and the painting already written in here. You know? Unless I move painting away, but the painting was in the air duct, and if that's correct, then that's correct. Antiquity in the exhibit. Didn't we just do that? Oh, antiquities in the exhibit. I think we did artifacts in the exhibit. Antiquities in the exhibit? No. Either one or both of those is wrong, which really sucks because I won't know if it's one or both. Okay, let me do... It's gonna be... Where's fine art? From the... I mean, it just says fine art. Like, it won't say exhibit, but I'm gonna try painting from the fine art exhibit. And then change this painting to... Let me just change painting to something to see if it's right. Okay, so yeah, maybe that's wrong. Okay, so maybe these are wrong. Painting from the exhibit? Okay, painting seems right now. Antiquities in the museum? Maybe painting in the museum, because now that I know painting goes there. Where's... Oh my gosh, I keep getting lost in the sauce. From the museum. I don't know why it'd be museum. It'd be somewhere specific, right? It's definitely a statue and not a sculpture, right? I'm fairly certain. Let me just put stuff in here. Because if I put this up here, it's wrong. So it's definitely a statue. Yeah, that one's definitely painting. Okay, so that helps us out there. That one's definitely painting. So that means that one's wrong. And that one's wrong. So these 2 are the problem children. So now I got painting right, but where does the painting come from? Statue from the natural history balcony. The painting from the... Or, yeah, from the... From the... Is it a... I mean, sorry. Painting from the fine art exhibit. The wall? Ooh, wait, wall. I like wall. Wall. From the wall? Damn it. From the shrub sculpture office. From The Office? It's not from The Office. There was no painting in The Office. I'm just really just guessing everything. Museum? We just tried museum. What in the world? The painting it should be from the fine art exhibit. The back room. I mean, there was those kids' drawings back there. The balcony. The courtyard. Like, what the hell? Holy crap. I didn't even read the whole thing. I don't know. I don't even know if that was right. I mean, obviously it's right, but courtyard, why would it be there? That didn't make any sense with the notes that I had. Okay. I knew I was onto something. When I received the call for this one, I never would have expected how deep it could go. I have all the major points covered now, but some of the suspects might have more to say about it. Maybe I should be open to... I can't even talk anymore. Maybe I should be open to interpreting this at more than face value, but technically, I have enough information for a final verdict. I should be careful, though. There's no going back once I make a decision. No going back. Galaxy Pete says, back from seeing the house, how did it go? Think we're gonna pass, but I feel good about it. Good. Alright. As long as we feel good about it, that's great. How's the mystery solving going? Not gonna lie, we got stuck there for a solid chunk of time. Words are hard. But it looks like we're on the last page of the notebook. The following suspects are hereby considered under arrest of law at the jurisdiction of the Feline Forensics Private Detective Agency, as substantiated by probable cause. This order is valid upon less than or equal to 6 suspects. The Trash Pandas are here! Hello, hello! Welcome, all you gorgeous raiders. Aaron, welcome. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What's happening? What's poppin' and floppin'? Yay! Calendar days, welcome. It was fun. We played Mass Effect. I love it. That has been on my backlog. I hope you had a really good time with it. It looks great. Big Cat Gaming, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome aboard the struggle bus. Guys, we just struggled very, very hard on a puzzle, but we got there. And now we're, I think, arresting somebody. I don't know. My brain is fried. But I'm so glad you guys are here. I'm glad you got to play some Mass Effect. Welcome. So did you know? Did I know what? I don't know much, but maybe I do know. Gotta raid and run, but good to see you. Good to see you, Calendar. Thanks for popping in. Aaron drove around in circles on a linear track in Mass Effect. I love it. That's how you should be doing it, actually. We know things? Not usually. But welcome. I'm a very, drastic shift from Mass Effect. We're playing a game called Feline Forensics and the Meowseum Mystery. And the whole mystery was about a murder and stolen artifacts. And after much brain cell use, we finally figured out who did it. And I think right now we're trying to find less than or equal to 6 suspects to arrest. I hear about cats. This cats. Our whole... Hold on, can I show them? Yeah, that's us. We're a cat detective. Does the lion not concern herself with bed? Get out of here. I have a mystery to solve. Do not tell me to go to bed right now. Yes, I know I'm past my bedtime right now, but I had to solve that last sentence because it was going to kill me. Shout out Jasmine and Strange Candy for holding my hand. That was rough. We were talking about cats a lot during streams, so another reason we had to rate. I'm so glad. Because look at that cutie patootie. Ancient Artifacts Mystery Suspects. Actually, that is similar to Mass Effect. See, I wouldn't know because I haven't played it yet. And now I'm sold. If it's anything like Feline Forensics, perfect. I also needed that handhold. We did it, girl. We did it. This close to tears, but we did it. Alright. This order is valid upon less than or equal to 6 suspects by judgment of the detective and is not subject to altercation following submission. Okay, so I think I'm supposed to arrest people. I think this is what it's saying. Have you ever heard of a mini lion? A cat? Is that what a mini lion is? Where are my people? Persons. Guys, I've been here too long. I can't read anymore. Basically the same game. Okay, so I guess Mass Effect next. I'll have to tackle it now that we've tackled Feline Forensics. I have a mini lion? Like a Maine Coon mini lion? Is that what we're talking about? My mini lion, well, I don't have a mini lion. I have a baby panther. He's around here somewhere. I mean, I want to arrest the artist. Well, first of all, the curator. Let me put that there. Guilty. I don't know. I think the artist did what the artist had to do. I support artists' rights and artists' wrongs. I can arrest the mechanic who's dead. Baby Panther Short Round is doing crimes. Leave him be. I don't want to arrest the punk. Because he had good intentions. But the punk and the student are guilty. It's a regular status for the location of a black cat. Somewhere around here. Yeah, I don't know where he went. He just pops out when he needs to, you know? Can I arrest me? Honestly, for being as dumb as I was. No, don't arrest me. I have a 15-pound orange tabby who's almost as big as I am. The cutest. I love tabbies. I've never had an orange cat in my life, and I've always wanted one. They're so cute. The student is stressed and needed the money. Okay, so the punk needed the money for their heart surgery. The student needed the money because they're broke and falling under the stress of capitalism. So what if I just lock up the curator? Because I didn't like their attitude from day one. Sign. Can I just sign it? Oh, I can. The detective. A broke student? That's such a cliche. I know. A twin orange tabby cats? Ugh, adorable. I want to have like 10 cats. And then I feel like all my problems would be solved. However, they may attempt to justify them, the curator's actions. However they may attempt to justify them, the curator's actions are at the center of this strange scenario. Without them, none of this, including any subsequent infractions, would have happened. It's been quite the evening, but it's time to call this in and finally close the case. Get it, detective. So this is them, detective, the culprit behind our Meowseum Mystery. I believe it's called a Meowseum Mystery, but sure. Afraid so. Curator, any last words before the officer here takes you away? I wouldn't dare sully the moment for you. In my heart, I know I had my reasons. If that makes me some half-rate criminal, then so be it. So that's it, detective. Case closed? Yeah, as it turns out, there's only one thing you can't keep in a museum. And that's the truth. Hell yeah. Oh, that's it. Oh. I straight up arrested the curator. Babe, maybe I should have just arrested everybody. What would have happened if I locked all of them up? That would have been wild. That was such a cute game.